Nine Prisoners by William March, adapted for radio by Brian J. Burns.
My name's Julius Pelton. I don't mean a thing to you. It don't mean a thing to anybody else. And it means less to me. There was a time when I was proud of that name. Proud of a lot of things. My background, my character, my country. My country, I guess that was my greatest pride. But all that's changed. Now I'm proud of nothing. I'm interested in nothing because, you see, I'm a body. It probably sounds screwy to you, but that's what I am. A body. A thing without a soul. It wasn't always that way. I had a soul in those days when I had something to be proud of. It was my pride that lost me my soul. My pride of my country. That's why I enlisted and did my bit in the war. The war. I came out of it all in one piece. I was a lucky guy, that's what they said. But I lost more than an arm, a leg, a head, all my life. It don't make much difference where it happened. It was a long way from here on the edge of a wood. To our left was a gravel pit, long abandoned, with one narrow opening. Back of that, a ravine ran straight for 100 yards. Then it stopped blindly against a bank of clay. That's where I stopped, too. Where I stopped being the man I was. Where I lost all that makes the flesh more than so many pounds of beef. I just ordered my men to dig in. Our 1st battalion was to pass over our heads to continue the attack. In the gravel pit were 22 prisoners taken that day. We just about finished digging when the first men started to jump over us.
All right, fellows, they're deep enough. Here comes the 1st Battalion, Sarge. Well, get your heads down or those guys will kick your brains out when they go.
Watch it!
Down, everybody!
Boy, they seem to be all legs and arms jumping over our heads like that.
Yeah, they're nimble, sure enough, but most of those legs and arms will be slung all over the countryside in a few minutes.
How many of them guys you figure will come through?
In a fight like this, there's only 1 out of every 3.
Jeez, 1 in 3. 2 down for everyone up.
Look at them go, like they're in a hurry to get it over.
Funny when you think of it, isn't it? 2 out of 3.
1 over. 2 over. For keeps. Here comes the lucky step, the 3rd. 1, 2, lucky 3.
Gee, it's like there was a big grave on the other side of this trench and every 2 guys was jumping into it.
Yeah, 1, 2, lucky 3.
Wonder why they made us dig in here.
Don't know, but thank your stars you're not going on with the 1st Battalion.
We done our share.
That's what you think. Don't worry, they'll fix up some sort of a mess for us.
We'll detail the goddamn prisoners we got over there in the sand pit.
Here comes the last of the battalion.
That's good. My neck's getting stiff and being cramped down in this shallow trench.
All right, men, you can relax now. Hey, Sarge, when do we eat?
That belly of yours sure gives you a lot of trouble in having it.
Well, I'm hungry.
Sergeant Pelton.
Yes, Captain Matlock.
Have you counted noses yet? How many men have you lost?
4, sir.
That's not bad. Could be worse.
Yes, sir.
You've nearly 24 prisoners in the sandpit, haven't you?
Exactly 22, sir.
That's bad. You're taking too many prisoners, Sergeant. They're a problem.
Yes, sir, they sure are.
What do you think we're going to do with them?
I was wondering, sir. Some of them are pretty badly wounded.
I wasn't thinking about that much. Healthy or otherwise, they present a problem. Can't take them along with us, and we can't let them roam behind our lines.
No, sir.
Something has to be done.
Couldn't we send them back with a guard, sir? The wounded ones especially.
No, that's impossible. We'll be moving up pretty soon. We'll need all of our men.
Brophy and Carter will have to go back anyway, so they're pretty badly banged up. They could take...
No, Sergeant. It's a very simple solution to the whole thing.
Yes, sir?
The easiest thing would be to shoot them.
Shoot them, sir?
Yes. We could train a machine gun on the gravel pit. That's the simplest way.
That'd be simple enough, sir, and it would get them off your hands.
Yes, it would. I'm afraid the gap is too narrow. The sides are dug in. Pretty hard for our gunners. No, that won't do. Can't do it in the sand pit. You'd better take them up the ravine. Do the job there.
But, Captain, you don't mean that, do you, sir?
Don't mean it. What do you think I'm talking for?
But they're prisoners. Unarmed, helpless.
Well, what would you do with them? We're going to advance in a few hours.
Why, I don't know right now, sir.
Then mine is the only solution. Take the men up the ravine and...
Good God, sir, that's murder. Cold-blooded murder.
It's war, Sergeant. Seems to matter little which way men die. Fact is that they must die in war.
But not like that, sir. Why, I
Sergeant.
couldn't... Yes, sir.
How long have you been in the service?
20 years, sir.
Long enough to know that you should obey orders without questioning.
Yes, sir.
Better take Corporal Foster and his squad. Use automatic rifles. I think Foster's the right man to do it.
Yes, sir. Foster's just the man for a job like that.
Then you better tell him right away. Have him finish the job before nightfall. Good luck to you. Do a clean job.
Yes, sir.
Matter, Sergeant? You look blue around the gills. Captain give you some bad news?
Yeah. Lord help me, I've been in the Army since I was a kid. I've seen plenty to turn a man's stomach. But this is raw. This is the rawest thing I ever heard of.
My name's Clarence Foster. I was Corporal Foster then. There's a big difference between Clarence Foster and Corporal Foster. In fact, I'm hardly able to hook one up with the other now. You see, I cut my teeth almost on war propaganda. I was told how glorious war was. They've played a dirty trick on guys like me. They led me to believe all the stuff they wrote. Now, they say just the opposite. The propaganda is for peace. So war is a terrible thing. The things that were so right then are so wrong now. It makes a guy feel that nothing at all is right. It ain't a pleasant thing to be turned from a hero to a beast just by the things that guards write down on paper. It's taken me all these years to understand just how Sergeant Pelton felt when he came to relay the captain's orders. I couldn't understand then. He was pale and trembling, acting like a human being and him a soldier. I didn't get the guy at all. He called me aside out of earshot of my squad. He looked so scared I wanted to laugh.
Good God, Foster, don't stand there like I'd only told you it was time for grub. Don't you realize what I said?
Sure, Sarge. You just told me the captain wants me to kill 22 unarmed prisoners.
And it means no more to you than any order? Like any other order?
Certainly not. They're the enemy, ain't they? The guys we're fighting.
We're not fighting the men in that sandpit. They're helpless. They can't do no harm anymore.
That's what you say, Sarge, but it ain't so. Don't you realize what they're up to? The enemy send a lot of men over to get themselves up. Then when they get enough men back of our lines, they start a drive and the prisoners attack us from the rear. It's an old trick, Sarge. I'm surprised you ain't heard about it before.
I've heard a lot of hooey in my time.
But this is straight goods, I tell you. I read all about their dirty tricks even before I came over.
Do you believe all the tripe you read?
You don't think they'd go to all the trouble of printing it if it wasn't true? Oh, say, Sarge, you're getting chicken-hearted. You gotta realize that in a war, anything you do to the enemy is all right.
You believe that, too?
Why, sure I believe it. Don't they burn down churches and dash the brains out of innocent babies? Oh, gee, now look. Don't you go getting yourself in an uproar about this. Just leave everything to me.
I sure will. The captain said you're just the man for the job.
Sure, he's got confidence in me. Why, Sarge, war's war. It ain't no tea party. Those fellas in the sandpit are dirty. You gotta treat them dirty.
We're doing that all right. This is the dirtiest thing I ever heard of. And I hope something will happen to stop it.
That's the way you feel about it? I guess you can't help it.
Well, the captain wants it done before dark. So you better get your men ready.
Okay, Sarge. We'll be ready, all right. Hey, you guys. Load your automatic rifles and make it snappy.
What's up, Corp?
We got a little job to do.
What do you mean, a little job?
We're taking the prisoners out of the sandpit.
Where to?
Up the ravine.
Yeah? What's the idea?
We're going to shoot them.
What? Shoot them? You can't shoot them? What for? What have they done?
There ain't nothing else we can do with them. We got to get rid of them.
Well, what kind of a gag is this, Foster? What are you giving us?
I'm giving you the captain's orders, and I don't want no arguments out of you guys.
The captain must have gone off his nut. He expects to go through with this. He's sure crazy.
No, he ain't. He knows what he's doing. People who don't understand that this is necessary may think the captain's wrong, but I understand. I think he's doing the right thing.
Well, I ain't gonna do it.
What?
I don't mind killing a man in a fight, but I ain't gonna shoot him down in cold blood.
You'll do as you're told.
Nobody's making a murderer out of me.
If you don't obey the captain's orders, you'll get court-martialed, and maybe we'll have to shoot you, too.
But the captain don't dare do a thing like this. He don't dare, tell you. He can't make us do it. Why don't you do it yourself, Foster? You could with one machine gun.
That's enough gas. Get your guns and start moving. Now, I ain't gonna fool with you guys anymore. war. Quiet! You go or you'll get court-martialed. Pipe down! Now, who wants to be the first to disobey orders? I'm waiting. Who's the first? Okay, then, let's get going.
My name is Qualls, Everett Qualls. They told me like they told the others that we were fighting a humanitarian war, a war to save the world, a war to end wars. But I know better now. There's no such thing as a humanitarian war. I know, too, that wars never end. Not for some, anyway. They go on and on. You can forget the war as a whole, sure. There's always some incident that sticks in your mind. You live and relive that incident over and over again until you know that there is no end. I was a private in Corporal Foster's squad. I was detailed to guard the prisoners in the sand pit. They were mostly young boys with fine fuzz on their weary faces. They looked sick and hungry. There was one among them, a little man. The clearest blue eyes I'd ever seen. He was much older than the others, and he seemed to be the leader. His name was Schmidt. I found out that he was a cabinet maker like myself, and we became good friends. We talked a lot about what he was going to do, and the war would be over. That time, we didn't know anything about Captain Matlock's order. In fact, we had forgotten all about the war for the time being. He told me some darn interesting things about cabinet making where he came from. We sat there in the side of the pit. Far off to our right, the heavy guns were coughing.
The minute I saw you, Qualls, I knew you were a builder of things, like myself.
How did you know, Schmidt?
Your hands, they still have the stain of your trade. See, mine have too.
Yeah, nothing can wear that off, I guess.
I never wanted to wear off. I'm proud of my trade. I'm proud of my hands. With these two hands, I once made a music cabinet for a prince.
Your hands are not like a tradesman's at all. They're long and thin, like a musician's or an artist.
Well, that's what we are, Qualls. Cabinet makers, they are artists.
I guess you're right there. Darn few people can ever make a box, much less a cabinet.
I learned my trade from my father. But he learned it from his father.
It's funny how a trade can bring people together. I don't feel that you're like a foreigner at all.
That's just it, Qualls. If we could only stop and realize that the man we fight is a man just like ourselves, then there would be no war.
You're all right, Schmidt. Have a cigarette?
But you want to give me one of your cigarettes?
Sure, go ahead, take it.
Oh, it's so long since I have a smoke. I bet it make me sick.
Yeah. Right on.
Ah, that's so good. Qualls, please. You wouldn't mind if I passed the cigarette among my men. You see how they look at it.
No, go right ahead.
Hier, Jungens. Ja, also jeder nimmt nur einen Zug. Und dann gibst du es zum nächsten. Thank you. Thank you. I thank you for all of my men. They cannot speak in your language.
That's all right, boys. They sure go at that cigarette like they'd eat it.
Most of them have not had a smoke in months.
Schmidt.
Yes, Victor. What is now?
I can't stand it much longer. The pain is too much.
Oh, it won't be long now, Victor. Soon they will take us out of here and you will go to a hospital.
You think so, Schmidt?
Yes, my friend.
Soon.
Now, you save your energy. Here, you have a smoke, too.
What's the matter with that youngster, Schmidt?
Oh, he was shot in the stomach. Only his youth keeps him alive.
How old is he?
16 years.
Oh, a child.
Comes from the same town as I. He thinks that I can help him. I wish I could.
You should be in a hospital. You look so pale. You don't have much more blood left. You should make up their mind what they're going to do with you, man.
I'm afraid poor Victor will not be able to wait much longer.
Things must be pretty bad in your country when they send babies like that out to fight.
It means that the war will be over soon. There's no more men, and I will be glad to get back home. Oh, we used to have such good times before the war. After the day's work was done, we got together and we drink beer and we sing songs and I wonder if we'll ever sing again.
Oh, sure. Soon as it's over, you'll forget all about it. Hey, what's up? What are they talking about?
Why, they're excited because they see a squad of your men coming through the woods. You see over there?
Oh, yeah, that's Foster Squad. He's my corporal.
You think that they're going to take us back behind the lines now?
I reckon so. It's about time.
God. There, Victor. You see? They're coming to take you to the hospital.
Good. Maybe they'll fix me.
Gosh, I sure envy you, fellas. The war's over for you. No more fighting. No more sleeping in muddy trenches. No more smelling dead flesh.
Drury's my name. I just got out of military prison. I served 20 years. I thought I'd be able to start life all over again. I'm only 42 now, but there ain't no starting life again. I thought I'd forget in those 20 years, but I didn't. It was 20 years of thinking. Thinking of what had happened before I was court-martialed. They say I'm a little queer now. Stir-dippy, they call it. Nobody wants to have anything to do with me. Yeah, I guess I am a little queer. So is life. I remember when they put a soldier's uniform on me. I thought I looked swell. I did, too. It's a great thing, that uniform. Fitted me like a glove. I was so anxious to prove myself worthy of it. They don't think I did. That's why they threw me in prison. But I know I proved myself worthy of myself. When Corporal Foster marched us into the gravel pit, I was thinking of the same things every other one of the men was. But I put my thoughts in action. We was lined up in front of those 22 frightened prisoners. There was 9 of us. The 9 was just as scared as the 22.
Rawls, you're dumb. How many more times do I have to explain this to you?
Well, I can't believe it, Foster. Such a thing has never been done. Well, I've been telling these men that they were going back behind to have their wounds taken care of.
Well, you didn't lie to them. Their wounds will be taken care of all right. Hey, Drury, what's the matter with you?
Pick up your gun, Walt. Ain't no use getting yourself in trouble.
What's the idea of throwing your rifle away?
I didn't get into this war to do things like this.
Well, if you thought it was going to be a child's game, you should have brought your dolls and dishes along with you. Now pick up that gun.
I ain't never going to touch that gun again. I ain't going to have nothing to do with it.
Oh, calm down, Walt. You're getting the prisoners excited.
You got a date for a court-martial, Drury?
I don't care. I don't care what they do with me. I'm getting out of here.
Don't be a stamp, Walt.
You can do it if you want to, but I ain't even going to look at it. I'm getting out of here. I ain't going to have no part of it. I'm getting out of here.
Hey, Walt!
Walt, come back here.
Let him go. He won't get far. The military police will pick him up, then he'll get his.
He sure is scared.
He's got more guts than a whole bunch of us. He's got nerve enough to do what we'd all like to do.
Well, quit the bellyache and then get those men out of the sand pit. We got to be at the ravine before dark.
Dark now, Foster.
Dark? You're nuts. The sun's still shining.
The sun's shining, all right. But it's the darkest day any of us will ever know. I'm Charles Gordon. I've been around the world a couple of times. I don't know what else to do with myself. But of all the traveling I've ever done, the longest trip of all was the track from the gravel pit to the ravine. The prisoners came out of the pit stolidly, looking neither to the right nor the left. The wood had been raked by artillery fire. They glanced apprehensively over their shoulders at us and began to mutter excitedly.
Don't be afraid, men. We're all prisoners and we all must do as we are told.
Come on, down in the ravine there.
I don't like this, Herr Schmidt.
It's all right, Ernst.
Here. Cut the gap. Get in there. You men, part them along.
Please, Corporal. They're frightened. Please be patient.
Can't wait here all night. You tell them in your own lingo to get into the ravine.
All right, Corporal. Also, Jungs, man hat keine Angst. Diese Männer tragen eine andere Uniform.
What's he telling, Jim? He's telling them that
Aber sie sind vom gleichen...
we wear different uniforms and we speak a different language, but we're made of the same flesh and blood. He's expressing his faith in men, and we're getting ready to kill them.
There, Herr Corporal. Now they go in.
All right. Thanks. Now get in yourself.
Yes. I will go, too.
Hey, Foster,
What do you want, Calls?
do we have to go through with this thing?
Sure, unless the captain shows up with a change of heart in the next few minutes.
Well, if we have to do it, I want a favor.
What is it?
That little old fellow with the blue eyes. Will you let me take him back in the woods and shoot him myself?
What's the matter? Got a grudge against him?
You wouldn't understand. He would. I don't want him to see what we do to his comrades. I don't want him to get hurt.
It can't be done, Calls. The captain said here, it's got to be.
But please, Foster, you
Shut up.
can't...
Get in line.
God, I can't do this. I can't do it.
Monday, if you stampede these prisoners, I'll blow your top off. Now get yourself together. Hey, you prisoners. Get all the way back in there. Clear over. That's it. Now close in. Keep together. All right now, fellas. When I give you the signal, let go quick. Spread your fire. Spray them from side to side. Ready now. Let them have it. Fire.
They won't go down. They keep getting up. Good God, how long will it take to kill them? Pick up the rifle, Paul. What are you staring at? Smith! Side to side. Come on there.
I'm Dick Monte. I've always been considered a pretty hard-boiled guy, and I guess I was. I never saw men die just like that before, and it did something to me. I never thought it'd take so long before they stopped kicking. I was in a tough spot. Bill Nugent was screaming on one side of me, and the other side was big old Everett Quarles. After the first burst of rifle fire, the gun dropped out of Quarles' hand. He stood there, staring, wild-eyed, at that little blue-eyed cabinet maker. He had shot that little guy right off, but he didn't go down. Everett Quarles seemed like he was ready to go berserk. Then the little guy looked straight at Everett, turned his head away, dropped on his face, tried to get up a few times, finally flattened out and was still. Corporal Foster marched us back toward our trench. We stopped in the woods to eat grub.
Pass that monkey meat along to Monday, Bill.
Here you are, Dick. I don't want any.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, come on, you guys. Snap out of it. You act like they were your own brothers.
You were. More so than you.
Hey!
There were men like us. Farmers, painters, bricklayers, cabinet makers. And we slaughtered them.
Oh, God!
Oh, forget it, Dick. It wasn't your fault. Come on, get up off the ground, Dick. Have a swig of this.
Hey, what's happened to an Abinet? Where'd he go?
He dropped behind a little way back.
Nugent, you go back and see what happened to him.
Okay, Cop. I retraced my steps back through the wood, looking for an avenue. I was thinking of the 22 prisoners in the trenches. Prisoners they were just a few minutes before. They were free now. What of the 9 of us? I knew we'd never know freedom again. We were 9 prisoners ourselves now. Men whose hearts and minds would be forever locked in our own conscience. Things such as we had done can never be forgotten. And the ghosts of the 22 will walk with us forever. Before I realized where I was, I
stood on the edge of the ravine. There they lay, where we had left them, twisted into grotesque knots, like angleworms in a can. Then I became aware of something moving among them. Looked more closely, and there was Roger and Avenant going through their pockets. I shouted to him, "Hey, an Avenant!"
Oh, hello, Bill. What are you doing here?
Suppose you tell me what you're doing here.
Oh, just looking for some iron crosses, that's all.
Put that stuff back.
Now, Bill, don't be like that. They ain't no good to them squareheads anymore. We might as well have them. Split them with you.
What have you got in that other hand?
Huh? Oh, those are just some regimental rings and stuff. Nothing of any value.
Why, you dirty louse robbing the dead. Well, I'm going to leave you here for somebody else to rob your carcass.
Bill, for God's sake, don't. Bill, that's murder, don't you realize?
Well,
Bill?
why, sure, it's murder.
Oh,
That's my
Bill.
trade, ain't it? That's what they trained me for. Well, I'm going to do well by my teachers.
Bill, for God's sake, no!
Murder! Murder! Murder!
My name is James Wade. I was the youngest in Corporal Forster's squad when we went into the ravine. But I was the oldest man in the world coming back. My father was a clergyman, and I was going to be a clergyman just like him. But I knew I could never preach to men about justice, love, and mercy. Those things had vanished from the earth. They were no more. If indeed they ever existed as more than words. Perhaps it wouldn't have shaken my faith so if Captain Matlock hadn't lined us up next day and marched us all to chapel. I could never trust men again. I've been back to that ravine once since that day. The pits and scars have all gone from the land. Abandoned trenches and shell holes are now a solid mass of gently sloping vines that ripple all day in the wind. You can tell the places where the men died. The grass is more green. Poppies grow more red and the cornflowers more blue. Perhaps that's because the soil is fertilized by the blood and bodies of those who fell. More likely it's because God is so sickened with the things men do to each other that he covers the places where they've been as quickly and completely as possible. They say that war makes beasts of men. But I say that beasts of men make war.
You have been listening to the Columbia Workshop's production of Nine Prisoners, the celebrated American short story by William March, adapted for radio by Brian J. Byrne. Special music was composed by Bernard Herrmann, and the production was under the direction of Earl McGill. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 59, American.
The
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Phil Harris alone in the library.
Well, Jackson, you asked me to come out to your house and see you alone. What's all the mystery?
Wait a minute, Phil. I want to lock the door.
Okay, Jackson, what is it?
Just a second, Phil. I want to shut the window.
All right. You locked the door, closed the window, and drew the blinds. Now, what do you want?
Phil, something's got to be done about your orchestra. I don't know what, kid, but something.
Are you kidding?
No, Phil. Look, I'll admit, when we're doing radio shows, I joke about your music. But now we're in my home, just the two of us. Believe me, I'm serious. Something has got to be done, or else.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't go getting tough with me. If you got any beef, talk to Petrillo.
I've already talked to Petrillo, and he's on my side. Believe me.
On your side? How do you like that? You miss your dues 1 week, and the mother hen starts kicking you out of the nest.
Look, Phil, after 10 years, I don't mind your band. I'm used to it. But listen to these letters I've been getting. Listen to this one. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a poultry farmer. I read in a magazine that music helps the hens lay more eggs. So I put a radio in the hen house. 2 weeks ago, I tuned in your program. The hens heard Phil Harris's orchestra. Now they are laying more eggs than ever, but the yolks are green. There you are, Phil. What do you think of that?
Green yolks? The guy's got something there. You can use them in martinis.
Please, Maestro. Look, here's another one. Now, get this other letter. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a professor of English and literature at Harvard. And for years and years, I have consistently listened to your Sunday presentations. I have found your construction and continuity compact and concise. Your dialogue singularly free of cliches and ponderosities. But Mr. Harris's musical ensemble stinks. And Phil, this proves he's a high-class professor. He spells stinks with a Y. Now, those two letters are just samples of the mail that comes in. Every week I get thousands and thousands and thousands of letters like those.
Well, if I'm getting all that mail, I want more dough.
Oh, look, Phil, what I'm trying to tell you is that you better do something about your orchestra.
What are you talking about? I got one of the greatest musical aggravations in the country.
That's aggregation, but for once, you're right.
Of course I'm right. You take my boys. They've all got great backgrounds in the music business.
Oh, fine.
Sure, take Frankie, my guitar player. For 7 years, he played first washboard for Spike Jones.
Well, he's not playing the washboard now, so tell him to stop strumming his guitar with that box of duds. If he's that close to soap, why doesn't he get some of it on him? And Charlie, your piano player.
Now, wait a minute. Don't be talking about Charlie, my piano player. He held a job with Guy Lombardo's orchestra for 12 years.
12 years with Guy Lombardo?
Yeah, and he wasn't even a brother.
Phil, that has nothing to do with it. And believe me, Phil, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to arrive at an understanding. Now, Phil, I know you're sensitive. So I'm talking to you not as an employer, but as your friend. Now, let's try to... Phil, stop chewing on that ham hock and listen to me. Please.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I just happened to have one in my pocket.
All right, but Phil, I hope we understand each other now.
Okay, Jackson. Look, I got to run along. Do you mind if I go?
No, go ahead. Phil, I said you can go.
What are you waiting for?
Well, open the door, Richard.
Oh, yes.
So long, Jackson.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hiya, Livy. Well. Hello, Mary. Mary, come on in the library. I want to hear all about your trip. Where'd you go?
Well, Jack, I thought you knew. I went back east to attend my mother and father's wedding anniversary.
Really? And how were the Duke and Duchess of Plainfield?
Oh, swell, and you know, Jack, they have the cutest way of keeping track of their anniversaries. Each year on their wedding date, Papa snips off a lock of Mama's hair and puts it away.
Well, that's awfully sweet. How long have they been married?
I don't know, but for the last 3 years they've been calling Mama Baldy. And, Jack, you should have seen my sister, Babe. She looked beautiful. She wore a strapless evening gown and was really glamorous.
You know, Mary, those strapless gowns fascinate me. How do they keep them up?
I don't know about the other girl, but Babe uses fish hooks.
Fish hooks?
When Babe's out to catch a guy, she ain't kidding.
Well, how did she do?
Oh, she's got a nice boyfriend now. He's a credit dentist.
Oh, you mean one of those dentists who let their patients put them on the installment plan?
Yeah, one of his slogans is, don't sit around and gum your hash just because you're short of cash.
That's one of his slogans? You mean he has others?
Yeah. His best one is, don't keep your lips closed in sorrow. Smile today and pay tomorrow.
Well, he certainly sounds like the right guy for Babe.
Yes, and he's very successful, too. He's the one who invented that new lower plate. It bites underwater.
Oh, yes, it's got those new ballpoint teeth. By the way, Mary, would you like to have dinner with me?
Oh, I can't, Jack. Dennis is coming by to pick me up in a few minutes. He's taking me to a movie.
Oh. How come you're going out with Dennis tonight?
Well, he called me up in Plainfield for the date. And...
Dennis phoned you in Plainfield? Long distance?
Yes, long distance.
Well, of course he has 2 shows. You know, Mary,
Hello, Mr. Benny, Mary.
Oh, hello, kid. We were just talking about you.
I'm ready to go, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, ask me what picture we're going to see.
What?
I say, ask me what picture we're going to see.
All right. Oh, what picture are you going to see?
It's the one about a couple of deers.
A couple of deer? The yearling?
No, the Dolly sisters.
What?
You sure stepped into that one.
Damn it.
For a big-time comedian, you ain't got that Oxidol sparkle.
Dennis, stop with the jokes, will you?
Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Wait a minute, kid. Hello? Oh, hello, Don. What? You've been rehearsing the commercial for next week? Don, what's so difficult about the commercial that you have to rehearse it? All you have to say is LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's all you need. The quartet? No, Don, I'm not going to use them anymore. I don't care if they are in your room rehearsing. We're not going to... Well, all right, I'll listen to them. But I'm warning you, this is their last chance. Okay, put them on. Hello, fellas. Now cut that out. Just sing your commercial. Go ahead. It's not bad at all. LSMFT, I love you. Da-da-dee-da-da-da-dee. Say, that sounds beautiful. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Fellas, hold it. Hold it. You started out so beautifully. Look, fellas, that isn't what I want. Wait a minute. Put Don back on. That's not what I... Hold it a minute, fellas. Put Don back... Fellas, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! That won't do, fellas, and tell Don I'll talk to him when I see him. Goodbye. They drive me nuts. I'm going to... Oh, there's the phone again. I wonder who it is this time. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, I suppose I could, but of course I'll have to make some arrangements about my picture and radio commitment. Yes, I certainly will think it over. And it was nice of you to consider me. Thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
What was that, Jack?
They want me to be governor of Georgia. Well, go ahead, kid. You can run along now.
All right, so long, Jack.
So long.
Goodbye, Governor.
Goodbye, you all. Enjoy yourselves. Da-da-dee-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-dum. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss.
What do we got for dinner?
One used ham hock.
One used ham hock?
And turnip greens. He had a hole in his other pocket.
Well, wipe the lint off of it. I'm hungry. That was a good dinner, Rochester. Now I think I'll go in the library and get a book. Oh, here's one on the table.
But you finished it, boss.
I did?
Yeah, you colored all the pictures in that one.
Oh, yes. Maybe I'll just read one for a change. I'll be in the library, Rochester. Gee, I don't know what to read. Here's a good book. The Great Balsamo by Maurice Zolotow. Here's another one, Life in the Swiss Alps by Sam Oleolehihu. Here's another one, The Rover Boys on Mulholland Drive. Say, they're growing up. Here's one, I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. I think I read that about a year ago. Gee, it was pretty good, exciting, too. I might as well read it again before I take it back to the library. Chapter 1, I Stand Condemned. I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife. And we have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Fido. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Most stories start at the beginning. But my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yes?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent, do you hear? Innocent. And in a few minutes, they're going to execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. Then I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. No, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
Sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you. Wait a minute, let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
But Warden, can't you hang me? I'm afraid of the chair. How will they know when I'm dead?
We have one of those new electric chairs. You pop up when you're done.
But Warden, I'm innocent. If you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life, except for the fickle finger of fate.
The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking down the street when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was a tall man with a sort of a square face. He reminded me somewhat of Boris Karloff. But his voice was so pleasant when he tapped me on the shoulder and said,
"Pardon me, please, but may I trouble you for a match?"
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you! Come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right. Here's your lighter.
But why were you running away? I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Well, you have no right. Wait a minute. You look so much like Boris Karloff.
Thanks. You're looking well yourself.
Thank you.
However, my resemblance to Mr. Karloff is purely physical. For instance, I would never think of going to a cemetery in the black of night, opening graves and stealing the gold teeth out of dead bodies.
Huh?
That's dishonest, you know.
Yes. But wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Just as I said, you're very kind. Here is the money.
A $20,000 bill. Gosh. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Just a moment, please. I also admire your necktie.
My necktie!
I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt and my shoes and my suit. As I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the same mysterious man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes. And again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Minsk, Pinsk, and Busher. The mysterious stranger had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat your food.
But, Daddy, can't we have milk like we used to? I'm tired of champagne on my grape nuts.
No, you can't have milk. It costs practically nothing. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard feeding $20 bills to the cows.
Feeding our money to the cows? That's ridiculous.
No, it isn't, Pa. We haven't any more bags to keep it in.
Anyway, he's been out there long enough. I'll call him. Junior! Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it, and you'll go to it. Now get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something eerie about him.
I've been feeling the same.
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Yes. As we were talking, he opened the door and walked into the room. He was wearing sneakers. As I rose from the table, he said,
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Nah. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out at a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
You know, I envy you two. A beautiful home, lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No. I married a smudge pot.
You married a smudge pot?
Oh, then you haven't any children.
No. But we're lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, but I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
With meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay it.
Glad?
Things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money, money, money. My wife left me, and so did my 3 lovely children, Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. But I didn't care. I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in.
Hello, my friend. Look, I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry, The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly. But doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I've lost my wife and my 3 lovely children, Chico, Pico, and Sepulveda. I thought I was rich, but I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, 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 and all counterfeit. You've even got my cigarette lighter, and I, like a fool, threw in an extra flip.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay you $17,000 for a necktie? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I can get the same thing at Ciro's for $400? Zero! Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And so all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeiter.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money and you can get rid of it for me.
Never, never, never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
No, get your hands off my throat. Take them away. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
Big clothes, what good are they now? You had the pants lengthened and the coat let up. You even lost the string out of my pajamas. Didn't you?
Please stop choking me. Stop choking me. Oh, why must I always die in the end?
There.
Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
It's 5:30. Shall we go?
And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children, Finger, Fickle, and Clyde. I stand condemned.
Now, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs. No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Luckies myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Boris Karloff for appearing here tonight, and he can currently be seen in his latest RKO picture, Bedlam.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I understand you're going to be on Kenny Baker's program in the morning.
Yes, I am, Don. Will you pick me up for rehearsal?
Yes, Jack. Rehearsal is at 7:30 a.m.
Oh. Well, don't bother. I'll go right over there from here. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, and Walter Connolly in The Prisoner of Shark Island.
Lux presents Hollywood. To the thousands of loyal listeners who wouldn't miss a Monday night with us and who loyally purchase Lux toilet soap, our sincere thanks. Your continued patronage helps us to bring you these weekly performances. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater welcomes to its audience here in Hollywood more than 40 of the country's leading radio editors. Our great cast this evening stars Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, Walter Connolly, John Carradine, and Ernest Whitman in The Prisoner of Shark Island. Our play is one of the most amazing chapters in American history, a story of the romance, the gripping drama, and the final pardon of a man condemned by fate to life imprisonment for a crime which authorities tell us he never committed. As special guest, you'll hear Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe, daughter of the man about whom this play was written. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, here's our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. While tonight's play shares the scope, the drama, and the brilliant coloring of fiction, you will find it much more than just a thrilling tale. It's based on the life story, the suffering and ultimate triumph of a real man, an heroic physician, Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, the prisoner of Shark Island. Many years have passed since history wrote the story of our play, but the final chapter in the life of Dr. Mudd may be read to this day in the drowsing little community of Bryanstown, Maryland. There, in the venerable churchyard of St. Mary's Parish, is a simple marker on a simple grave, which reads, "Sacred to the memory of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, died January 10th, 1883, aged 49 years." But the memory of Dr. Mudd is perpetuated beyond that humble marker. It lives on and will live on as long as men read history. Our radio adaptation of this amazing biography, screened by 20th Century Fox Studios, is heightened by the presence of one of the world's most popular actors in the title role, Gary Cooper, whose two current hits are The Adventures of Marco Polo and Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. Outstanding in tonight's cast are four other Hollywood notables. Fay Ray returns to us in the role of Peggy, and Walter Connolly plays the part of Colonel Dyer. John Carradine as Sergeant Rankin, and that splendid Negro actor, Ernest Whitman, as Buck, resume the same parts in which you saw them in the motion picture. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents The Prisoner of Shark Island, starring Gary Cooper. April 9th, 1865, the great armies of the North and South put aside their arms, and the war between the states was over. The nation, war-torn and weary, went suddenly mad with joy and relief. A few nights later, President Abraham Lincoln attended a performance at Ford's Theater in Washington. Quietly rocking in the flag-draped stage box, he seemed to be enjoying the play. A ripple of laughter comes from the audience, and then...
President Lincoln has been shot! Lincoln's dead! Lincoln's dead! Out the army! Hang the traitors for us! Find the
I can't make it, Harold. My leg, it's broken. The bone's ramming through the skin.
But we've got to get across the Potomac. We won't be safe until we're in Virginia.
I can't do it. I can't.
Wait a moment. There's a boy coming along the road. Boy. Boy, come here.
Yes, sir?
Do you know any doctor living around here?
Doctor? Oh, yes, I knows one. Dr. Mudd, Dr. Samuel Mudd. He lives just a little piece around the bend.
Oh.
Can I help you, boss?
No. Go on about your business.
Yes.
Get away.
Yes, sir.
We've got to get to that doctor. I'll help you, sir.
We'll make it. Somehow.
Sam, there's somebody at the door.
Oh, what's that?
The door.
Oh, I guess it's that stork looking for Aunt Rosabelle's cabin. I've been waiting up for him.
Well, if the stork doesn't know his way to Aunt Rosabelle's, after 12 visits, he never will learn. No, it's more likely that big lumbering husband of hers.
Buck's all right. He's the best worker I've got on this plantation. All right, I'm coming. Just a minute. Will you get my hat, Peggy?
You'd better take a coat, too. It's chilly.
Oh, are you Dr. Mudd?
Yes, I am.
This gentleman's... My friend's leg is broken. Can you do something for him?
Oh. Well, let's get him inside first. What happened?
His horse threw him.
Oh. Down on this chair. Easy. You can get my satchel in the hall. Peggy,
Yes, Sam?
get some hot water and towels, and you might bring some coffee, too.
Oh.
Wait a minute, friend. I'll get that boot off.
Oh.
I guess we'll have to cut it off. There we are. Too bad to have to split such a fine boot.
Hurry, please. I've got to be going.
Not on that leg. You've got a bad transverse fracture. If you're out in a week, you'll be lucky.
A week? Well, you're mad.
Just fix it, Doctor, the best you can.
Well, I haven't any regular splints here, but excuse me a minute. I think I can rake up a substitute.
Harold, quick. Give me that boot. And that knife on the table.
What are you going to do?
My name's on the inside. I've got to scrape it out. There. That'll do it.
This coffee's not very strong, but I hope it'll warm you up a little.
Oh, thank you.
I never thought that anybody but doctors had to be out at this hour of the night.
His mother's dying over in Virginia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lucky I didn't throw that cigar out yesterday. It'll make pretty fair temporary splints. Well, friend, I've got to set this leg. But I'm going to give you a stiff drink of brandy first. Peggy, will you bring the brandy in from the dining room?
Yes, Sam.
And you might as well take that boot out with you.
Wait.
It's no good now, friend.
No. No, it isn't. Will you hurry, please? I've got to go. I can't stay here all night.
Now, don't be impatient. I know you're in pain. Let's see that leg. Where were you? Were you coming down from Washington?
No, from Baltimore.
I'd certainly like to have been at the White House last Monday when old Abe asked the band to play Dixie. I guess old Abe's all right after all. Looks to me like he might be the only salvation we Southerners can look for. Him and God's mercy.
Here's the brandy, Sam.
Good. Drink it down, sir. It'll help you bear the pain.
Lean on me, sir. We'll make it all right.
This is downright foolish trying to travel on that leg. I could put you up in the spare room.
No, thanks. How much do I owe you?
Well, $2 will about cover it.
Here you are.
Wait a minute. Let me fix you up a little prescription for you. By the way, I don't think you told me your name.
The name doesn't matter.
But I think I ought to know.
I said the name doesn't matter.
Very well. Take this. It's a sedative to ease the pain. Now get it filled as soon as you can.
Thank you, Doctor. You've done me a great service, and I'm sorry if I seemed abrupt or rude.
That's all right.
And I appreciate how patient you've been, particularly at such an hour and under such conditions.
Things like that can't matter to a doctor. The door's got to be open all the time, day or night, to anyone in trouble, no matter who he is.
My hand, sir. And good night.
Queer sort of snake, wasn't he?
How much did he give you?
I didn't notice the bill. Let's see. Gosh, $50.
$50?
No name.
Oh.
$50 instead of $2. The whole affair's queer.
Oh, they've discovered their mistake. They've come back.
Master Sam.
Well, hello, Buck.
Master Sam, she's ready for you. Roosevelt sure ready for you now.
The stork arriving at last, huh? All right, Buck, let's go. Goodbye, Peggy.
Goodbye, darling.
It's going to be a lucky day after all.
Open up there.
Oh, Yankees again.
Sorry, sir, but is this Dr. Mudd's home?
Yes, it is.
Where's Dr. Mudd?
He's out on a case. Who wants to know?
Lieutenant Lovett, United States Army, and this is Sergeant Henderson, my aide.
I am Dr. Mudd's father-in-law, Colonel Jeremiah Milford Dyer, 4th Virginia Cavalry, Confederate States Army, sir.
Then maybe you can help us. We're looking for 2 men who passed through this part of Maryland last night. One of them was hurt, had a bad leg, broken, perhaps. Did you see or hear anything of them?
I've seen or heard of no such men.
Were you here last night?
I live here.
And nobody came or knocked?
I've told you, sir, nobody.
Well, with your kind permission, Colonel, I'll go inside with you and wait for Dr. Mudd's return. You stay out here on the porch, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, little Johnny Reb. What's your name?
Martha.
Martha what?
Martha Mudd. And this is my dolly, Samantha.
Howdy, Samantha. What's that thing your dolly's in?
That's my dolly's carriage.
Well, well. That's the first time I ever saw a boot used for a doll carriage.
It's a nice one, but it's broke.
Yeah? Say, where did you get this boot?
Up behind the house. Mommy threw it out this morning. She said I could have it.
She did, eh?
Mister, where are you going with my...
And if you insist on waiting, that's your business. But I...
Lieutenant. What is it, Henderson?
Lieutenant, take a look at this boot. Funny, ain't it?
Where'd you find it?
Mudd's daughter was hauling a doll around in it.
Somebody's tried to scratch out the name inside of it.
Looks that way, sir. The kid said her mother thrown it out behind the house this morning.
Good work, Henderson. I think this is all we need.
Here's my son-in-law right now.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, nothing. Don't even speak to him. They come busting into a man's house, asking a lot of dead, bloom, fool questions.
Keep quiet, Grandpa.
Are you Dr. Mudd?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just one question. Did a man come here last night?
Why, yes.
Who was he?
I don't know. His leg was broken.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Sergeant Henderson, go and get Mrs. Mudd.
Yes, sir.
What is the meaning of all this?
You can't even guess, I suppose.
I can't.
You'll be telling me next that you never saw this slit boot before.
Oh, that? Why, certainly.
Sam, what does this mean? What are these soldiers doing here?
That's just what I've been trying to find out. Would you be good enough to tell us, Lieutenant?
Certainly. I'm here on duty, and it isn't a pleasant duty. Dr. Mudd, you are under arrest for conspiracy in the assassination of President Lincoln. He was murdered in Ford's Theater last night by the man you aided to escape. That man was John Wilkes Booth.
The court is now in session.
Mr. President,
The Judge Advocate General.
the death of John Wilkes Booth, who was shot down while resisting arrest in Virginia, has left us 8 members of his criminal band. So, in the name of the government of the United States, the crime of assassination and conspiracy to assassinate Abraham Lincoln is charged against the following: David E. Harold, George A. Atzerodt, Lewis Payne, Michael O'Loughlin, Edward Spangler, Samuel Arnold, Mrs. Mary E. Surratt, and Dr. Samuel A. Mudd.
Dr. Mudd was a dyed-in-the-wool slaver.
Dr. Mudd served in the Confederate Army.
Dr. Mudd denied he'd ever seen Booth.
Dr. Mudd's name was on the prescription, I feel.
When I examined Dr. Mudd in prison, he confessed to me he'd set Booth's broken leg, and then aided him with directions how to reach the Potomac and Virginia.
The wife and child are outside, Dr. Mudd.
They're going to let me see them, General Ewing?
Yes. As your counsel, I was able to arrange it, but you'll only have a few moments.
Take me to them.
Down this corridor.
Sam. Oh, Sam, darling.
Daddy.
Peggy. Martha. Don't, darling. Please.
Daddy, are you all right?
Yes, honey. I'm all right.
Oh, Doctor, I'm going to wait outside. I'll call you when the time is up.
It's good to see you both. How are you, Peggy?
I'm all right. Dad is here in Washington with us.
And the plantation?
Oh, Buck and Rosabelle are looking after things. They've been so loyal, especially Buck. He'd do anything for you, Sam.
You can count on Buck. Have you heard anything of the trial?
Only what I've read in the papers. Sam, what are they going to do to you?
I don't know.
They can't find you guilty.
They found the others guilty.
But you only did what any doctor would have done. You didn't know who Booth was. You didn't even know that President Lincoln had been assassinated.
They don't know that, Peggy. They believe the evidence. And the evidence is against me. They can't help themselves any more than I can.
Something's got to be done.
It's just like a nightmare. You can't fight. You You can't run, you can't do anything. And all the time it's coming toward you, closer and closer.
Daddy! We haven't given up yet. We're not through yet.
No, not yet. And I haven't said I'm guilty yet.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave.
Be brave, Peggy. It's got to come out all right.
Are you coming with us, Daddy?
No, not now, honey, but it won't be long, and we'll all be back together again.
I pray for you every night.
Goodbye, Peggy.
Sam.
Witness is dismissed. Gentlemen, you have heard these witnesses. You have heard what they swore under solemn oath. The case against Dr. Mudd is ended.
The case is not ended.
I beg your pardon.
Prisoner will observe order.
Why? What more can you do to me? What threat have you got left? You believe these witnesses because they told the truth as they saw it. Well, I'm telling the truth, too. Believe the evidence against me if you must, but ask yourselves in your hearts, was I a physician in the plot because it was part of John Wilkes Booth's plan to break his leg and to need me? Does an assassin confide his plans in anyone? Gentlemen, in the sight of the holy God I worship, I am innocent.
You have heard the prisoner. The court will bring in its verdict. You have reached the verdict, gentlemen.
We have, Mr. Secretary.
What is your verdict?
Imprisonment on the Dry Tortugas for life.
We have just heard Act One of The Prisoner of Shark Island. In a moment, we will continue with Act Two of our play with Gary Cooper and an all-star cast. During this brief intermission, I want you to turn with me for a moment to something in a whimsical vein, to just a bit of springtime nonsense. I find that there is a fad here in Hollywood. Imagine it, grown-ups writing parodies on favorite Mother Goose rhymes. I thought it might be fun to round up a few of our own studio poets. So I'll introduce to you now a young lady from our script department. Step up to the microphone, please, Miss Bennett. Now, which one of the nursery rhymes have you parodied?
Mistress Mary, quite contrary.
All right, let's hear it.
Mistress Mary, quite contrary. What makes your skin so sweet? I use Lux soap for beauty bath. I'm dainty from head to feet.
Thank you, Miss Bennett. That was very nice. Now for our Mother Goose of the reception department. What's your name, and what will your deathless words be about?
Well, my name is Helen Crow. My verse is about Bo Peep.
All right, give it to the world.
Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep and dreamed of a bad complexion. But when the day dawned, she sat up and yawned. Lux toilet soap is my protection.
Now, our next poet is a charming young lady who plays bit parts. Here she is, Miss Ransom.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I've got to tell you something. You're going to think I came here under false pretenses. I haven't got a poem.
You mean you came unprepared? You haven't got a poem?
Yes, I'm afraid that's it. But I have got a riddle.
A riddle? A riddle? Well, let's have it.
The riddle is, what is it that's just like a poem, only there are no words to it?
What is it that's just like a poem, but there are no words to it? I guess you'll have to tell us.
Well, the answer is when it's a captivating, devastating, enchanting Lux toilet soap complexion.
By Jove, you're right. A lovely complexion is like a poem. And with Lux toilet soap, it's easy to guard that complexion of yours. Truly, a beautiful skin does make men think of fresh spring blossoms. Lux toilet soap is the care 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use to guard their priceless complexions. Use it before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed at night. Let Lux toilet soap's active lather guard your complexion. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, and Walter Connolly continue in The Prisoner of Shark Island with John Carradine and Ernest Whitman. Dr. Mudd was sentenced to imprisonment for life on the Dry Tortugas. At Garden Key in the Gulf of Mexico, A federal prison ship has just discharged its motley cargo. In the white heat of the noonday sun, they march over the bridge and into the receiving yard of the prison. Corporal O'Toole, in charge of the detail, brings them to a halt and reports to Sergeant Rankin.
200 from Washington Prison, Sergeant. Hardens, too.
Got the commitment papers?
Yes, sir.
Let's have them. They all checked in?
Yes, sir.
Samuel A. Mudd.
Step forward, Mudd.
Are you Samuel Mudd?
Yes.
Dr. Samuel A. Mudd. Dr. Mudd, I've been waiting for you. So all they gave you was life, huh? Well, maybe this will make it a little harder. So they couldn't hang you, eh? Well, by Judas, you're going to wish they had before I'm through with you. Get up. Get up! Take a good look at him, the rest of you filthy hounds. Take a good look at one of the men who killed Abe Lincoln, the greatest man who ever lived. Look at him. Watch him get what's coming to him. That's all for you right now, Mudd. Get back into line. Now, you rats, before we go any further here, I want you to listen to me. Because I know exactly what every mother's son of you is thinking. You're figuring on whether you're going to be able to break out of here. Well, we got a little way here of putting thoughts like that out of your head. Follow me. Well, whenever you scum get to figuring on breaking out of here, I just want you to give a little thought to this moat you're looking at. You all see it? Speak up. Speak up! You can see it all right, can't you, Dr. Mudd?
Yeah.
All right. It runs all the way around the island. It's 75 feet wide and 35 feet deep. You know what we keep in it? We keep pets in it. Nice little pets. O'Toole, throw a hunk of meat in the water.
Yes, sir.
Now watch. Close. See those black fins? Know what they are? Sharks. You don't see the meat anymore, do you? Well, that gives you a little idea of what would happen to any of you if you tried to swim that moat. How do you like that, Dr. Mudd? Soldier?
Yes, sir.
Take Dr. Mudd over to the Sawbones for a physical examination. We'll check him in first because Dr. Mudd is going to be our favorite here.
Yes, sir. This way.
All right. That's all, Mudd. Put your shirt back on.
Thank you. Dr. McIntyre, I'm also a physician.
I know you are.
I simply thought that, as another physician, you would understand the evidence against me. The obligations of a doctor to give aid to anyone in pain and need, whoever he might be.
Mr. Mudd, if you assumed you might find sympathy here, get rid of the idea. The profession you have dishonored is ashamed of you, ashamed of your membership in it. As a doctor, I may inform you that I despise you even more than the rest of the world.
It'd be of no use for me to swear to you, on the honor of the profession we both love and respect, that I had no part whatsoever in the death of Mr. Lincoln.
It would be of no use whatever.
I see. Very well, Doctor.
Master Sam.
Who's that?
It's me, Master Sam. It's Buck.
Buck? What are you doing here?
I was soldiering down here, Master Sam.
When did you get here?
I've been here a month waiting for you, sir. They say they need big, husky-colored boys for soldiers, and they took me right off.
But why? Why did you do it?
Miss Mudd, she said, get down on that island, Buck. Get down there and look after Master Sam. So here I is, sir.
Buck, my wife, Martha, how are they?
Oh, they's all right, Master Sam. Roosevelt and the Colonel are taking care of them.
God bless you, Buck. You've given me the first gleam of hope I've had since this nightmare started.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Buck, what's up? Does Mrs. Mudd think she can get me out of here?
I don't know, Master Sam. Miss Mudd and the Colonel are fixing to do something. They wanted me down here. They're going to write to me when they're ready, and I'll give you the letter. There's all in Washington now, and there goes Taps, Master Sam. And I gotta go. But don't you worry. Me and the good Lord and Miss Mudd and the Colonel going to get you out of here, sure.
Who is it?
It's me, Peggy.
Oh, Father.
I finally persuaded General Ewing to pay our Washington home a little visit.
How do you do, General?
My pleasure, madam.
General Ewing, this is Judge Maben of the District Superior Court.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Judge Maben.
The judge is a Yankee, but honorable.
Thank you, Colonel.
The judge is going to get Sam out of jail, General.
Just a moment, Colonel. You're taking too much for granted.
You have some kind of a plan, Judge Maben?
Well, the plan is Mrs. Mudd's. No judge would dare devise anything so extreme.
General, I explained to Judge Maben what happened to the writ of habeas corpus you obtained for Sam.
Well, of course, you understand Dr. Mudd is in a military prison. The writ was useless.
But if a writ were served on him in, say, Key West, a civil municipality, it would be honored, wouldn't it?
Of course, but Dr. Mudd is not in Key West.
No, I know he isn't yet. But suppose, just suppose, that we could get him there.
Great Scott, Mrs. Mudd, you surely wouldn't dare
I'd
to
dare
do so.
anything for my husband. And it's not only freedom I want for him. It's exoneration, too. He's innocent. And they've got to say so to the entire world.
Just a moment, Mrs. Mudd. General Ewing, all I have to say is this. If Dr. Mudd should be able to deliver himself to the civil authorities in Key West, I could have a writ of habeas corpus there to be served on him. Under its protection, he could then be brought back here.
Yes.
I would reopen the case and, with certain new evidence, prove his innocence beyond a doubt. But as to how Dr. Mudd is going to be able to get to Key West, I'd rather not hear. Now I must bid you all good day. Good luck, Mrs. Mudd. And I won't be the only Yankee praying with you.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Oh, we'll sell everything, pawn everything, mortgage everything. We'll get enough money.
Mrs. Mudd.
You understand what this means to me, don't you, General Ewing? It's all that's left of our lives. Sam's and Martha's and mine.
General, you can leave the escape entirely to me. Within 24 hours, I'll have 5,000 of my old brigade under my command. We'll seize a war vessel or two, blow the whole prison to dust again, and deliver Sam to Key West with a guard of honor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mudd, but if you're set on such a foolhardy plan, I must withdraw from the case.
But we've got to do it. He's got to be free, to be tried again. It's the only way, don't you see?
Yes, but I'm sorry, but I cannot sanction such a plan. I can only believe that you're not serious, that you're simply overwrought.
Egad, sir.
Never mind, Dad.
Mrs. Mudd, if you'll take my advice, you'll abandon this mad scheme. Goodbye to you both.
Dad, what do you think?
Egad, sugar, we'll show 'em. I'm sick and tired of this fiddling around. I'm a man of action, Egad. We'll get Sam out of that prison, and we'll raise enough money to do it. This sword here on the wall. Stonewall Jackson gave me this blade. Pure Toledo. This will be the starter to raise money to hire a ship. And if I don't get $150 for it, I'll have the pleasure of splitting the heart of the swine who dares to offer me less.
Master Sam.
Yes, Buck.
I got a letter for you. And a piece of soap with a key to your cell in it.
Give me the letter. Quick.
Yes, sir. Here it is. Can you see enough to read it?
Yes, Buck. It's from my wife.
Yes, sir. I thought it was.
Listen. We are now in Key West, and everything is ready, if you can only get there. The boat we have hired will be anchored off the island, You will know it by its black sails and 2 riding lights at night.
Massa Sam, I see that boat today. She got black sails and she's anchored about half a mile out.
Are you sure, Buck?
Yes, sir.
All right, Buck. I'm ready to go.
Tonight?
Tonight.
But how about the moat?
I'll have to try the bridge.
Well, there's got a guard on it, Massa Sam.
Yes.
If I could go with you...
Yes.
I can arrange to be the guard that's on the bridge.
That's it, Buck. You arrange to be on the bridge and we'll go together. Now, listen carefully. I'll be out of
O'Toole. Corporal O'Toole.
Who is it?
Sergeant Rankin, get up.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong, Sergeant?
Do you know what post that boy Buck is on?
Yes, sir, the bridge. He swapped it with another fellow.
I thought so. I saw him around Mud Cell early in the evening. Take a detail out and relieve him, then place him under arrest and bring him here.
What's up?
Our starboarder's out of his cell.
Mud?
Yes. Post extra guards at the bridge. Notify all sentries. We'll see if we can't give this Judas what the court-martial should have given him. Go on.
Yes, sir.
Buck. Halt!
It's Dr. Mudd, Buck.
Halt down there. Halt, or I'll shoot. Halt!
You get him, sentry?
No, there he is on that ledge on the wall, just above the moat.
Hurry, Judas! He must have over the moat. Find the bridge, man! Find him!
There he is, down in the water.
What's the matter with you fools? Can't you hit him?
He's swimming underwater.
Keep shooting just the same. He'll never make it. If we don't get him, the sharks will.
What sharks?
Why, what sharks do you think, Dr. McIntyre?
That barrage of bullets on the water, you're lucky if you've got a shark left in 100 yards of that stuff.
Huh? You scum and let him escape.
There's the sharks. They're coming back.
Don't fire, I tell you. Just leave him to the fish. They'll get him.
I don't see him.
Look, out yonder. There he is.
Where?
He's outside the moat, swimming out to sea.
Why, Judas, you must have gotten through the drain pipe from the seawall.
There's a schooner out there with 2 riding lights putting in toward him. They're going to pick him up.
I'll fix that. O'Toole.
Yes, Sergeant.
Detail men for 3 8-oared cutters and get them launched on the double.
Yes, sir.
I want that man back. And I want him back alive, understand? Alive.
Man, 2 points off the starboard bow.
It's Sam. Steady. Steady now. Grab him. Easy. There we are.
Colonel. Dad.
It's all right, son. You're safe now, egad. Just put your arm over my shoulder and we'll go down into the cabin. Captain.
Aye, sir.
Head her back to Key West. Here he is, Peggy.
Sam. Oh, Sam, my darling.
Peg,
Oh,
I was afraid I couldn't make it.
oh, Sam, you're wounded.
Lie down here on this bunk, son.
It's nothing. A bullet nicked my arm.
It's all arranged, darling. Everything. You're going to have a new trial. You'll be freed. And you're going to see Martha.
Where is she?
In Key West. She's waiting for you, darling.
She hasn't forgotten me.
Oh, no. Not for 1 minute. What is that?
It couldn't be from the fort.
Egad, if it's the dead blamed Yankees, I'll show 'em a thing or two. I'm going on deck. You stay here with Sam, Peggy.
Yes.
Stand by to report orders.
They can't take you back. They can't.
They must have sent boats out after me.
But how could a boat catch this schooner? We have sails.
The fort has cutters. They can travel.
Oh, but we've got to get away. We've got to. Safety and freedom are so near.
You can't.
They'll never take me back to that hellhole alive.
Oh, Sam.
The firing stopped. What's happened out there?
Oh, dear God, help us. Help us.
Well, now, ain't that a touching little scene? Hiya, Judas.
Rankin.
Very flattering, Dr. Mudd. I didn't think you'd remember me being away so long. Who's that old man out there on deck?
He's my father. You can't do anything to him.
Not anymore, ma'am. He's dead.
No. No!
Yeah, and where Dr. Mudd's going now, he'll wish he was dead, too.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've completed the second act of The Prisoner of Shark Island. In this intermission, before Gary Cooper and our all-star cast return in Act 3, a remarkable privilege is ours. The tragic circumstances which gave us the story of tonight's play seem to belong to a dim and distant past. This is a new world, and for our reflections on the 1860s, we're accustomed to rely upon ancient records and books of history. Yet tonight, a human link binds us to the time and to the hero of our play. For with us in the Lux Radio Theater is the daughter of the prisoner of Shark Island. She is Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe of Baltimore, Maryland. Better than any other person, she can tell us of that noble American who was her father. I'm honored to introduce the daughter of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, who speaks to us from New York City, Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I wish to extend to the Lux Radio Theater both my gratitude and congratulations for devoting this splendid hour to my father's memory. I am amazed by your play, for with most exceptions, The Prisoner of Shark Island is proving to be a most accurate portrayal. In my possession are many letters which my father wrote to my mother from Fort Jefferson. They tell of how, upon his arrival there in 1865, he served for a time on the wharf, carrying bricks. There is one letter I want to read to you that tells better than all others what my father was like. He says, I endure the severest privations, for the most part patiently, and can stand anything, my dear wife, but the thought of your dependent position, your ills and privations. This thought undoubtedly drove him to attempt his escape. He hoped to reach some spot where he could surrender and get a civil trial. He was certain that a civil court would prove his innocence. But, as the play points out, he was caught, chained hand and put in a dungeon. My father had magnificent courage. He survived not only the ordeal of imprisonment, but the ordeal of being freed. As far as I know, my father never referred to his 4 years on the dry Tortugas, and my mother, too, was always silent on this subject. The world will never know what she felt. All of these details, I suppose, are best forgotten. For after all, justice did triumph. Furthermore, my father felt no malice. For if he had, the events that you will hear in the next act of your play could never have come to pass. Father's unfortunate life, strangely enough, taught me a very beautiful lesson. It made me realize that out of great suffering can come something glorious. Through injustice, the world becomes more just. Through cruelty, the world gains kindness. Through inhumanity, we find mercy. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for asking me to be a guest tonight in your Lux Radio Theater.
We're back now in Hollywood and send to you, Mrs. Monroe, our sincere gratitude. In a moment, Mr. DeMille raises the curtain on the third act of our play. But first, I would like to remind you that Lux Toilet Soap not only safeguards the complexions of the lovely screen stars and guards against unattractive skin, but that it makes a grand beauty bath as well. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather frees the pores of perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. It's a grand way to protect daintiness. Now, our producer.
We continue with The Prisoner of Shark Island, starring Gary Cooper with Fay Ray, Walter Connolly, John Carradine, and Ernest Whitman. 4 days have passed since Dr. Mudd was captured, taken from the ship and thrown into a dank and dreadful hole far below sea level. Buck has been imprisoned with him. On the floor of their cell, they lie exhausted.
Master Sam.
Yes.
How long's it been, Master Sam?
3 days, I think. Maybe 4, 5.
Master Sam, can you give me a little more of that water, sir?
Makes you feel better, doesn't it?
It cools me off, son. I sure can use some cooler, Master Sam. I was biting up. Ain't even heard no bugles. Ain't seen nobody, no food, no nothing. Seems like everybody just gone off and left us. Reckon it'd do any good to holler again?
I'll holler till I'm hoarse.
What you suppose happened?
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe they've gone and left us to die. It doesn't matter, does it?
No, sir. I reckon not. Feel to me like I'm going to die anyhow.
Listen. There's somebody coming.
Hello? Coming this way. Yeah, we is, yeah.
Mudd. Dr. Mudd. It's Major Stone.
Major Stone, the commandant.
What he want here?
Are you all right, Mudd?
Well, we're alive. My colored boy here is pretty sick. Why didn't you send someone?
Doctor, I'm here on a curious mission. I want your help.
My help?
Yes, I need it desperately. Doctor, this island is a pest hole. It's steaming with yellow fever.
Yellow fever?
The worst epidemic we've ever had. I've got 3,000 men here, soldiers and prisoners. And those that aren't dead or dying are crazy with terror. There's a supply boat lying off the island, but they're afraid to put in. Afraid of the fever.
And what's this to do with me?
That's what you must decide for yourself. All that I can do is to tell you that I'm helpless. There's 1,000 yellowjack cases jammed in that cheese box of a hospital, and as good as dead already if I can't get a man to do something for them.
And what about the good Dr. McIntyre?
The good Dr. McIntyre is dead.
That's unfortunate. Even the just die.
I know what you're thinking, Mudd. And you're quite right. Everything you are thinking is true. And still, in spite of that, in spite of the fact that I can't even promise you a reward, that I can offer you nothing but exposure to death and possibly a better cell if you live, in spite of it all, I ask you, will you help me?
One night, a long time ago, Major, I was a doctor. And I'm still a doctor.
Come in.
Dr. Mudd, sir.
Come in, Doctor. How's it going?
Badly, sir. When the soldiers heard about Dr. McIntyre dying, they all quit.
Well, where are they now?
They're in the mess hall, barricaded. Guards and all.
But we've got to get somebody to help. The patients are all alone, deserted.
Have I any authority?
You give the orders, and I'll take the responsibility.
Then you wait here.
Where are you going?
To the mess hall. You come with me, orderly. You aren't afraid, orderly?
Doctor, I'm scared out of my pants.
That's all right. So am I.
Look, Doctor, they've got a guard posted in the window there with a rifle.
Don't you come no closer, white man.
Keep going, orderly. Don't stop. Steady.
Stay where you is, or I'll shoot again.
Put that gun down. Put it down, I said.
Better put it down, Zach. That ain't no Yankee talking. Us ain't gonna come out from nobody.
I'm not going to ask you to come out, but you're going to listen to me. I'm just going to tell you what you're going to get if you don't come out. You're going to get hanged, all of you. You're soldiers, and you've deserted your posts, you've shot at your officers, and you can't get away.
Us don't want to get away. Well, stay right here.
You bet you are. And here's what they're going to do to you. They're going to take you before the judge, the white judge. They're going to try you, and they're going to find you guilty. Then they're going to take you out in the courtyard and build a scaffold. And you're going to have to build it yourselves, your own scaffold. And when you've got that done, you're going to do some digging. You're going to dig your own grave.
He oughtn't talk like that. That ain't no Yankee just talking to hear himself talk. That's a Southern man. He means it.
Then the law's going to hang you. They're going to put ropes around your necks and choke you until you're dead. Dead! But for those who want to live, that want to be saved, I've got a proposition. I need help outside. Water boys, workers, boys who will do what I say. Any of you boys who are willing to do that, I promise to save from hanging. Well, what do you say?
I don't know what the rest of them say, white boys, but here I is.
Good. I'll give the rest of you 1 minute to make up your minds. Are any more of you coming out?
Yes, sir. I don't want to dig no grave.
All right.
Here we is.
Now, part of you men begin tearing out the windows of the hospital building, sash and all. I'm going to get fresh air and sunlight in there. You others get to soak the blankets piled over there. I'm going to wrap the sick men up and keep them wet until I wash out some of this fever. Now, go on. Everybody, get to work.
Well, how do things look, Doctor?
All right, I guess. No new cases today. Temperatures are down.
No deaths?
No. But wait till tomorrow. And the next day. And the next.
What do you mean?
How long do you think these supplies are going to last? Where's the medicine coming from? 2 days from now. Out of the air?
Steady, Mud.
And how long do you think I'm going to last? I'm human, too.
You've got to get some sleep, Doctor. You've had 5 days of this, and you're exhausted.
And right out yonder, not a quarter of a mile away, there's a ship full of supplies and a half a dozen doctors. And the whole United States government can't make that boat come in and help us.
Mud, will you let me put you to bed?
No. I'll go myself. I'm tired.
You've got to take care of yourself. We need you.
All right. I'm sorry.
Get a good rest, and I'll look in on you in the morning.
Orderly, orderly. Get up, orderly.
What is it, sir?
Get up and come with me.
But sir,
Do what I say and don't make any noise.
Doctor, you're sick.
Yes, I'm sick. Yellow Jack. I'm the doctor, but I've got the fever. You didn't know doctors could get yellow fever, did you? Come on. Only doctor in the world got 1,000 cases. Only doctor in the world got to look after 1,000 cases without medicine.
Doctor, would you tell me where we're going?
Here's where we're going first. There's a signalman still on duty, isn't there?
Yes, sir. He's over there by the gun emplacement.
That's just fine. Gonna need his signal lights. And maybe the cannon.
What are you going to do, sir?
You don't need to worry about that. Signalman,
Yes, sir.
you in communication with that supply ship out there?
Yes, sir.
Is it coming in?
No, sir. The captain says it's impossible. Too dangerous in this storm.
All right. Signal him to come in. Tell him if he doesn't, I'm going to fire on him.
Excuse me, sir, but that's a government ship. I can't signal such a message.
You see this gun I got in my hand?
Well, yes, sir.
You signal that ship what I told you, you'll never signal again. Tell the captain I say come in.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him.
You boys over there, load that cannon.
Yes, sir. Load it up, boys.
You a good marksman?
Yes, sir.
You'd better be. I want the first ball dropped just close. Let's see how close you can come without hitting the ship.
Oh, he'll be close, sir.
What does the captain of the ship say, signalman?
He says he won't come in, sir.
Give him one. Close. Fire!
They're putting out to sea, sir.
They are, huh? Hit him this time.
You can't do that, Doctor.
You fool. I've got to get that medicine. I've got to get those doctors. I've got the yellow jack, too, like everybody else. I'm sick. Someone's got to look out for things. We need help. Give it to him. I tell you, fire!
That one hit the mast. He's turning. He's coming into the wharf.
But, Doctor, what are you doing?
Compliments. Major, I've just got somebody to take over my job.
Catch him. Well, how's our patient this morning, Mud? Still all right?
Looks like I'm going to live.
That other doctor said Master Sam will be up and around in 3 days, Major.
3 days. Well, that'll give you time enough to Get a cell ready for me, Rankin.
Dr. Mudd.
Wait, Rankin. Dr. Mudd, I have a paper here I'm preparing to send to Washington by special messenger today. I'm in no position, of course, to speak for our government, yours and mine. But because I love the flag I serve, and because I'm jealous of its honor, I'd like to read this letter to you.
Please, sir.
This is to the President of the United States. As commandant of the military prison at Fort Jefferson, Florida, I can testify that the final checking of the recent yellow fever epidemic was the direct result of extraordinary and unselfish courage, bravery, and skill on the part of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd. On behalf of the personnel of the post, including officers, enlisted men, civilians, and prisoners, I take this means of urging executive clemency for Dr. Mudd as a reward for heroism far above and beyond the demands of duty. I wrote that this morning, and every man on this island will be glad to sign it. I promise you.
Major Stone.
Yes, Rankin?
If it's all right with Dr. Mudd here, I'd like to be the first to sign it.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. Freedom. A chance to prove my innocence. And I will prove it.
Mama, is he coming home today, Mama? Is Daddy coming home?
Yes, dear.
He sure is, honey. And the President of the whole United States is sending him home just special for you.
But where is he, Mama? Why doesn't he come?
Oh, he'll be here, darling, very soon. And when he comes, he may not look like he did when you saw him last. But don't say so, dear. Just kiss him. Kiss his cheeks and his eyes and his hand and...
Listen, there he is. He coming now, Miss Mudd. He coming right now. Welcome home, Martha.
Daddy!
My baby. Peggy.
Oh, Sam. Sam, darling.
Dear God, I'm home.
So ends The Prisoner of Shark Island. And now our stars return for a brief chat with us. Some years ago, in casting the male lead for the winning of Barbara Worth, Samuel Goldwyn gambled on an ex-cowboy, Gary Cooper, to whom he paid $50 a week. Today, the ex-cowboy is Mr. Goldwyn's biggest star, and he's back at our microphone now with Fay Ray and Walter Connolly. And incidentally, Gary, let me register my congratulations a few days early and wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, CB. It's just about 2 years, isn't it, since you and I began work on The Plainsman. How's your new picture coming along, Union Pacific?
We're still in the writing stages, Gary. In Union Pacific, we're telling the story of the first transcontinental railroad and the town called Hell on Wheels, which followed its progress. As the railroad moved on, the town moved with it. The houses, bars, and even the storefronts were collapsible so that they could be folded up and transported from one stopping place to the next.
Yes. I know it had no laws and no government because it never stayed long enough in one place to be anything more than a roaring, lawless community.
Yeah, but on each spot on the prairie where it sank its teeth for a time, a great American city stands today. And it's a coincidence, Gary, that Union Pacific also has a birthday in a few days. The Iron Horse found the end of the trail on May 10th, 1869.
That was just a few weeks after Dr. Mudd was released from Fort Jefferson.
Well, not to change the subject, but it just dawned on me that Hollywood is indebted to the mosquito for 3 great stories. Without the mosquito, there would not have been yellow fever. And without yellow fever, the probabilities are that neither The Prisoner of Shark Island or Jezebel or MGM's new one, Yellow Jack, would ever have been made.
But they didn't know until 1900 that yellow fever was caused by a mosquito.
Yes, for one thing, they thought it was a malarial poisoning caused from the water standing in the moat surrounding the prison.
You know, they also had a dread of wet woolen clothing, believing that it, too, brought on the fever. I understand that Dr. Mudd saved several patients when he ordered a wall broken down to increase ventilation. He thought that the wind drove the fever away. What really happened was that the wind drove the mosquitoes away. And, may I say something else, Mr. DeMille?
Certainly, Fay.
Well, I'd like to send my thanks through you to the people in back of this program, not only for the grand entertainment it affords, but for Lux Toilet Soap itself. In my opinion, any girl who uses Lux Soap is showing good common sense. That is, if she values a lovely, smooth complexion. I'm happy to tell you I've used it for a long time, and I intend to go on using it.
Consider your thanks delivered, Fay. And it's good to hear you say that.
You can put my P.S. on that, C.B. Thank them, too, for giving Miss Ray, Mr. Connolly, and our fine supporting cast and me the opportunity of telling the story of this courageous American to the Lux Radio Theater's vast audience. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Gary.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Fay. Good night, Walter.
Great news of next week's program comes in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting our stars tonight were Joan Carroll as Martha Mudd, Francis MacDonald as John Wilkes Booth, Ted Osborne as David E. Herold, Albert Van Decker as Sergeant Henderson, John Deering as Lieutenant Lovett, Victor Rodman as General Ewing, Lee Millar as Dr. McIntyre, Frank Shannon as Judge Advocate General Holt, Lou Merrill as Judge Mabin, Earl Gunn as Major Stone, Warren McCullum as Orderly, Frank Nelson as Prosecutor Hunter, Cracker Henderson as Druggist, Libby Taylor as Rosabelle, Jester Hairston as Corporal, Clarence Hargrave as Field Boy, and Jack Carr as Sentry. Walter Connolly appeared through courtesy of Columbia Studios. His new film is Penitentiary. Appearing through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios were John Carradine, Joan Carroll, and Louis Silvers, who directed music for their new picture, Kentucky Moonshine. Now, our producer.
Hollywood has produced any number of comedy romances, but few have been applauded the world over with such laughter and enthusiasm as the play we bring you next Monday night, the celebrated hit, My Man Godfrey. And we bring you not only the play, ladies and gentlemen, but the same 4 stars whom you saw in the picture. Making her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Carol Lombard. Co-starred with Miss Lombard, Mr. William Powell. And in addition, Gail Patrick and Misha Auer. Here's an array of talent and a comedy which together promise a great event in radio entertainment. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Carol Lombard in My Man Godfrey with Gail Patrick and Misha Auer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, though, at just after 2 minutes past 3, this afternoon's adventure play, we present The Prisoner of Zenda.
The Prisoner of Zenda by Anthony Hope. Adapted for radio by Eric Maschwitz and Kay Patrick. With Julian Glover as Rudolph Rassendil, Hannah Gordon as Princess Flavia, Nigel Stock as Colonel Sapt, Martin Jarvis as Rupert of Hensau, and David Timpson as Fritz. The Prisoner of Zenda.
My name is Rudolph Rassendil. My family is an old one. The title held by my brother, Lord Burleston, dates from the 17th century. 100 years ago, my great-great-grandmother, wife of the 5th Earl of Burleston, became involved in a love affair with a son of the royal house of Ruritania, who was on a private visit to London. The family name of the Ruritanian royal house is Elfberg. The particular Elfberg, who proved so attractive to my ancestor, left an embarrassing memento of his visit in the shape of a son, who inherited from his father the red hair and pale colouring of the Elfbergs. As far as I know, no Rassendyll before myself had ever visited Ruritania or its capital, Strelsau. But while you listen to the strange story I have to tell, do not forget that once, years ago, an Elfberg and a Rassendyll met, and that it is to that meeting I owe my own red hair. Where am I to begin my story? Shall it be in a restaurant in Paris, which I visited with my brother, the Earl, and his wife?
You may laugh, Rudolph, but really you're a great worry to me.
My dearest sister-in-law, this concern is touching.
You're a confirmed idler. Can nothing persuade you to do something?
Why this passion to spur me on to action? I'm perfectly happy. In Paris, plenty of money, plenty of time, and an enviable social position as brother of Lord Burleston and brother-in-law to that most charming lady, his countess. Behold, it is enough. What do you say to your brother's idleness, Bob?
You're damn lucky, Rudolph. If you have the title to support and the estates to look after...
Robert, you're talking nonsense. Even if you hadn't the title, you'd work at something, whereas Rudolph is a...
Is a loafer. The truth is, my dear Rose, that you can't forgive me my red hair.
Whatever has that to do with it?
Everything. Here am I, a perpetual reminder that one Rassendyll by marriage some time ago was, well, not quite all she might have been.
Nonsense.
It's true, Rose.
Hello, why the change of tune?
Some regimental march, I suppose.
A suitable commentary on your conversation, if you'd like to know. The tune they're playing is the national hymn of Ruritania.
But why play it here?
Ruritania's rather in the news at present. They're crowning their new king in a few days, Rudolph V.
Hello, my name.
Precisely. He's not very popular in his own country, hardly known there, in fact, having spent the greater part of his life in Venice and Monte Carlo with various ladies. He's a dissolute, idle young scoundrel.
Quite like me, Rose, eh?
The popular candidate for the crown is...
By Jove, I believe there is some special reason for the music. Who's that fellow over there in the military kit with the handsome woman?
It's the Duke Michael. That's the fellow I was going to tell you about. He's a son of the old king by a morganatic marriage. That doesn't count, of course, in the succession. Rudolph gets the throne, though Michael is far the more popular.
I wonder who the woman is. They seem to be talking very seriously to each other. What's her name, Robert?
Madame de Maubon. Deuced attractive woman. Runs a fashionable dress shop and trimmings.
What do you mean, and trimmings?
What I mean, my dear, is that Antoinette de Maubon is a lady who loves well and often, and that she's been for several seasons the belle amie of Duke Michael.
Michael, must you really go back to Ruritania so soon?
Tomorrow. I can't stay. You can follow me in a few days.
But why must you go?
A courier came this afternoon. The coronation is to be 2 days earlier than was arranged.
Oh.
My brother Rudolph is afraid that if he does not make haste, he may never be crowned at all.
Why should he not be crowned?
You are too curious, my dear.
Oh, Michael, be careful, I beg you.
Nothing, I promise, shall happen to me.
You mean that to him?
If
Perhaps
a waster
will...
comes home to be king, taking precedence over those who have cared for Ruritania...
Michael, you're hurting my arm.
There now. I refuse to be drawn. These things are better not spoken of. Tonight, you must make me laugh, Antoinette. I am leaving for Ruritania tomorrow. We may not meet again for a little while.
Well, you must admit it hardly seems fair. It appears to me that those who work hard always lose, whereas those who play hard...
Enough, Rose. You've convinced me.
I have?
Yes. I'm actually going to do something for once. Aren't you pleased?
I'm delighted if it's true.
I leave Paris tomorrow.
But why?
To see the world, let's put it like that.
And where are you going?
Call it Germany. I shall leave for Dresden tomorrow afternoon.
Are you serious?
Entirely. I must go out into the wide open spaces, Rose. I feel the call to action. Rose, my dear sister-in-law, don't look so desperately incredulous.
Tickets, please. Your ticket, if you please, sir.
Oh, yes, sorry. Here.
For Dresden. We reach Dresden in a half hour, sir.
Is my ticket for Dresden? How careless of the agency. I intend to go through to Zenda.
Ach, this verdammt Auslander. This is the second, believe me. A lady in the next carriage, too. Already I've written for her a ticket to Ruritania.
A lady?
Francis, French.
Ah, Madame de Mauban.
Bitte?
I was merely remarking that the coincidence was an odd one.
Die Name, bitte. What name, please?
Rassendil.
36 marks, please.
Zenda!
Madame, Zenda is the first town in Ruritania. We shall have to go through the customs. Let me help you with your luggage.
You're very kind.
You are getting out here?
No, I'm going through to Strelzau, to the capital, monsieur. Monsieur is traveling, perhaps, to see the coronation.
I am stopping tonight at the Golden Lion here. I understand that the castle of Zenda is very interesting, a fine old building in the medieval style. You know it, perhaps?
I am a stranger in Ruritania.
It belongs, I believe, to the Duke Michael.
Really?
Excuse me, madam. Sir, anything to declare?
Nothing, monsieur.
Gold coins, tobacco, jewelry, lace?
No.
And the gentleman... My God forgive us.
Well, get on with it, my old friend. Don't stand staring at me as if you'd seen a ghost.
A ghost? No.
Why are you staring at me?
Staring, my dear. I ask pardon. Anything to declare, sir?
Capital, capital. Your fellows play well, my dear.
Yes, Herr Rassendil. Sometimes Duke Michael himself comes to the Golden Lion just to listen to them.
Aye, God bless him. He should be where his brother is to sit.
Mother, you should not say that.
Why not? We know Duke Michael. He's always lived among us. But the king has been so much abroad that not 1 in 10 knows him by sight.
The king, sir, is now at the Duke's hunting lodge in the forest here. From here he goes to Strelzau to be crowned on Wednesday morning.
Aye, and I wish he would stay at his hunting. That and wine and one thing more are all he loves, they say.
Hush, Mother. For my part, I hate Black Michael. A red Elfberg for me. They say the king's hair is as red as a fox. As red as...
Go on, say it. Don't be afraid of hurting my feelings. As red as the Englishman who has come to see him crown, eh? But how comes the king here?
The Duke invited him, sir, to rest till Wednesday.
Then they're friends.
Aye, they love one another as men do who want the same place and the same wife.
What? The same wife, too?
All the world knows that Black Michael would give his soul to marry his cousin, the Princess Flavia. The politicians decree, though, that she shall marry the new king and reign in Ruritania. For my part, I should be sorry for Her Royal Highness if she were to be tied to Black Michael, for
Who
he's
talks about Black Michael in the Duke's own town?
Oh, you frighten me. Oh, come. Promise you will not tell on me, Johan.
We have company, Johan.
Good evening, sir. I had not expected to...
Great God.
Why are you staring at the gentleman, Johan?
Tell me, sir, do you know our new king?
I never saw him. I hope to do so on Wednesday. Why do you ask that?
It was, nothing. Nothing.
Tell me, do you think that if I were to walk tomorrow through the forest, I should see this king of yours at his hunting lodge?
It might happen.
Later, of course. I mean to go on to Strelzau.
If you walk by the lodge, you will hit the railway again at Hofbau. We can send your luggage by the train to be left at your hotel in Strelzau.
Excellent. Have me wakened early. Good night, ladies. May your dreams, Mr. Johan, be free of ghosts. Ghosts with red hair.
Good night, sir.
Next morning, following the advice of Rosa, I set out on my walk through the forest. That was the first time I had seen Duke Michael's castle, with its old medieval keep separated from the main part of the castle by a deep moat, which could only be crossed by a drawbridge. I continued towards the hunting lodge where the king was staying. The day was hot, the walk tiring, and at noon I sat down to rest against a fallen tree. I must have fallen asleep almost at once, and slept for some time, too, for the sun was already low in the sky when...
Oh, good shot, sir.
Not too bad.
Where did she fall?
Hard by that log.
Beyond that, I swear. What the deuce is this? Good heaven, Colonel, look.
Why, the devil sent it. Shave him and he'd be the king.
What on earth?
And he's the height, too.
You must pardon me, gentlemen, but I have been, asleep.
May I ask your name, sir?
As you have taken the first step in the acquaintance, perhaps you would give me the lead in the matter of names.
That's fair. This, sir, is Colonel Sepp.
Sir.
I am called Fritz von Tarlenheim.
Sir.
We are both in the service of the King of Ruritania. Sir.
And I am Rudolph Rassendyll, a traveller from England.
Rassendyll. The name... By heaven, you're one of the Burlestons.
My brother is Lord Burleston.
Thy head betrayeth thee. The red hair of the Elfbergs. Why, Fritz, you know the story.
Why, yes, I have heard.
Fritz! Where are you, man?
It's the king.
Watch his face, then, when he meets our traveller from England.
Sacked, Fritz, where the deuce? Colonel. Fritz. Who is this gentleman?
Your Majesty means...
Am I dreaming? Or is this wood of Michael's full of mirrors?
The hair, sire.
The face?
Damn it all, this is nonsense.
He's English, sire. A Rassendyll, brother to Lord Burleston. He was asleep here when Fritz and I ran across him. The likeness is amazing. He's either an Elfberg or the devil.
That my ancestor left his mark on England is very evident. Well met, cousin. You must forgive me if I was taken aback. A man does not often meet his double. Where are you travelling to? To Strelsau, sire. To the coronation. Fritz! Fritz, 1,000 crowns for a sight of Brother Michael's face when he sees a pair of us.
Seriously, I question Mr. Rassendyll's wisdom in visiting Strelsau just now.
You mean that there may be trouble enough without two kings in Strelsau?
He must not go.
I'll leave Ruritania tonight, sire. No, by thunder, you shan't, for you shall dine with me tonight, happen what will afterwards. Oh, by the way, Mr. Rassendyll, what name did they give you? Your Majesty's. Well, that shows they weren't ashamed of us, eh? Well, come then, Cousin Rudolph. I've no house of my own here, but my dear brother Michael lends us one of his, and we'll make shift to entertain you there. Funny. Deuced funny. You tell a good story, sir. Fill your glass, cousin. No half measures.
Remember tomorrow, sire.
Let tomorrow remember itself. Here's a toast. I give you Cousin Rudolph.
Cousin Rudolph.
And another, the Elfberg Red.
The Elfberg Red.
Joseph, another bottle.
Yes, sir.
Remember, you start 2 hours before I do, Master Fritz. You must be more sparing by 2 hours than I. 2 hours?
His Majesty means, Rassendyll, that the Colonel and I leave here at 6. We ride down to Zenda and return with the guard of honor to fetch the king at 8.
Hang that same guard.
Oh, it is very civil of our brother Duke Michael to ask that honor for his regiment. Come, cousin, you need not start early. I'd better stay hid till you are gone, then I'll return across the frontier to Germany. I wish it had been a longer meeting. Joseph, fill Mr. Rassendyll's glass. I've drunk enough, Joseph.
Sire?
I've drunk enough, Joseph. More than enough.
There is yet another bottle, sire. His Highness the Duke of Strelsau sent it, bidding me set this wine before the king when the king was weary of all other wines, and pray the king to drink for the love that he bears his brother.
Oh, but what a bottle. Well done, Black Michael. Out with the cork, Joseph. Hang him, did he think I'd flinch from his bottle? Oh, superb. Exquisite. Gentlemen, my friends, Rudolph, my cousin,
Everything is yours to the half of Ruritania, but ask me not for a single drop of this divine bottle, which I will drink to the health of that sly knave, my brother, Black Michael.
Rassendel! Oh, there's no waking the man, Fritz. We must try other means.
God, what the devil? Your joke goes too far.
That man, we've no time for quarreling. Nothing else would rouse you. It's 5 o'clock.
Rassendel, look here. My God, the king. Can't you waken him? We've spent half an hour trying. Well, let me feel his pulse. We must get a doctor.
But 1,000 doctors wouldn't get him to Strelsau today.
But the coronation.
Aye. The coronation. The whole nation there to meet him.
You must send word that he's ill.
Ill? They know his illness is too well. He's been ill before. Tell me, Rassendel, do you think the king was drugged?
I do.
And who drugged him, eh? Tell me that.
That damned hound Black Michael.
That he might not come to be crowned at all.
Why? Sooner or later, he'd be bound to find...
Do you imagine Michael has no other king in mind? Half Strelsau has another candidate, a drunken dog. But he's an Elfberg, and the son of his father. And may I rot in hell before Black Michael sits in his place. There's yet one chance. As a man grows old, he believes in fate. Fate sent you here. Fate sends you now to Strelsau.
My God, Colonel, it's impossible.
If the king cannot go to Strelsau today, then you must, Rassendel, and play his part for him. If one of you is not crowned by tonight, Michael will have roused his friends and had himself made king. It's a risk against a certainty. If you save, I'll wager you'll not be discovered.
But, Colonel, I can't. Well, how can I?
Are you afraid?
Sir?
Come, lad. There. But it's your life, you know. If you're discovered, I and mine and Fritz's here. If you don't go, I swear to you, Black Michael will sit tonight on the throne, and the king lie in prison or his grave.
But the king would never forgive him.
Are we women? Who cares for his forgiveness? We'll lock him in the cellar for today and bring you back tonight when he's recovered. Well, will you go?
Yes, I'll go. Bravo.
Good. Joseph! Joseph!
Your Honor!
Razors, Joseph!
Yeah.
Hot water, soap, on, hurry! You shall help us to make a king this morning. "5 minutes, lad, and we'll be in Strelsau. You know your part, all about the coronation procedure.
As well as I may.
You won't be expected to know too much. The king is notoriously lax about such matters.
What do you think Michael's escort did when they found us gone?
Nothing. The king's in the cellar, and Joseph has a loyal heart and a ready tongue. He'll have told them that His Majesty had a whim to go unescorted, and so rode with Fritz and myself to catch the train at Hofbau. There. Look from the window. Your capital, my liege. That fine spire is a cathedral where you're to be crowned. Your wrist, Rassendel. Let us feel how that pulse of yours goes. Little too quick.
Damn it all, man, I'm not made of stone.
You'll do. That uniform fits as though it had been made for you. But an hour early. We'll send word forward of your Majesty's arrival, for there'll be no one here to meet us yet. And meanwhile...
Meanwhile, the king will be hanged if he doesn't have some breakfast.
You're an Elfberg, every inch of you. God send we may be alive tonight.
Amen.
Strelsau, gentlemen. Have you any bag?
Don't stand and stare, man.
But sir, is the king?
Yes. Come sooner than we expected. His Majesty will take breakfast. Run and tell them.
God save His Majesty. God save King Rudolph V.
Not one of the excited crowd of onlookers and minor officials at the railway station had doubted that I was King Rudolph. And as I rode in state towards the cathedral through the newer part of the city, accompanied by Sapt, Fritz von Tarlenheim, and a squadron of the cuirassiers of the guard, the crowds cheered my passing.
There he goes. Oh, he wears his uniform well. Let me see, Aunt. Oh, you're taking the whole window.
He's the Elfberg colour, and he's a good figure of a man.
These stories they tell.
They say he's had as many loves as hairs on his head.
And what if he has? Time for that is over now. He's wedded to the state, poor fellow. God save the king! Hurrah! God save King Rudolph!
God save the king!
So much for New Strelsau, but when we were among the twisting, narrow streets of the old town, which was the heart and soul for Brother Michael, the reception was far from friendly.
There he goes, that drunken fool.
Where our Duke should be riding.
We need no red-headed womanizers in Ruritania.
Duke Michael is a man. He belongs to us. We know him.
He looks paler than usual.
You'd look pale if you lived as he does.
The pictures of him aren't handsome enough.
Give me a man with some stuffing in him, not a dressed-up rake.
But the greatest ordeal was yet to come. In the cathedral, I would be face to face with two people who knew the king well, Duke Michael and Princess Flavia.
His Majesty Rudolph the Fifth, King of Ruritania. Her Royal Highness, the Princess Flavia.
God save your Majesty.
His Highness, Duke Michael of Strelsau.
God save your Majesty.
Brother?
Violet! Violet! Violet!
He carries it well, Fritz. He didn't yield an inch to Black Michael. The Duke looks as though he'd seen a ghost.
And the princess, did you see her? When he kissed her on the cheek, she blushed like a rose. God, he's a lucky man. Or would be if he were fixed in the other's shoes.
Follow his example, lad. Only the devil's impudence could carry us through. And he has it.
Your Majesty looks somehow different today.
Different, Cousin Flavia?
More sober and sedate. You're almost careworn, and I declare you're thinner. Surely it's not possible that you've begun to take anything seriously.
Would that please you, Flavia?
You know my views.
Whatever pleases you, I try to do. I assure you, my dear cousin, that nothing in my life has affected me more than my reception today.
Did you notice Michael?
Yes, he wasn't enjoying himself.
Rudolph, I do implore you, you don't keep enough watch on him. You know...
I know that he wants what I've got, and perhaps also something which I haven't yet got, but hope to have someday.
Haven't you enough responsibilities on you for one day, cousin?
God, how beautiful she is. Did you see her this morning in the cathedral?
Never mind the woman. Are you ready to start? It's almost 8 and dark outside.
Sapt, you're quite heartless.
My dear good lad, you're quite damnably foolish. By 12 o'clock, you'll be no more than Rudolph Rassendyll again. Indeed, you'll be lucky if you're not the late Rudolph Rassendyll.
Your brother, Michael, has had a message from Zenda. He went into a room alone to read it, and came out looking like a man dazed. I wonder what he's found out.
Understand, Fritz. Rassendyll and I ride to the hunting lodge. By dawn, I shall return with His Majesty. Meanwhile, no one is to pass this door. You know your story.
The king has retired early. He is upset. No one is to see him until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
If the door of this room is open while we're away, you'll not be alive to tell us about it.
I need no schooling, Colonel.
We must go, Rassendyll. Wrap the cloak round you. Draw the cap down over your eyes. It must appear that my orderly rides with me tonight.
I'm ready, Colonel. Goodbye, Fritz.
Your hand, Rassendyll. We may not meet again.
Oh, damn your sentiment. Come along. We'll leave the horses here. The hunting lodge is a few yards to the left, among the trees.
Just as you like, Colonel.
Damn you, keep quiet.
Rattled, Colonel?
Shh. Listen. 2 horses. Not far away. Pull the horse into the brushwood. Put your cloak over the beast's head. This road goes on to the castle of Zenda, though they may be bound for the lodge.
Which way? The lodge?
The Duke Michael.
It could be a trap. Better ride straight on to the castle. We'll learn there what really has happened. To Zenda, then, Deschard.
Aye, it was Michael, all right. The temptation to use my pistol was considerable. He's come out from Strelsau to discover what went wrong.
What does he expect to hear at Zenda?
God knows. I only hope that Joseph has sense enough to... But come along, man. To the lodge. Let's see for ourselves. Ratsendil. The lodge door is open.
And where's Joseph?
Damn Joseph. Is the king safe? Joseph has the key of the cellar. The cellar's still locked, God be thanked. Joseph? Joseph? Joseph!
There's something wrong. There's blood on the floor.
Oh, my God. The king. The king.
Give me your pistol. Quick, man. I'll blow in the lock. Now, keep clear. Let me strike a light.
Who's that? Lying there by the wine bin.
It's not the king.
Turn him over.
Good God.
What? Who?
It's Joseph. His throat's cut from ear to ear.
The king. My God, the king.
The king is not here.
Michael's escort can't have believed Joseph's story of the king's fancy to ride alone. They must have taken him to the castle at Zenda.
Do you realize that he may be murdered while we sit here? We must get back and rouse every soldier in Strelsau.
That's no plan. Before we could force Zenda, the king would be dead. You don't know Michael.
Then what the devil?
By Jove, we've shaken him, though. And we'll shake him more. Aye, lad, we'll go back to Strelsau. The king shall be in his capital again tomorrow.
The king?
Aye. The crowned king.
You're mad.
Lad, if you play the man, you may save the king yet. Go back and keep his throne warm for him.
But the Duke knows the villains he is employing.
Aye, but they can't speak. We've got them there. This is not the king, because we kidnapped the king and murdered his servant. Can they say that?
But I'm bound to be discovered.
Perhaps, but every hour is something.
Suppose they kill him.
Then, by heavens, you're as good an Elfberg as Black Michael, and you shall reign in Ruritania. Well,
I'll try it.
I knew you would. Come then to Strelsau. We shall be caught like rats in a trap if we stay here.
But I'll not go before poor Joseph is buried.
Yes, you will.
Not I, Colonel Sapt.
You fool. Look, over there, by the edge of the wood.
4 men on horseback and the rest walking. What are they carrying?
Spades and mattocks. Michael has sent a party from Zenda to remove the evidence. They'll save you the trouble of burying Joseph.
Colonel, we ought to strike a blow for him.
You'd like to give him some company, eh? But it's too risky work, Your Majesty.
I must have a slap at them. Surely you can see that.
Well, I suppose if we come to grief, why, hang me, it'll save us a lot of thinking.
Now then, face him out!
Revolver ready?
No, steel for me.
So be it. Now! At them!
My God, it's the king! Back to the horses!
A hit, a hit! Damnation.
You're hit.
The bullet grazed my finger, that's all I think.
That was 1 to me, and 2 to you with any decent luck. Little Joseph will have company after all. I wonder if they noticed you.
The big fellow did. As I stuck him, I heard him cry, "The king."
Good, good. Oh, we'll give Black Michael some work before we've done. And now, all speed for Strelsau!
So it was that Sapt and I escaped from the hunting lodge with nothing but my wounded hand to pay for it. In accordance with the colonel's plan, I continued to play the king in Strelsau, where my deception remained undetected. Only Duke Michael and his party knew the truth, that there were 2 kings. And as Sapt had pointed out, they could not speak without revealing that it was they who had the real king in their keeping. Though they might try to kill me, they would never betray me publicly. We suspected that the king was prisoner in the castle of Zenda, guarded by half of Michael's notorious bodyguard, known in Ruritania as the Six. Of those 6 officers, all rogues and blackguards, half were foreigners, half Ruritanians. While the Ruritanians remained at Zenda with their prisoner, the foreigners, a Belgian, a Frenchman, and a renegade Englishman, were in Strelsau itself, which meant that at any day, at any hour, I might get a shot in the back. But there was a lighter side. Though Sapt smiled and shook his head, I went on occasions to see my beloved cousin, the Princess Flavia.
His Majesty the King, Colonel Sapt, Lieutenant von Tarlenheim.
Your Majesty.
Is my cousin receiving, Countess?
I will tell the Princess that Your Majesty is waiting.
Thank you.
A good-looking girl, the Countess Helga. Hey, Fritz.
Devilish good-looking.
And you're a devilish poor actor, man.
Is that where his heart lies? Congratulations, Fritz.
We're wasting enough time on love affairs as it is. How's your hand?
A trifle stiff, that's all. But it's useful, as I can't write with it, and signatures might be difficult.
Her Royal Highness will receive Your Majesty.
Thank you.
Fritz and I will wait here for you.
Good.
You won't be unwilling to keep us company, eh, Countess?
Of course not.
I suppose I should take a turn in the picture gallery and leave you to your lovemaking.
You are gaining golden laurels, Rudolph. You're like the prince in Shakespeare who was transformed by becoming a king. But I am forgetting you are king, sire. Perhaps I should not say such things.
I ask you to speak nothing but what your heart tells you, and call me nothing but my name.
Then I'm glad and proud, Rudolph. Why, as I told you, even your face is changed.
To have pleased you is my reward, but I have much to live down, whereas brother Michael... I believe he's here in Strelsau, isn't he?
Yes, he is here.
And you're glad?
I didn't say I was glad.
Some people say so for you. They say that you favor...
There are many insolent people.
Possibly you mean that I am one.
Oh, Your Majesty, could not be. Unless, that is...
Well, unless what?
Unless you tell me that I mind a snap of my fingers where the Duke of Strelsau is.
You don't care where cousin Michael...
I call him the Duke of Strelsau.
You call him Michael when you meet him?
By the orders of your father.
We must all be pleasant to our dear Michael.
Your Highness.
Well, Helga?
His Highness the Duke of Strelsau begs leave to present 3 of his gentlemen.
Tell the Duke that I am with His Majesty. He must wait.
I will, madam.
Are you wise to make him angry?
How am I making him angry?
By keeping him waiting.
How funny you are. He could not expect to be received while you were with me.
An excellent etiquette, but I'd clean forgotten it. I never could remember all these silly rules. Let us have my dear brother in and see how he finds himself.
Rudolph.
Yes?
Rudolph, be careful, won't you?
Of what?
You know I can't say, but think what your life is to...
Well, to
Ruritania.
Only to Ruritania?
To your friends, too.
Friends?
And to your cousin and loving servant.
Thank you. And now for Michael. Come in, brother. If I had known you were here, you should not have waited a moment before I asked the princess to permit me to bring you to her.
Your Majesty? Princess?
Sire, may I present 3 friends of mine, de Gote, Bersanin, and Dechar. They are the loyalist and most devoted of your Majesty's servants.
I am pleased to meet you, gentlemen.
Your Majesty.
Oh, your hand is hurt, sire. How did that happen?
I was playing a game with a mongrel dog. And such, you know, brother, have uncertain tempers.
But There is danger from the bite, Rudolph.
None from that, cousin. If I gave him a chance to bite deeper, it would be different.
But surely he has been destroyed.
Not yet. We're waiting to see if his bite be harmful. And if it is, he'll be knocked on the head, brother.
He might bite again.
Doubtless he'll try.
Here's a letter for you, sire. A woman's hand, I think.
Thank you.
But I've some news for you first.
Well?
The king is at the castle of Zenda.
Well, how do you know?
Because the other half of Michael's six are there. Lauengram, Krafstein, and young Rupert Hentzau. 3 rogues. And the greatest of these is Hentzau.
I'll go to Zenda.
You're mad.
Someday.
Ah. Perhaps. You'll very likely stay there for good if you do.
That may be, my friend.
What is in the letter, sire?
Listen to this. If the king desires to know what
it deeply concerns the king to know, let him do as the letter bids him. At the end of the new avenue there stands a house in large grounds. A wall encloses the garden. There is a gate in the wall at the back. At 12 o'clock tonight, if the king enters alone by that gate, turns to the right and walks 20 paces, he will find a summer house approached by a flight of 8 steps. If he mounts and enters, he will find someone who will tell him what touches most dearly his life and his throne. He must be alone. If he neglects the invitation, his life will be in danger. Let him show this to no one,
or he will ruin a woman who loves him. Black Michael does not pardon.
No, but he can dictate a very pretty letter.
Wait a moment. If you hesitate, consult Colonel Sapt.
The devil! Does she take me for a greater fool than you?
Ask him what woman would do most to prevent the Duke from marrying his cousin, and therefore most to prevent him becoming king. And ask if her name begins with A. Antoinette de Maubon, by heaven.
Michael wrote it, though.
Perhaps, but I mean to know for certain. I shall go, Sapt.
Don't be a fool, man. She's Michael's creature. She came with you on the train. She knows the whole story better even than he.
Sapt, I believe in that woman, and I shall go.
I don't believe in any woman, and you shan't go.
I go either to the summer house or back to England. We're playing against time. Sapt, we must play high. We must force the game.
So be it.
I'll go to this summer house at midnight.
Who's there? Shut the door quickly.
Madame.
Oh, don't talk. We've no time. Listen. I know you miss Sir Rassendyll. I wrote that letter at the Duke's orders.
So I thought.
In a few moments, 3 men will be here to kill you. When you're killed, your body will be taken to a low quarter of the town and left lying there. It will be found. Michael will arrest all your friends and proclaim a state of siege in Strelzow. A messenger will go to Zenda, and the other 3 at the castle will murder the king.
A pretty plot. But why, madame, do you?
I love Michael of Strelzow. Do you understand? He is ambitious. He wishes to marry the princess. I would risk even this to make certain that he never belongs to her. Listen, Monsieur Rassendyll. Never by night or day are you safe. Always the 3 follow you. Your life is not worth a moment if they find you alone. Remember that. And for God's sake, take care. Now go. Past the summer house 100 yards along the wall, you will find a ladder. Get over and fly for your life.
And you?
Please go at once.
Au revoir, then, madame. You have served the king well tonight. Where is he in the castle?
Across the drawbridge you come to a heavy door. Beyond that lies... Hark, what's this? They're coming. They're too soon.
They seem to me to be in the nick of time.
Put your pistol back. You may perhaps kill one of them. But what then?
One would be something.
Mr. Rassendyll.
Shh.
We want to talk to you. Are you promised not to shoot till we've done?
Have I the pleasure of addressing Captain Detchar?
Never mind names.
Then let mine alone.
All right, sire. I've an offer for you.
Let's hear it then, Detchar.
A safe conduct to the frontier. And £50,000 English.
No, they are treacherous.
50,000, eh? That seems handsome. Give me a moment to consider, huh?
What are you going to do?
Stand close to the wall, out of line of fire from the door.
And you?
Just behind me is a little iron tea table. It will make a most adequate shield and battering ram when the moment comes. There. Now keep back. Gentlemen, I accept your offer. If you will open the door.
Open it yourself.
I can't open it. The latch is caught.
And then I'll open it.
Take care.
Nonsense, Bastille, and why not? You're afraid of one man? There.
We shall... Stand back and look out!
Damn him! We shall meet again, madame.
He's gone over the wall. How do you tell this to Michael? Take your eyes from the man for a moment and listen. Michael and the three have left for the castle at Zenda. After their failure at the summer house, they may have gone to murder the king.
I thought I might at least have hit one of them.
Deckard has his arm in a sling.
Good.
Antoinette de Maubon has left for Dresden, but that's nothing. For the German express stops at Zenda. It's 10 to 1 she'll alight there and join her lord and master.
Then in God's name, Sapt, why are we wasting our time at this dance? We should be after them.
Patience. This ball was arranged for a reason. The state of feeling in the city is not satisfactory. The people of all parties love the princess. The king is much criticized for taking no steps about his marriage. I caused the announcement that His Majesty gives a ball tonight in honor of the princess to be widely known. The effect is good. Well, what now? You must follow it up. You better propose to her tonight.
What?
At any rate, go near it. That'll be something to give to the papers and keep the gossips quiet.
Damn your cold-blooded intrigues. I utterly refuse to take part in making a fool of the princess.
All right, lad. All right. I mustn't press you too hard. Just be nice to her. Soothe her down a bit. What do you know? The dance is over. Now is your chance. You promised the next to Her Highness. I'm for a stroll in the garden.
But Sapt. Oh, my God.
Thank you, Marshal.
Such a dance for an old man. It's too great an honor, madame.
Good evening, Marshal Strachan.
Good evening, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Marshal. The next waltz is ours, Rudolph.
Could I forget that, Flavia?
Or shall we not dance, but sit out on the terrace where it's cool?
That, of course.
Is anything wrong, Rudolph?
Wrong?
You seem so thoughtful.
Thoughtful, yes.
The cares of state?
More personal problems, Flavia.
Your counsellors worry you. They forget you've been away so long from Ruritania that such great responsibility is new and strange.
You mean because a waster has come home to be king?
Oh, you are unkind. Such a thought never came into my head. In everything, I am Your Majesty's loving servant.
My loving servant, Flavia. If I were not Rudolph V, but just a private gentleman.
Oh, don't we all indulge in such dreaming? We aren't so taken with our rank and dignity, are we, that we never think, oh, if only.
What do you mean?
How can I tell you?
You must.
That if you were just a private gentleman...
Yes?
I should still be your loving servant.
Flavia, my darling. And I yours.
Is it true?
Yes.
Or is it only because you must say this?
It's true. True that I love you. I love you more than life, or truth, or honor.
Oh, if you were not the king, then I could show you how I love you. How is it that I love you now, Rudolph?
Now? Not before I came to be crowned?
No. Never before. You must be careful, Rudolph. Michael will be more desperate than ever now.
Michael? Oh, if Michael were the worst.
What worse is there? You frighten me.
If I were not the king, if I were... Darling, there's something I must tell you. Flavia, I am not what you think. I am not... Colonel Sapt.
1,000 pardons, sire. But His Eminence the Cardinal has waited this quarter of an hour to offer his respectful adieus to Your Majesty.
We must not keep His Eminence waiting.
Colonel Sapt, you will watch over His Majesty night and day to see that he meets with no harm.
In joy or sorrow, in good times or bad, God save Your Royal Highness. But before all comes the King. God save the King.
Amen. Amen.
I go to Zenda tonight. Nor you nor the devil shall stop me, Sapt.
I realize that. So I've arranged for us to stay at the Tarlenheim Chateau. It belongs to Fritz's uncle, a loyal gentleman, who gladly lends it to us. The chateau is within a short ride of Michael's castle at Zenda. It will serve as our headquarters. Tell me, sire, why is it that today you're so anxious to leave Strelsau, whereas last night, when I found you at the ball with the princess...
Last night I nearly told her everything, Sapt. I can't deceive her. I love her far too much for that. That's why I'm going tonight.
She'll love you whether you're king or commoner. That should be enough.
One day he'll be back in his place, and what then?
Let tomorrow take care of itself. You're so deuced pleased that she loves you for yourself alone.
And isn't that something, damn you?
It's a difficult business. You're better away from here. The news is known. His Majesty goes hunting for a few days. What have you told her?
That I go hunting, and that the quarry is Michael.
What?
Well, I had to tell her some of the truth. She dislikes Michael enough not to demand to know more. As it is, she trusts me, but is afraid for me.
I dare venture she is.
Sapt, don't you understand that when you love a woman, such a trick as this is...
I do, lad. But you'll win through someday. Somehow.
The cuirassier of the guard rode out to Zenda, where Fritz's uncle, old Count Tarlenheim, had lent us his country house, which stood across the valley within full view of Black Michael's castle, and the evil, crumbling keep, which could only be reached by a drawbridge. We went on pretext of boar hunting, though our true plan was to keep a close watch on the castle and see how best to effect the rescue of the king from the keep. Our first move was to find out what was going on at the castle. Recalling my first night in Ruritania and the love affair between Rosa, daughter of old Mother Holf of the Golden Lion, and Johan, the Duke's huntsman, we made a plan to capture Johan when he came down from the castle for an evening's flirtation. However, we were interrupted in our deliberations when one of the servants knocked at the door.
Your Majesty, Captain Rupert Hentzau has come from the castle for a private word with His Majesty.
The deuce he has. Let me have a private word with the young devil.
Now take care, Sapt. Of all the handsome, reckless, treacherous sons of Satan...
Leave us alone together. I may learn something.
As you will. But I'll be close at hand.
Captain Hentzau, sir.
Good morning, sire. I trust your Majesty is in good health.
In excellent health, sir.
Nerves strong.
Never stronger.
Look here, Rassendyll.
Captain Hentzau, if you do not know how to address the king, my brother must find another messenger.
Oh, must we keep up this farce?
Yes, as it is not finished yet. And meanwhile, I'll choose my own name. What's your message?
The Duke offers you more than I would. A halter for you, sire, was my suggestion. But he offers you safe conduct across the frontier and 1,000,000 crowns.
I prefer your offer if I'm bound to one.
You refuse?
Of course.
I told Michael you would. Michael doesn't understand a gentleman.
And you?
Oh, I do. Well, well. The halter be it.
I'm sorry you won't live to see it.
Ah, has His Majesty done me the honour to fasten a particular quarrel on me?
His Majesty has. Tell me, how is your prisoner?
The king?
I said your prisoner.
I forgot your wishes, sir. Well, he's alive. And the pretty princess? Faith, I wager the next Elfberg will be red enough, for all that Black Michael will be called his father.
You insolent young swine, go while your skin is still whole.
Rassendyll, I admire your spirit. You refuse to listen to my master's proposal? Hear one from me. Attack the castle boldly. Let Sapt and Tarlenheim lead.
You inspire me with confidence, my lord.
Arrange the time with me. Sapt and Fritz will fall. Black Michael will fall. We'll see to that.
Go on.
He'll fall like the dog he is. The prisoner, as you call him, will go the way Michael has arranged for him. 2 men will be left. I, Rupert Hentzau, and you, King of Ruritania. Isn't that a hand to play? A throne and your princess? And for me, say, a competence and your Majesty's gratitude.
Surely, while you're above ground, hell lacks its master. Get out of my reach, Hentzau, or I...
So you refuse that, too? Oh, you're in a difficult mood, Your Majesty. Oh, I'll go, never fear, but Before I go, let us shake hands.
Sat! He stabbed me! Hensau has...
I lay unconscious for many hours. When I awoke, Fritz told me Hensau had escaped, but that Johan the keeper had fallen into the snare we had set for him.
Go on, Johan, and speak plainly. Be brief, for Mr. Rassendyll is indisposed. This is not overtiring you, Rassendyll.
No, I won't have you acting nursemaid to me, sir.
If Hensau had not been in such a hurry, I'd have been acting undertaker. Go on, Johan. Don't be afraid. No one will hurt you.
Promise, sire, that you won't let them know.
Go on. We'll not betray you.
In the old keep, there are 2 rooms just beyond the drawbridge. A staircase leads down to them, for they are below ground, cut out of the rock. In the first room, 3 of Duke Michael's 6 gentlemen are always on guard. The orders are that if there's any chance of the bridge being forced, one of them shall leave the 2 others to hold the door, while he goes into the inner room and kills the king.
So, that's where he is. Is he well?
Aye, he's well enough. Though they have his arms fastened with fine steel chains.
Alive or dead, he's evidence against them.
Duke Michael's thought of that. While the 2 hold the outer door, the one who's killed the king unlocks the bars of the window. The window gives no light. It's blocked by the end of a great earthenware pipe which leads down to the moat, coming to an end immediately below the surface of the water. The king being dead, the murderer ties a heavy weight to his body, raises it by a pulley, Captain Detchard has provided that, till it's level with the mouth of the pipe. Then he inserts the feet in the mouth of the pipe and pushes the body down.
This rules out direct attack. Yes. Once they know we're coming, they'll kill him and take their chance. We must think of a plan for spiriting him away before they have time to do anything. In the meantime, Fritz, take Johan away and have him closely guarded.
No, good. No, if the fellow is missing, they'll smell a rat and may kill the king out of panic. No, he must go back. Now, do you hear that, Johan?
Yes, sir.
We'll trust you to go back to the castle and keep your mouth shut.
Sir.
You'd be wise to keep it so, my friend. If ever this gentlemanly little murder is committed, there'll as like as not be a journey down the pipe for some of the witnesses.
Our plan was laid. Fritz and I would swim the moat separating Black Michael's castle from the island fortress in which the king was imprisoned and take a look at the pipe. But even the most carefully laid plan can be endangered by the unexpected. That night I received a visit from someone who was no longer a stranger to me.
Rudolph, you gave us a sad fright at Strelsau. It was difficult to get news. All we could learn was that you had been hurt in a shooting accident. I had to come at once.
It wasn't a very serious accident, my dearest. Why, I'm almost fit again.
But why wouldn't you let the court surgeon come out here to you? Why must this be kept so secret? I'm beginning to believe that you don't care enough for your life, Rudolph, nor for me.
Look into my eyes, my princess, and tell me you still believe that.
Oh, Rudolph.
Flavia. It's late. You must go to bed. You must be tired after your journey.
I see. Anxious to be rid of me.
Of course not. I am still not very strong, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have thought her. Till tomorrow.
Till tomorrow, Flavia.
And you'll promise, Rudolph, to take care of yourself. Your Majesty's health is of very deep concern to his loyal subject.
I promise.
Sat. Sir.
Are the horses ready?
Aye. But you better not go to the castle tonight. You're scarcely out of bed yet. And certainly in no shape for swimming.
I'm going, and I'm going tonight.
The water's devilish cold for a bathing party.
I wish you'd stayed with Sapt on the bank, Fritz. Damn.
What is it?
Boat. Right by the pipe.
Someone's in it.
Sentry. Come on. He must be disposed of. He's asleep.
If he wakes up, he'll see us on the ledge by the pipe. I hate the idea of Rassendyll in cold blood. We've got to put him out of the way.
We must. It's war, and the king's life's at stake. When I give the word... Now! A dirty business, but we can't afford to be spotted now. We'll drag the boat under the wall. Now, here's the pipe, and that must be the king's cell. There seem to be rejoicings on shore. Can you get onto the ledge? I'll try. That's all right. I'll give me your hand.
You've had enough of my society. I will leave you to rest. But I must fasten the little ornaments first. Have you anything to ask, sire, before we part?
Captain Detchard, pray my brother to kill me. I am dying by inches.
The Duke does not desire your death, sire. Yet. When he does, behold your path to heaven. The pipe which leads to glory and the grave.
I can expect no mercy from you. If your orders allow you, pray leave me.
May you dream of paradise, sire.
Did you hear that?
I heard.
Did we speak to the king?
Too dangerous.
You say true, sir.
There's someone crossing the drawbridge.
It's Detchard. Now keep close to the wall. He's looking this way.
Sentry! Where the devil are you, man? Sentry! Henshaw! Hello, Henshaw!
What is it, Detchard?
Henshaw.
Is that you, Henshaw? Well, there's something wrong here. No sentry in the boat's gone.
The devil it has! France, my horse!
Damn! I'd hoped for better luck.
You there, Detchard? Where are you, man? Still it's dark out of the moonlight.
Here I am. Look, there's no answer from Max. I shouted to him and the boat's disappeared too.
You don't think... No, it's not possible. Sapt and his men are all in bed at Tallenheim. We better look, though. Hi! Crouch side! Down, Grant! Turn out the guard! Hey! Over the drawbridge and find out what the deuce has happened to that sentry! Come on, Detchard. Out over the bank so that we can get a view from the moat. The devil, it's dark!
We must get the body back to the bank. Right now, carefully. That's it. Now, whistle for Sapt. That's Sapt and the others firing at Henshaw. Come on, Fritz! Stop there!
Hello, Rassendyll. Well, play actor, and what are you up to? Why, you're all wet. Don't say they pushed you into the moat.
Get off your horse and fight like a man.
The odds are too considerable. We'll meet again, play actor. Till then, adieu.
Rassendyll, where are you? Here, Fritz, here. Rupert's escaped. God, if I'd only a pistol! Never fear. Rupert Henshaw and I will meet again. There's nothing more we can do here. Come, let's find Sapt and head for home. We did not expect to see you again so soon, Johan. What made you decide to risk calling on us?
I bring a note for you, sir. From Madame de Mauban.
From Antoinette?
And the king, how is he? They have not harmed him after last night's encounter with Michael's men.
Not yet. But if you do not free the king at once, he is a dead man. His health is failing. They've had a doctor out from Strelsau.
Aye, we know that. I had hoped it was for that black-hearted young devil Henshaw.
He was not touched in the fight last night. He swears a great deal against Mr. Rassendyll and guards the king even closer. And that is when he's not in Madame de Mauban's apartments.
So he has his eye on Michael's lady.
Listen to this, Sapt. Johan carries this for me. Remember, I tried to help you once. In the name of God, and if you are a man, help me now. Rescue me from this den of murderers. Tell me, Johan, where does Madame de Mauban sleep?
Her apartments are in the new part of the castle.
And the Duke's?
Immediately opposite hers.
And the king is imprisoned on the island connected by a drawbridge to the castle.
How is his majesty guarded now?
Detchard and Burson in by day, Gautier and Henshaw by night. They sit in the outer room. The other two are in the guard room above, ready at the sound of a shout or a whistle.
And where do you sleep?
In the entrance hall of the castle.
Good. Pen and paper, please, Sapt.
Here.
Now, Johan, you must get back there.
I'd rather stay here.
Afraid?
Yes, afraid.
Would 50,000 crowns overcome your tremors?
50,000 crowns?
All you need do to earn them is this. Exactly at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, fling open the front door of the castle.
Should you be there, sir?
Ask no questions, do what I tell you.
And, may I escape, sir, by the door when I have opened it?
Yes, as quick as your legs will carry you. Oh, and one thing more. Take this note to Madame de Mauban. It's in French, so it's no use your trying to read it. And charge her, for the sake of all our lives, not to fail in what it orders.
Yes, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
What's the plan?
Fritz and I will repeat our swimming expedition of last night. You, Sapt, and all our men from here will wait by the main door of the castle until Johan opens it. Then rush the servants. I've told Antoinette that when she hears you in the hall below, she is to let out a cry for help, coupled with the name of Rupert Hentzau. That should bring Michael out of his rooms, and you'll be able to tackle him. I'm hoping that on hearing the noise, Detchard, at least, who's loyal to Michael, will be for getting across from the island to his rescue. To do that, he must lower the drawbridge.
Well done.
Once the bridge is down, it's up to you to hold it. Fritz and I will be at the island to watch over the king and deal with anyone who tries to raise the bridge again.
We'll need the devil's luck. And if we fail...
We must not fail. It was a risk that we were taking, but we had to strike now, before Michael had time to act. Perhaps I might die. Perhaps I might succeed, and by succeeding lose the woman who was growing to mean more and more to me. As Flavia had insisted on staying near me in the chateau, I went to see her.
Come in. Oh, Your Majesty.
I wish a word with the princess, Countess Helga.
She is about to retire.
Only to bid her good night.
I will tell her, Your Majesty. It is the king, madam.
Rudolph, so late.
Flavia, I had to come.
Oh, my dear.
They're keeping me late at work, papers of state.
I'm glad you've come. I've been worrying about you. I have something for you.
For me?
Yes. This ring, Rudolph, to keep you safe. It's very simple, my darling, and they'll make me give you a more splendid one when we are betrothed, but till then...
I want no other. This ring will hold me to you forever. But you must have one from me. I have none but this gold signet. Will you wear that?
This motto. Nil quae feci. Where did you get that?
It came from England, I believe. It is the motto of an English family. Promise me that you will wear that ring, even though you wear another when you are queen.
Whatever else I wear, this I will wear till I die, and after.
Good night.
Good night, Rudolph. Until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Yes. What's the time, Fritz?
Close on 1 o'clock. An hour yet before Johan opens the door and we swim the moat.
It's devilish cold here.
Devilish.
This may be the last word I have with you, Fritz. By tomorrow morning, I must either be dead or across the frontier.
For my part, Rassendil, it's harder to say which alternative is the more damnable.
Thank you, Fritz.
I'm so terribly sorry, the princess.
I came into this affair with my eyes open.
But this complication, we none of us foresaw it.
I wouldn't willingly have missed it, my friend. To have known the finest lady in the world, to have been loved by her.
And she...
Shh. There's a light over the other side of the castle.
It's in Madame de Maupon's room. She's opening her window. Who's that laughing?
She's not alone. There's someone behind her in the window.
It's Enzo. What's he saying?
I wish I knew.
I'd rather throw myself out of this window.
A little melodramatic, don't you think? Come, Antoinette. What the devil do you see in Michael?
If I told him what you say, Count Rupert...
No, don't move away. Come here. That's better. You know Michael is mad about the princess. He talks of nothing but cutting the play actor's throat and having her for himself. And if I do it for him, what do you think he's promised me?
I don't believe you.
But there, I detest waiting. And so, in the meantime, Antoinette, a few kisses on account.
Michael?
What are you doing here?
Apologizing for your absence, sire.
I've warned you before. Presume you have no wish to swim to your bed?
None at all, sire. Good night, Antoinette.
Look, Fritz. There goes Rupert across the drawbridge on his way back to the island. Keep quiet. He mustn't suspect anything.
Goethe, unless you want a bath before your bed, come on. What's the time? 1:15. Better hurry or they'll be taking the bridge up. Bring the bottle with you. Hello? Hello? Is that you, Preston?
We're drawbridge, Hentzau. We're taking her up.
A moment, man. Come on, De Goethe. Back to our bachelor quarters.
There goes the bridge, and Oh, we've another hour to wait. Let's have a go at your flask.
Supposing Johan does not keep his word.
Supposing 1,000 accidents happen. Come on, Fritz, the flask. One drink before we swim the moat. Here's the pipe. My God, the water seemed even colder tonight than before. Anything left in the flask, Fritz?
Shh. There's someone above.
Can you see him?
In a moment, when he gets into the moon. It's Rupert.
Well?
In his shirt sleeves with the drawn sword. What in heaven's name is he up to? He's swimming across.
The devil he is. It seems there are other plots than ours afoot tonight. Has he reached the bank yet?
Yes. Yes, he's pulling himself out of the water. Is it time?
Almost. We'll make a move soon. Over to the steps by the drawbridge. Any sign of Hensau?
No. He seems to have gone into the castle.
Right. Now, quietly, we don't want to alarm them, or they might... Shh! Antoinette! The light's gone out in her room.
Did you tell her 2 o'clock? She's 10 minutes at least too soon.
Don't you see, man? This is genuine. Hensau really has gone into her room. That's why he swam across. If only Sapt and his men are ready. Now, come on! Come on! Over there! In the corner, in the shadow. Anyone who tries to cross the drawbridge can reckon with us.
Right. Right. Well, Michael, this is your day of reckoning.
Oh, help!
God's name, what's the matter? Hensau, I'll kill you for this!
I did not think you cared so deeply about what happened to the lady. Or is it merely pride of possession?
My lord, what is it?
Ah, the faithful Johan. Excuse me, my lord.
Get help, help!
I think not.
Help!
Black Michael, Duke of Strelsau.
Help!
Your
Help!
Highness?
Yes!
He's killed him. The Duke is dead.
This, I think, is where I take my leave.
Look, Bressenden. Madame de Maubon's room. Rupert's in the window. He's jumping.
What the devil's all this row? Who's fighting?
The goatee. Let him lower the drawbridge and then attack.
No! Now go on, search him. The keys. See if he's got the keys to the king's cell.
Can't find him.
Damnation. Listen, Deschards and Bursinen, they're coming. Behind this door. Devil can it be?
We better kill the king and have done with it.
No, wait! There'll be trouble if we strike too soon. See what the goatee says. Now, Fritz, now!
Rassendal! Get inside, Deschards. Kill the king, kill the king! I'll hold them off.
Will you, my friend?
Not too late, Rassendal. You'll find nothing.
Leave him to me.
Oh, Rassendal, I'm hurt. Then that's something more I owe you, Berthinin. There! Fritz, are you badly hurt?
Not too bad. Only my shoulder.
The king! Cover my back if you can. Make sure no one crosses the drawbridge. Deschards in with the king.
I'll do my best.
Deschards. It's Cousin Rudolph. Come on. I'll help you, cousin.
At last, Rassendal.
At last, my dear fellow countryman, renegade Englishman, keep away from the king.
I think I am a little stronger than you, my friend. Now, where shall I make the first hit?
It is a matter of unconcern.
Hit! Damnation. Now, both of you are to go down the pipe. The king first, I think.
Come on, sire. Join in the fun. Drive that chair against his legs. My God, Deschards, if you turn your sword on him... God, you killed him.
One Elfberg the less.
And one English renegade. Your Majesty, answer me. Oh, don't say he's dead.
Hensau! He's crossing the drawbridge. He'll be here in a second.
In here, Fritz. See to the king. He's hurt. Leave me to deal with Hensel.
Take care, Resender. Rudolph, you're hurt too.
Badly, maybe. But I have a debt to settle with the last of the famous six. Stay with the king.
Well, Rupert Hensel.
Why, it's the play actor. How came you here, man?
I had the pleasure of killing 3 of your friends.
What, you got to the king's cell?
Yes.
And the king?
Hurt by Dechard, but I pray that he lives.
You fool. How about our princess, if he does?
I'll thank you not to make use of her name. If Dechard had not wounded me, you would not be alive now, Rupert.
Let me tell you, Rassendyll, before I kill you, that I shall be devilish sorry to do so. You have qualities that I admire.
Damn your impertinence.
You've dropped your sword.
Then now's your chance.
The dulcet tones of Colonel Sapt.
Help! Sapt! Rupert Hensel!
But first you, I think, play actor.
Missed him! Damnation!
That was poor shooting, Fritz. I'm sorry that I can't stay to give you a lesson, but the odds are becoming too great. Good night, Fritz, and God bless you. Remember me to Sapt. Au revoir, Rudolph Rassendyll.
Rassendyll! Why the devil doesn't he answer? Rassendyll!
Fritz?
Oh, see, Sepp, he's speaking. Oh, thank God.
Fritz?
My dear friend. Dear friend.
Is the king alive?
Thanks to the most gallant gentleman in the world, the king is alive.
Thank God. Sapt?
Aye.
Where am I?
In the thicket beside the avenue. We brought you over from the castle in case...
In case what?
Well... Oh, damnation, lad. It's hard to put words to it.
You mean in case anyone should see me? Well, my game is played. And there is only one king in Zenda. And I must go.
I would it were otherwise.
What's this?
A carriage. They've seen us, whoever they are. Go forward, Fritz, and head them back.
Count von Tarlenheim, what are you doing here? They told me that the king lay wounded at the castle.
So he does.
Is his wound grave?
Not so grave that it will not soon be healed, madame.
But why are you not attending on him?
We are here on other business.
Who is that behind you? Will you let me pass? Great heavens, it is the king. Oh, Rudolph, are you badly hurt? Tell me, gentlemen, wherein lay the wit of the joke that you played on me? Oh, my darling.
Madam, it is not the king.
He is the king. It is the king's face, the king's ring, my ring. It is my love.
Your love, madam, but not the king. The king is there in the castle. This gentleman here...
Look at me, Rudolph. Look at me. Why do you let them torment me? Tell me what it means.
God forgive me, madam. I am not the king.
Excuse me, Your Majesty. You must not stay long, Rassendyll. The doctors forbid.
Well, cousin Rudolph. Here is your ring, sire. I have tried not to dishonor it. Let me go. My work here is done. Yes, it is done, as no man but you could have done it. Cousin, you have shown me how to play the king. Sire, I can take no praise from you. It is by the narrowest grace of God that I was not a worse traitor than your brother. I don't understand you.
Your Majesty is tired. It would be better...
Yes. Farewell, cousin Rudolph. And God protect you. Sapt, I must be gone today.
Yes.
By the first train across the frontier.
It goes at 8, in 2 hours. But are you fit to travel?
I can't stay here. I can't see her.
But you must. She has asked to see you before you leave us. You can't play the coward over that.
Flavia.
Oh, you mustn't bow to me. You're hurt. Sit down here. Oh, how hot your head is.
I came to beg your forgiveness for my presumption. But now... Oh, I love you with all my heart and soul.
Oh, Rudolph, my darling.
With all my life and soul. Always. From the first moment I saw you in the cathedral 3 months ago. Only 3 months. Summer turned to autumn. God forgive me the wrong I've done you.
They made you do it.
I meant to tell you I was going to on the night of the ball in Strelsau, when Sapt interrupted me. After that, I couldn't risk losing you before I must.
Oh, what are we to do now, Rudolph?
Flavia, I'm going away today.
Oh, no. No, not today.
I must, before more people have seen me.
Oh, if I could come with you.
My God, don't talk about that.
Why not? I love you. That's all that matters.
If it were only possible, but think, Flavia, is love the only thing that matters?
If love were the only thing, I'd follow you in rags, if need be, to the world's end. For you hold my heart in the hollow of your hand. But you are right to ask, is love the only thing? I know people write and talk as if it were, but if love had been the only thing, you would have let the king die in his cell.
I must have been mad.
I love your madness. But you're right. Honor binds a woman too, Rudolph. My honor lies in being true to my country and my family. I don't know why God has let me love you, but I do know that I must stay. Your ring will be always on my finger. Your heart in my heart. The touch of your lips on mine. But you must go, and I must stay. Perhaps I must do what it kills me to think of doing.
Do what you will, or what you must. I think God shows his purposes to such as you. May he comfort you, my darling.
Rudolph. Rudolph. Rudolph.
Keep your face well covered, Bressendale.
Cautious to the last, eh, Sapt? Don't look so gloomy, Fritz. We're all but half men this morning. But we have been men, eh, Sapt and Fritz, old friends? We have run a good course between us.
We have defeated traitors and set the king firm on his throne.
Heaven doesn't always make the right men kings.
The devil has his share in most things.
Goodbye, Sapt. Goodbye, Fritz.
Before God, you are the finest Elfberg of them all.
And so I returned to England, where the ordinary ambitions and aims of men seemed to me dull and unattractive. And yet I thanked God that I loved the noblest lady in the world, the most gracious and beautiful, and that there had been nothing in my love that had made her fall short of her high duty. I thought, shall I see her face again? The pale face with the glorious hair. Shall I hold sweet converse with her, or know from her her love? For 3 years, fate gave me no hint, my heart no presentiment, although every year I went to Dresden to meet my dear friend and companion Fritz, who carried with him a little box from his queen. For my darling had married the king, as she knew she must, and in the box lies a red rose, and round the stalk is a slip of paper with the words written, Rudolph, Flavia, always. And I the like send back by him. We talk of Sapt, of the king, of young Rupert Hentzau, and when his name comes into my head, I feel my hand grip and the blood move quicker through my veins, and the hint of fate seems to grow stronger and more definite, and to whisper persistently that I have yet a hand to play with young Rupert. And what a hand it has been. A hand which has led to my... But I must rest a while. until time allows me to tell you of my third visit to Dresden to meet Fritz and to hear of my darling, and how I was again brought face to face with Rupert of Hentzau.
In The Prisoner of Zenda by Anthony Hope, adapted for radio by Eric Maschwitz and Kay Patrick, Rudolph Rassendyll and King Rudolph were played by Julian Glover. Princess Flavia, Hannah Gordon, Colonel Sapt, Nigel Stock, Fritz, David Timpson, Rupert of Hentzau, Martin Jarvis, Duke Michael, Michael Spice, Antoinette and Kid. Lord Bellaston, Clive Swift, Lady Bellaston and Frau Holf, Diana Bishop, Countess Helga, Hilda Schroeder, Rosa, Cherry Gilliam, Dechard, Terry Scully, Johan, Sam Dastor, Joseph, Hayden Jones. De Gote, William Slay, Bersonin, David Goodison, and the Customs Officer by Brian Haynes. The play was produced by Martin Jenkins.
The Prisoner of Zenda was first broadcast in 1973.
The World's Greatest Stories, brought to you by Nelson Olmsted. Millions of stories have been told, but some of them, by virtue of their intense dramatic power, will live forever. Nelson Olmsted offers something really new in fine entertainment, bringing you his unusual presentations of the finest fiction in the world of literature. Tonight, you will hear such a story as Nelson Olmsted brings us The Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, a vivid picture of an incident from the stormy days of the Civil War by Ambrose Bierce. And now, the world's greatest stories, and Nelson Olmsted.
A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the sleepers supporting the metals of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good. A straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a mustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently, this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provisions for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The arrangement for his hanging commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, and then let his gaze wander to the swirling waters of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move. What a sluggish stream. He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was a sound which he could neither ignore nor understand. A sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon an anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each stroke with impatience and, he knew not why, with apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving, I could evade the bullets and swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods, and get away home. My home, thank God, is yet outside the lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain, rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do farmer of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner, and like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to the grounds, a gray-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked him for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own hands. And while she was fetching the water, her husband approached the horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. Well, the Yanks are repairing the railroads, said the man, and they're getting ready for another advance. They've reached the Owl Creek Bridge and put it in order and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, or tunnels or trains will be summarily hanged. I saw the order. How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge? Oh, about 30 miles. Is there no force on this side of the creek? Only a picket post about a half-mile out on the railroad and a single sentinel on this end of the bridge. Suppose a man, a civilian and a student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel. What could he accomplish? Well, I was there about a month ago, and I observed that the flood last winter lodged a great quantity of driftwood against a wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It's now dry, and it is burned like tow. The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to the husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state, he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by the sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fiber of his body and limbs. He was conscious of motion, encompassed in a luminous cloud of which he was now merely the fiery heart. Without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation like a vast pendulum, And then all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot up with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. He knew that the rope had broken, and he'd fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river, the idea seemed to him ludicrous. He was conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What magnificent, what superhuman strength! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward. They tore at the noose of his neck and thrust it fiercely aside. Put it back, he thought. For the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang he'd yet experienced. His neck ached horribly. His brain was on fire. His heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out of his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony, his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. He heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. Another report. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half around. He was again looking into the forest of the bank opposite the fort. He heard, "Attention, company! Shoulder, arms! Ready, aim, fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara. Yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley. And rising again toward the surface, he met the shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. He swam with all his vigor until he was flung by the current of the stream upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands in the gravel, restored him. He dug his fingers into the sand and threw it over himself in handfuls and audibly blessed it. A whiz and rattle of grape shot among the branches high above his head aroused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer was firing him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodsman's road. He had not known that he'd lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall, he was fatigued, footsore, and famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last, he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. His neck was in pain. Lifting his hand to it, he found it horribly swollen. He knew it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes were congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen from thirst, too. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he'd fallen asleep. For now he sees another scene. Perhaps he's merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps, she stands waiting with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Oh, how beautiful she is. He springs forward with extended arms. As he's about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of his neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shot of a cannon. And then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. The story of Peyton Farquhar, entitled An Occurrence at the Owl Creek Bridge. Now for a few closing comments. Here again is Nelson Olmsted. Ambrose Bierce, the hardy American journalist, wrote An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge soon after the Civil War. We've all heard the theory expressed that just before a person dies, his mind is violently active, being able to recount an entire life or run at incredible speed over any number of topics. Well, that, of course, is the theme that Ambrose Bierce points up in this masterful story that we've reviewed tonight. Early in the narrative, Mr. Bierce indicates the mental acuteness of Peyton Farquhar by indicating how ponderously loud the ticking of his watch sounded in his ears. A moment later, he is allowed to drop from the bridge with the noose tightening on his neck with tremendous force. His last thought as he dropped was of his family. Consequently, his mind constructed his complete escape in detail in the infinitely short period before the noose actually broke his neck. Seldom do we find such a completely fine story as an occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. Ambrose Bierce served with distinction throughout the Civil War. He was a famous journalist and met a mysterious death when he disappeared with Pancho Villa in Mexico. Next time, we have another great short story for you by Saki, entitled The Open Window. So make a date to meet us on the air. Until then, good night and good reading.
NBC presents Nelson Olmsted and his World's Greatest Stories every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights at this same time over most of these same stations. Join us again next week for another dramatic presentation by Nelson Olmsted.
Where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Dennis King in St. Helena by R.C. Sherriff and Jean de Cassilis. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. Our best play has several distinctions. For one thing, it is an excellent biographical drama, and the modern theater doesn't get many of these. For another, its co-author, R.C. Sherriff, is the man who wrote the unforgettable play of the First World War, Journey's End. But perhaps the chief distinction of St. Helena is the fact that it was rescued, literally rescued, by Sir Winston Churchill. None of London's commercial managers would risk a production of this story of Napoleon in exile, so it was put on at a rather obscure and out-of-the-way theater called the Old Vic. It languished for a week or so, and then Winston Churchill wrote a letter to the Times of London, saying that here was a fine drama that was being neglected by intelligent playgoers. His letter was enough to turn the tide. A failure at the Old Vic became a success in London's West End, and soon afterward it was brought to Broadway, where it shared Best Play honors with such works as High Tor, You Can't Take It With You, and The Women. Our Napoleon this evening is Dennis King. He is being brought by his British captors to Longwood House on the island of St. Helena. And already some of his staff have arrived there, including a loyal follower, Count Montolon.
In the southern waters of the Atlantic Ocean, reaching well within the tropic zone, is a small island of volcanic origin called St. Helena. In December of 1815, St. Helena was preparing to receive the most distinguished guest ever to arrive there, a guest destined never to leave. His Majesty, the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, now at the end of his brilliant career, held in detention by the British government. On the bleak rocky island, we were quartered on a small, modest estate called Longwood. Shockingly small and shockingly modest, as His Majesty's aides, General Gourgaud, General Bertrand, and I discovered the day we arrived.
I tell you, it's a hovel. It's damp. I won't live in it.
Then you can have the room overlooking the courtyard. It's been specially got ready for you, Gourgaud.
That one reeks of horses.
I thought you liked horses.
Well, it's no good making things more difficult, Gourgaud. The room's shelter's got a very good floor.
It's not the floor. It's the smell I'm talking about.
Well, sleep in a tent, then. We've all got to make the best of things for the time being.
That's what I keep saying, but everybody's making the best of things at my expense.
You've done no more than anybody else.
I who saved His Majesty from the Cossacks at Brienne?
Oh,
I have
those Cossacks again.
Yes. Oh, you can afford to be satisfied. You got here first and took the best room.
I'm sure my wife will sleep in the tent if General Gourgaud wants her room.
Gentlemen, please, let's not quarrel. The Emperor may be here any moment. Meanwhile, we can arrange the table. When Madame Bertrand and I are dining, Madame will sit here, and I will sit here.
I'm to sit on the floor, I suppose.
You will sit here, Gourgaud.
Montelot knows I'm senior to him in the military household.
Oh, nonsense.
I'll instruct you where guests are to sit when necessary. Monsieur Las Casas will sit here.
You'll never keep Las Casas down that end.
And you won't keep me from my rightful place. I ought to sit at the...
Gentlemen, the Emperor.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Very well. Everything seems quite well arranged. It's not the Tuileries, but we'll manage. This cast?
It seems very small, Your Majesty.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I like small rooms.
The Admiral has asked me to show Your Majesty plans for the new house.
New house? Don't be absurd. It would take the English 6 months to build a new house. We shall all be back in Europe then.
What shall I do with the plans then?
Send them back. Send them back. Must be on that window, Lescaut.
They've given you an excellent view of the harbor, Your Majesty.
Who are those men? Out there against that fence.
Sentries, Your Majesty. The Admiral has ordered the house to be surrounded at dusk by sentries at 40 paces interval.
So the sentries are to surround the house at dusk, are they? I feel as though I'm watching savages from the South Sea Islands dancing round a prisoner they're about to devour.
The Admiral's even got sentries on the goat paths in the mountains.
He flatters me. When are we to see the last of that imbecile?
The new governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, is reported to have sailed from England, Your Majesty.
Well, let's hope he has a quick voyage. At least he's a soldier. This Admiral's nothing but a shark. What's that, Bertrand?
An invitation to dine with the Admiral at Plantation House tomorrow night, sir.
Who's it for?
For Your Majesty.
Let me see. Admiral Sir George Cockburn requests the pleasure of General Bonaparte. General Bonaparte. Send this card to General Bonaparte. The last news I had of him dates from the battlefields of the pyramids. In the future, bring me no communication unless it is properly addressed to the Emperor.
We retired early that first night at Longwood and would have slept well into the morning of the following day had we not known that the Emperor would expect each of us to report to him early in the day. He started the morning in conference with Cipriani, his servant and friend who had been with him since Elba.
Where does the water come from here, Cipriani?
It's brought in pipes from Jamestown, Your Majesty.
It's much too hard for shaving. We must arrange to have rainwater collected.
Very good, sir.
See who that is, Cipriani.
General Gourgaud, sir.
Ah, Gourgaud. Come in, come in. You may go, Cipriani.
Good morning, sir.
What's the matter, Gourgaud?
Nothing, Your Majesty.
You look sad.
I've reason to be. I slept badly.
Well, we'll find you a little wife. That's what you need. A nice little wife.
And in the meantime, it's not easy to lead this monastic existence, sir. It's not to be wondered at that I'm ill and out of sorts. I should be happy if you still needed me to work on your memoirs. But you dictate to Las Casas now. Las Casas receives every favor. Las Casas is always with you.
Gourgaud, I want Las Casas to be your friend.
He's too much of a hypocrite for me. Oh, Your Majesty must forgive me, but those are my feelings.
I am not interested in your feelings. I don't read hearts. I hear words, that's all. You can look cheerful no matter how you feel. Don't you think that sometimes when I wake up in the night, I have my bad moments, too? When I think of what I was and what I am now, a soldier must have a soul of marble, Gurgo. I could listen to the news of the death of my wife or my son without a change of feature. Later, the feelings of the man burst forth, but only when I am alone with myself.
Your Majesty knows I would blow my brains out for you.
All right. I'll keep that in mind. In the meantime, I want you all to live as a family. Now, happily. Oh, come in, Montalon. Come in. Oh, how's your wife this morning?
Worried, sir. The little girl seems feverish.
Teeth, that's all it is. Teeth. I told her so last night. Ah, there are the horses now. Now, gentlemen, this morning we take the road to Hut's Gate, then the mountain road round the Punch Bowl. We can plan a different ride for each day of the week.
Your Majesty, I should tell you we will not be riding alone.
Why not?
Instructions from the Admiral reached Count Bertrand last night. An English officer is to accompany Your Majesty when he goes riding outside the Longwood boundaries.
So that's the latest insult. Very well. We shall remain indoors.
But, sir...
Send the horses back! Let the Englishman follow his own shadow. We remain indoors.
Yes, sir.
Oh, they're determined to force on me a martyr's crown of thorns. Let them do it. Well, Montalon, if we can't ride, we can read and write. There's plenty to do indoors. Our memoirs, the battles. We'll spend our time like this. From 9 till 12, we'll read and work at our English. From 4 till 8, we'll work on the campaigns of 1812, 1314. 8 till 10, dinner and conversation. 10 till midnight, we'll spend in the library. Yes, Montalon, we must reorganize our lives.
Now it is April of 1816. It is nearly 2 in the afternoon. Lunch is over, and the party is gathered in the library taking coffee.
Well, when are we going to see Madame Bertrand again?
Not for some little while, Your Majesty.
I don't know what's the matter with you modern women. Madame Montalon, would you believe that my mother was running about on the Corsican hills a few days before I was born?
Your mother had 7 children, sir. It had become second habit.
When are you going to follow Madame Bertrand's example? Every household should have 6 children.
6, sir?
Yes. You've got to allow for, say, 3 to die and 3 to live. That's 2 to replace the father and mother, and 1 reserved for accidents. Well, our guests are arriving. I'm almost looking forward to see this new governor. I never want to see the Admiral again. He's done everything in his power to humiliate us. Bertrand, you'll meet him at the door. I'll receive him in the study.
May I present the new governor, Sir Hudson Lowe and Admiral George Cockburn. General Marquis de Montalon.
Your Excellency.
Madame Montalon.
Your Excellency.
Madame.
Comte de Las Casses.
Your Excellency.
General Baron Gouraud. I've advised the Emperor that you are waiting upon him.
Did Your Excellency enjoy a good voyage?
Slow, I'm afraid. We had good weather, but only a slight wind. We were 66 days at sea.
We were 64. We had the advantage of you, Sir Hudson.
You find all long voyages average very close to the same number of days. You make it up here and lose it there, you know.
Really?
Are you a good sailor, Sir Hudson?
Fairly, madame. Quite fairly. You are lucky to live in this high position. You've got beautiful views all around.
That's just the trouble. If only we had a few trees. There's no shade up here, and the wind comes across the plain with nothing to break it.
Will you come this way, Sir Hudson?
Eh?
And I, sir?
I was instructed to announce only the governor. This way, Your Excellency.
You've given me happy memories to take back to England, gentlemen.
You've made them for yourself, Admiral.
I'm told that General Bonaparte intends to destroy my reputation and ruin my career.
If the Emperor gives a coin to a native, you think the peace of Europe is being disturbed.
You continually abuse me for withholding from General Bonaparte the title of Emperor. My government never acknowledged that title.
The Emperor's not the prisoner of your government.
He's not your prisoner at all.
Sir George, my business is quite finished here. Let us go.
With pleasure, sir.
Good afternoon, madame. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Did you see how annoyed he looked?
He's even worse than the Admiral.
I wonder what happened in there. I wonder.
Well, my friends, I suppose you heard the news.
No, we've heard no news, Your Majesty.
You're to be put onto a boat and taken in custody to the Cape.
What? To the Cape?
Oh, unless you sign a declaration that you will remain with me here forever. Oh, Dr. O'Mara, come in, come in. Have you brought me any news?
No, sir. I've heard nothing.
Nothing at all? No news of the Empress or my son?
No, sir. But there's a ship in the harbor.
Yes, I saw it come in this morning. There may be news waiting for us there.
It may be waiting to take friends away. I was with the governor when those declarations came back unsigned. He looked black as thunder.
Did you read the form of the declaration he wanted them to sign?
I heard, of course.
Worded to trick them into repudiating my title. I forbade them to sign without adding the word Emperor. You must take it in that form or not at all.
But it's only a word.
It's a word. That means everything. I was chosen emperor by the French nation and consecrated by the Pope. Tell that to your governor. Tell him, too, that I'm suffering from scurvy and that my legs are swollen. Look, feel that.
Yes. Yes, there is a slight inflammation.
Of course there is. Have you got any pictures of the anatomy? I'd like to study them.
I wouldn't, sir. The pictures show you organs of the anatomy you never knew about. You feel for them in the body, and they at once begin to ache.
You're a good fellow, O'Mara. Oh, if only the rest of these English were like you.
I am an Irishman, sir.
Well, that's the same thing.
Far from it, sir.
Well, you may be right. English are a curious race, a savage race. They fear death less than we do. They often kill themselves. But that, of course, is due to their damp climate. No, O'Mara, I shall not hasten my end by 1 minute. It's not that I fear death, you understand. In time of war, I've seen so many people pass rapidly from life to death that I've become familiar with it. Matter. It's all matter. As a doctor, you know that.
All except the soul, sir.
The soul? Well, the soul is only matter.
Then where do you fit in, God, sir?
I am inclined not to fit him in.
I can't say I agree, sir. I think everything is the work of God.
Come in.
Your Majesty.
What is it, Bertrand?
Your Majesty, the governor has given us 2 hours to sign the declaration in the form laid down. He refuses to accept it with the word Emperor inserted. If it is not signed and returned by midnight, we are to be placed on a ship tomorrow morning and taken to the Cape of Good Hope.
Gather the others in the library. I'll join you immediately. Well, my friends, it seems that this is to be our last evening together. There's a ship in harbor to take you all to the Cape. Unless you sign those forms by midnight.
But we can't sign you. Are we to tell the world that we no longer call you Emperor?
We can't do that, sir.
Well, I'll sign anything rather than dishonor myself by deserting my emperor. I've been at your Majesty's side for 6 years, I followed you in your victory.
Yes, Gurgu, I know, but I refuse to allow any of you to bind yourselves to my fate.
You order me not to sign unless that form includes the title word of Emperor. I shall sign, because you are more to me than that. The word Emperor may not be written on that paper, but it's written in my heart. Give me that paper, Bertrand. What do the rest of you say?
Since it's the only way to stay, I'll sign too.
Yes,
Very
I'll
well,
sign.
my friends, but when you deliver it to the governor, inform him that it was signed against my orders. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
They'll stay. They'll stay.
For a time, then, the emperor was pleased with his loyal little court. But the morning came in November of 1817 that our little group was diminished by one. It was a fitting time for tragedy, a gray, wet, cheerless, and grim day. In the dining room at Longwood, I was working over the accounts, a task I despised, while Gourgaud paced restlessly the length of the room.
He's been shut up in there with Lascars for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm made use of and thrown aside like a bit of cast-off clothing.
Well, the emperor's like that.
The more I see of emperors, the more I think of republics. No! These eternal frogs will drive me mad.
It's the rain that brings them up.
The rain. The rain. Paris. The shops, the lights. Shall we ever see them again?
Oh, Dr. O'Mara.
How's the Emperor this morning?
He's suffering from his liver, his legs, and his teeth.
Any news this morning, Doctor?
There's a pile of letters for you. Came in on the Newcastle. Also a box of books for the Emperor. And the case with the bust of the Emperor's son.
Have they made up their minds to let him have it yet?
Between ourselves, I hear they wanted to break it up to see if there were any secret letters in it.
Well, why wait a fortnight and keep the Emperor in suspense?
They're frightened out of their wits about this rumor of smuggling him off the island in a dirty linen basket. Is he disengaged?
Of course not. Lascars is with him. He's never out of the Emperor's room nowadays. He's just here to get copy for his book. He sucks the Emperor dry with his eternal questions.
Nothing left for you, eh?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, Monsieur Lascars, plenty of stuff for the book this morning.
Magnificent. A completely new account of Waterloo.
Congratulations. I happen also to have a very good account of Waterloo.
Oh, out of date. The Emperor has given me a completely new version. He never told you why he attacked the center and discarded his idea of turning the enemy's right wing?
I hope I shall never sink to selling the words my Emperor has said in friendship.
Did he say if that tooth is still paining him?
Yes. He wants it out. He will call you.
I hope we have less trouble than we had with this tooth. I had to sit him on the floor to get this one out. I wonder what it would fetch in a London auction room.
Oh, 15 pounds at least, I should say.
Oh, did he give you that?
Of course.
Could you manage to get one for me?
O'Mara, you promised me the next tooth.
I promised nothing of the sort. It's a horrible suggestion.
I certainly shan't sell it in the London auction room.
You'd get more for it in Paris.
Let me have that one. You can keep the one you get this morning.
I think not.
Give me the tooth. You have no right to it anyway.
The Emperor will see the doctor.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
The Emperor will see the doctor.
My patient is waiting.
O'Mara's not to be trusted. He tells the governor every word he hears. The Emperor sets too much faith by O'Mara.
He also repeats every word the governor says.
The Emperor knows whom he can trust and whom he cannot.
Oh? I'm not so sure of that. What was it you reckoned your diary would bring you, Lascars? 100,000 francs?
I've no idea, General Gourgaud, what financial value may be attached to my book. But I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say it is a work that will go down to history as the basis of all future biographies.
Good morning, Monsieur Lascars. I would like a word with you.
Well, Captain Nichols?
You have a servant, James Scott.
I do.
He is being detained by the governor for trying to smuggle a secret letter of complaint to Europe. You know that orders decree that all correspondence for Europe shall pass through the governor.
I do. Yes, but in this particular instance...
Monsieur Lascars, in the name of the governor of St. Helena, I arrest you.
What?
Oh, look here. Now, what does this mean exactly?
It means that you'll be transported to Europe.
But my books, my diaries, they're my private property. I must have those.
Your property will be respected. But to avoid the circulation of mischievous reports in Europe, the governor orders that your journals must be confiscated.
You can't take my books. They're mine.
I am sorry, monsieur.
Then I won't go either. You can't...
Guards! Take him! Come along!
You can't. It's scandalous.
Those books are worth a fortune. You
Take
just
him.
let me have them. Move along. Go.
You have no right to...
Take him along, guards.
No! Montalon, get the Emperor! Help me! Oh, take care of my notebooks and then don't let anything happen to my diary! Come on, don't let anything happen to my diary!
What is it?
Lascars, arrested.
Good Lord, why?
He was smuggling papers through to Europe.
What will the Emperor do?
Who's going to tell him?
No one will need to tell him. He knows. He looked through the window and saw him being carried off.
He saw? Why doesn't he do something?
What could he do, madame?
After Lascars was deported from St. Helena, the emperor began dictating his memoirs to Gourgaud, who fretted as much about the increased demands made on his time as he had complained in the past about how little work he was given. A few weeks after Lascars was sent away, Gourgaud and the emperor were at work on the terrace while waiting for the statue of His Majesty's son to be delivered.
Gourgaud, what can be keeping Cipriani? He should be here with a bus by now.
He's on his way from Bertrand's house with it now, sir.
Bertrand? Why must that man always take the virginity out of my news?
Well, shall we go on with the dictation, sir?
What? Yes, of course. Come to work. Now, where did we got to?
If I am accused of despotism, they can claim that dictatorship was necessary in the circumstances. I closed up the chasm of anarchy. I cleansed the revolution from the filth that had accumulated. I stabilized thrones.
Did I say that?
Yes, sir.
It verges on the Monte bank. That isn't how I put it in the notes I made during the night, is it?
Well, no,
Can't you read it?
Not very well, sir.
Well, why can everybody read my writing except you? It's quite clear. Oh, well, let it stand as it is for the moment. No, my fame won't rest on my 40 victorious battles, Gourgaud. Waterloo will wipe out the memory of all those victories.
Oh, never, sir.
Yes. The last act makes one forget the first. But what will never pass away is my book of laws, my code, the harbors of Antwerp and Flushing. Put that down. With room for the largest fleets in the world, the port of Venice, the revival of the weaving mills of Lyon, the water supply of Paris, the Louvre, the setting up of new industries. Those are the monuments that will defy calumny. Yet when I close my eyes, all my mistakes parade before me like figures in a nightmare. With 20,000 men less, I ought to have won at Waterloo. Cipriani.
The bust is still cased, sir. I'll take it out back and open it there.
No. Place it on that chair. Now, carefully. That's right. No. Get me a chisel and a hammer. Come on, quickly.
At once, Your Majesty.
It arrived 3 weeks ago. For 3 weeks, the governor's kept me in suspense deliberately, telling everybody on the island he was going to smash it.
Only because he thought there was a message hidden in it. To do him justice, I don't think he really...
If I said the governor was a good man, you would say he was a bad one, Gourgaud. If I remarked that the sun was shining, you would say it was dark.
Yes, my great fault is...
That you always say what you think. Now, where's that hammer and chisel?
Here they are, sir. Shall I open it?
No. I'll open it. Hold this end of the box. Who's out there?
Governor, sir. He's with Bertrand.
How dare that man raise his voice near me?
Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. The governor, sir. He asked for an urgent interview with you.
I don't want to see him. You know that perfectly well.
I'm sorry, General, but the conduct of Count Bertrand makes it necessary for me to see you.
Well, Governor.
Instructions have come from my government concerning the expenses of your establishment. I wanted to discuss this with you personally so that I could make agreeable arrangements. I've come here on 4 occasions, and each time Count Bertrand has informed me that you were in your bath.
I had one directly I heard you were coming.
The expenses of this house in 12 months reach £17,000. The impossible figure. My government has fixed the allowance at £8,000. On my own responsibility, I'm prepared to raise this, providing...
Discuss these details with my cook.
I must discuss them with you if I am to do anything to make your situation more agreeable.
We've had nothing but trivial, humiliating annoyances since you arrived here.
I didn't come here to be insulted. It's your policy to get false stories back to Europe. But my government is fully aware of your schemes and will attach no importance to them whatever. Good morning.
Bertrand, never let me see that man again, you hear? He brings out the very worst in me. He makes me say and do things I'm ashamed of. I never would have permitted myself such a scene in France. Never.
I'm sorry, sir. He took me by surprise.
Very well. Now open the case, Cipriani, and let's forget that man. Oh, no, careful. Here. Hold all this rubbish, Gourgaud. Lift that board out of the way. No. I will lift it out.
He's very much like you, sir.
No. He's like his mother. Look at that face. A man would have to be a monster to harm a face like that. If Lowe had destroyed it, I would have raised such a storm that every mother in England would have execrated his name.
But, sir, he did not destroy it.
To have a son like that and not be able to see him, guide him. Caged up in Vienna like an animal. And to think I spared that city 3 times. 3 times.
In a moment, Act 2 of St. Helena, starring Dennis King. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, Act 2 of the Best Plays production of St. Helena, starring Dennis King. Of all of us in our little party, Gourgaud seemed to suffer most from the confinement and lack of activity. Often I had to exercise the most extreme restraint to prevent violence flaring up between him and myself, with whom he had replaced Lascars as the source of his imagined persecution. It was after the New Year's Eve party in 1817 that the Emperor spoke to him.
Gourgaud, what is this nonsense about a duel between you and Montauban?
There has been no duel yet.
How are we to live together unless we forget our trivial quarrels?
Oh, it's no use. Your Majesty knows how wretched I am. I'm not well either. I've had a pain in my stomach for days.
Oh, that's nothing. I've got a pain in my stomach, too. Have a cold rub down. It'll do you good. Is everything all right with Montauban now?
No, sir. And it never will be.
Rubbish. Now come and sit down. Nothing interrupts a tragic scene more effectively than sitting down.
Your Majesty always laughs at me.
Only when you behave like a child. You knew when you followed me here the things you'd have to face.
I knew the hardships, but I can't face them without Your Majesty's friendship.
But that's not enough for you. You want more than that. You want to be my familiar, my equal.
No, Your Majesty.
I accept that from nobody. You've made my life a burden here with your continual jealousy. You hated Lascasse because I found pleasure in his conversation. You hate O'Mara because, as my doctor, I allow him into my rooms. You hate Bertrand. Now you hate Montauban.
I hate his wife more than I hate him.
Oh, why?
Because she has stolen the regard you had for me. Because...
Oh, be quiet. That's enough. What a child you are. Do you expect me to send you love letters?
No.
Come on, Gourgaud. You've got lots to be thankful for. You're young. The whole life's ahead of you.
Time is passing, sir. I'm 35. I see Bertrand surrounded by his family. I see Montelon, my own age, with a wife and son. What have I got? For 3 weeks now, Your Majesty's never even sent for me. At dinner, you ignore me.
Because if I sent for you, you do nothing but argue and contradict.
Because I'm the only one of all your staff?
I know, the only one who's frank and honest. Why is it that the others can always think of something pleasant to say?
Because they say the rest behind your back.
What do I care what people say behind my back? I defy any man to deceive me. He can never be as bad as I imagine him.
I sacrificed everything to follow you. And yet you suggest to Bertrand that if I were to commit suicide, it would arouse sympathy in Europe.
Are you mad, sir?
Well, it's the truth. My dead body is all that would be of any value.
It's of no value, living or dead. You're afraid of this life because you're a coward. And cowards are of no use to me.
By God, then I'll go.
Yes, go. I owe you nothing for following me here. If you'd stayed in France, you would have been hanged. Sometimes I think it would be best if you all went, the whole lot of you. Oh, you're a wretched lot. So many funeral mutes.
Sir!
Go, I'll stay here alone. Gorgo, write me a letter saying that you're ill. I will endorse it and send it to the governor. I shall miss you, Gorgo, but you're right. It's useless for you to stay. We shall meet again in another world. Goodbye, Gorgo. Leave me now.
Accept my farewell, sir, and my wishes for your happiness. When thinking of me, sometimes may Your Majesty say, he at least had a good heart.
The longer our stay on St. Helena lasted, the less we seemed to have the confidence of our British custodians. After a rumor was circulated that the Emperor was seeking an escape from the island, we received almost daily visits from the governor or his officers trying to determine that the Emperor was still present. Finally, the point was reached where we seldom even received them when they called.
Yes, sir? Would you advise General Bonaparte that Governor Lowe and Captain Nichols are here and that I wish to see him? I have important communications to make to him.
The Emperor's had a bad night. He is at present in his bath. He orders me to tell all callers that the dead do not receive visitors.
Nonsense. If he's so ill, why did he refuse to see Dr. Verling?
The Emperor declines to see any but Dr. O'Mara.
Dr. O'Mara's duties with General Bonaparte are at an end. He sails for England tomorrow. I wish to see the General to explain the nature of some orders I've received.
The Emperor's in his bath.
We will wait.
The Emperor will be in his bath for 2 or 3 hours.
Come on, Nichols. I'm sick of this farce. You will return every half hour until you can report that you've seen General Bonaparte. If he hasn't been seen by this time tomorrow, I shall take other measures.
Gone?
Yes, but he's furious.
Excellent. It will increase his blood pressure.
What? Back already? Shall I answer it, sir?
Yes, you disposed of him nicely before. Go ahead.
Oh, Dr. O'Mara.
Hello, O'Mara. You've just missed Hudson Lowe. We've had another of his charming visits.
I know. I saw him leaving. How is the Emperor, Cipriani?
The Emperor suffered a lot with the pain in his side last night. We missed you, sir.
What's he been doing for it?
Nothing. He won't see Dr. Verling. He's gone back to fasting. Well, I must say goodbye, Doctor. It'll be dark in a minute. I must light the Emperor's lamps and let him know the coast is clear.
Goodbye, Cipriani. So he won't see Dr. Verling?
No, he won't see any English doctor unless he's attached to him under his own conditions, as you were. Some Corsican doctor is being sent out by his mother, but he can't be here for months. Can't you possibly stay for a bit? Surely the governor won't object.
The governor won't let me stay on this island another day.
But you've done nothing wrong.
That's not his opinion. If I don't report every word I hear in the Emperor's rooms, the governor considers I'm taking the Emperor's side against him. He's practically told me I was a spy.
O'Mara, is the Emperor really ill?
How do you mean, really ill?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to know if he really is.
There is no doubt he's got an affliction of the liver.
Serious?
It might be, without constant care. You're not looking too well yourself, Montalon.
This constant pain in the chest. I can't stand this life any longer. Nor can my wife. But how can we possibly ask to go when the Bertrands worry him every day to let them go, too?
Well, somebody's got to stay. I hear a priest is coming out with the Corsican doctor.
Yes. Perhaps when the priest and the doctor arrive, we may be allowed to go, too. It's 4 years now since we've seen our 2 eldest children.
Well, it's getting dark. I must hurry. Convey my respects to your wife. We sail at dawn.
Lucky man. Come, I'll announce you to the Emperor. It was not until September of the following year that the priest and the doctor sent by the Emperor's mother arrived on St. Helena. General Bertrand went to the boat to meet them, and the Emperor waited in a little bedroom, which he very seldom left now.
Our guests have arrived, sir. They're waiting.
The doctor understands that no reports on my health are to be shown the governor until they've been passed by me.
I've made it quite clear to him, sir.
You are positive the English had no part in the choice?
Quite, sir. They sanctioned it, that's all.
All right. I'll see them now. The priest first.
Come in, Father. Come in. The Abbe Vignali.
Your Majesty?
What's your name?
Angel Paul Vignali, Your Majesty.
Angel Paul. Well, you're a native of Versailles, I'm told.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And you studied medicine, too? Where?
At Rome, Your Majesty.
Have you actually practiced medicine?
No, Your Majesty.
Ah, you haven't. You understand your services will be entirely ecclesiastical. You will not try your medical skill on anybody here.
No, Your Majesty.
Tell me, did you see anyone of importance when you passed through London?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so? I see. Are your parents alive?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, didn't you mind leaving them to come out all this way?
Yes. No, Your Majesty.
Why did you come here? You probably don't know.
No.
Well, you won't find life easy here. We must all try and make the best of each other. You may go now. We'll meet at Mass tomorrow.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, Bertrand. Is the doctor any better, or is he stupid, too?
Well, sir, he's different.
Show him in. Let's get it over.
Will you come in, Doctor? Dr. Antomacchi.
So this is Dr. Antomacchi, eh? Come in, Doctor. Let me have a look at you.
Your Majesty?
Stand where I can see you by the light. You are a Corsican? A brigand of a doctor, eh?
Yes, Your Majesty.
When were you last in Corsica?
2 years ago, sir.
How old are you?
About 30.
About 30. Don't you know your age?
30, Your Majesty.
You studied medicine at Pisa?
I commenced my studies at Leghorn, then Pisa. I was received as doctor in medicine and philosophy at the University of Pisa, March 1808. I afterwards went to Florence, where I applied myself to anatomical researches and was appointed...
Yes, we all know that. We've read your history. What made you forsake your employment to share my exile on this rock?
Neither gold nor favors, Your Majesty. I have set no price on my services. I have stipulated no...
Yes. Now, answer my question simply.
It was proposed to me, Your Majesty.
Ah.
I desire no reward. I just accepted the honor.
You might not have suited me. I might have sent you back. What then?
Well,
neither my mother nor Cardinal Fesch had written to me informing me of your departure. I warn you, I distrusted every individual of your expedition until...
That accounts for the Marshal's daily cross-examinations. I admit, I
am talking, sir.
Your Majesty, I beg your pardon.
You know that I am not sympathetic towards doctors. What good is a doctor to a starving man when all he needs is a loaf of bread? Exercise is what I needed. The English made that impossible for me. It's resulted in the chronic affection of the liver and of the heart.
Will you allow me to take your pulse, sir?
No, later. Besides, my pulse wouldn't tell you anything. I've never heard of my own heart beating. I've often wondered if I had one.
There are other ways of getting the exercise Your Majesty needs.
Would you have me turn somersaults in my bedroom?
No, sir. But there are games, exercises. My father added years to his life by digging up his lines every morning.
Yes, that's an idea. We might start digging our graves. That'll be all for the present. You'll need philosophy and resignation to live here, Doctor. You're too young to have either.
I think Your Majesty will find...
You may go.
Your Majesty?
Well, Bertrand, these are the men we've been waiting for all these months. A sorry lot, eh? Was I rough with him, the doctor?
I think you were very patient, sir, considering.
A charming pair. A cretin and a lout. And these are the men who have come to take the place of Lascaz, O'Mara, even poor Gourgaud. Oh, we didn't realize how fortunate we were. Well, misfortune has its good sides. It teaches us the truth. Resignation. That is the dominion of reason. The real triumph of the soul.
It is indeed, sir.
He recommends exercises. He suggests we dig the earth.
I don't think it would suit me, sir.
I wonder, could one make some sort of garden here?
Oh, I doubt it, sir. Look at the trouble my wife had with these miserable little shrubs.
Yes, but she did grow a few shrubs. We might do the same, more. No, why not? We could have a lawn down there in front of the windows, an avenue up to the porch. You see what I mean? Come here to the window. Now, look. There, you see. And then perhaps an orchard down there.
An orchard?
Well, why not? An orchard down there. A fountain in that corner. A vegetable garden round there. We might even grow oranges.
We did not grow oranges, but we did receive from Corsica some slips of orange trees. These we transplanted almost daily, each time the emperor found a more choice spot. For a while, the garden occupied our time, and at the emperor's insistence, we would take up our duties as gardeners each morning at 6:30. Cipriani was usually the only one of us to arrive on time.
Cipriani! Now, where is everybody?
I'm sorry, sir. I had no idea Your Majesty had written.
It's 6:30. Where are they all?
My watch says only 1:15.
Well, it's slow then. They must have heard the bell. We're waiting the better part of the day. Look here.
Huh?
Look at that.
What's wrong, sir?
Wrong? Can't you see? The seeds I set yesterday all scratched up again. I told Navarez that if he let those chickens of his out again, I'd... Get my gun, Cipriani.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, and my spade, too.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Come along, Bertrand, come along. Now, where's your wife?
In bed, Your Majesty. Her back's too stiff to let her move. I'm afraid she overdid it yesterday. That rake's too heavy for her, sir.
Montalon. Now, you're late.
I came to ask if you would excuse me this morning, sir. I ought to stay indoors. I've got a temperature again. I got very hot lifting that turf yesterday, and... Well, then the wetting you gave me with the hose pipe, sir.
Oh, nonsense, sir. Good perspiration's all you need. Look here, it's disgraceful. My seeds, I spent an hour setting them, and then Navarre's chickens scratched them up again.
Here's your guns.
Thank you, Cipriani. Now then, I want everybody. Come on, gather around. Come here. Now, I thought of a new plan in the night. I want to reorganize the whole garden. Those fruit trees are too exposed down there. We'll have them up and plant them around my bedroom window.
But we only moved them yesterday, sir. They've been moved twice in a week, and there's fruit on them.
I know what I'm doing. You can move peach trees any time. Now, Cipriani, you're good at digging. You make the holes.
In the lawn, sir?
No. We'll have the lawn over there instead. It's a much better place for it. Montalon, Bertrand can move the turf. We'll break for half an hour at 9 o'clock for a cup of coffee. Digging's the finest exercise in the world after riding. Don't you feel better for it, Bertrand?
Much better, sir.
Here they come. 3 of them.
Who, sir?
chicken. Hey there, Montalon, stand away there. Now look out. That'll teach them to scratch my seed. Not a bad shot, eh, Bertrand?
What shall we do with the chickens, Your Majesty?
Have them for dinner.
Very good, sir.
Bertrand, here, give me your hand.
Oh, what is it, sir?
Nothing. It will pass. A momentary faintness.
Oh, sit here, sir.
Yes, that'll do.
Are you all right, sir?
It's nothing. Do you remember the goldfish at Malmaison, Bertrand?
Oh, I do, sir.
We might have a pond and some goldfish here.
I'll make inquiries in Jamestown, sir.
Listen.
I didn't hear anything, sir.
I thought I heard the sound of a bell.
A bell? No, sir, I didn't hear it.
A sound came into my head just then, like the ringing of a bell. I shall be hearing voices next like Joan of Arc. I miss the sound of bells here. My first memories of childhood were the bell that rang in the village round home. Sometimes when I was walking with my courtiers at Saint-Cloud, and they thought I was planning new campaigns, I was just allowing the sound of a bell to take me back to Corsica. All those early days and peaceful dreams. I'd like to write a history of Corsica. Someday I'd like to write a history of...
Sir, I wanted to ask you...
Bertrand.
He's fallen asleep.
Perhaps we should wake him.
No. Let him rest. I do not think he sleeps at night. Let him rest while he can.
The garden was abandoned after a while because the emperor was confined more and more to his bed, with some sickness that seemed to be growing inside him. One Sunday evening in 1821, he was in his room. Bertrand was attending him.
Sir, Vignale is outside. Will you see him? For a moment only, then I want to see Montalon. Will you come in, Father?
Good evening, Your Majesty. Is Your Majesty better?
Yes, Vignale, yes. I shall have a word with you later. I'll send for you.
Does Your Majesty know that a comet was seen in the sky early this morning?
Oh, what?
A comet.
A comet?
They say it's a happy omen, sir.
Do they? I'm sorry that I missed it, Vignale.
It may be visible again tonight, sir.
Good, then I may see it after all. Thank you, Vignale. You go now. I'll send for you later. I want to speak to Montalon. Send him to me.
Yes, Your Majesty.
He's so devoted, it's difficult not to hurt his feelings. Bertrand, have you heard anything about this comet?
I didn't see it, sir, but several of the others did.
A comet was seen in the sky when Caesar died. When I was a young man, I used to think, I'll flash like a meteor across the sky, and only my passage will be remembered. This pain.
Will Your Majesty try some of this lemonade?
Yes.
Here you are, sir.
It's got a strange smell. Are you conspiring with that beast Antamarchi again to make me swallow his poison? Because if you are, I'll smash the lot of you. Every mouthful of that stuff of his has given me hours of suffering. I haven't got much further to go now, Bertrand.
Oh, sir.
Oh, my son, if there were only more like you. What time is it?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Have the books arrived?
They ought to be here, sir. I'll attend to it.
Your Majesty?
Oh, come in, Montalon. Come in. I would like to add a paragraph to the will.
Yes, sir.
There's some paper there on the desk.
When you're ready, sir.
I want to add to the 4th codicil, item 5. Have you got it there?
Yes, sir.
Good. My son should not think of avenging my death. He should profit by it. The aim of all his efforts should be to reign by peace. To do my work all over again would be to suppose that I had done nothing. I was obliged to daunt Europe by arms. The way to convince her today is by reason. It is my wish that he will study history well and ponder on it, for there alone he will learn the true philosophy. Have you got all that?
Yes, sir.
What paragraph follows?
It is my wish that my ashes repose on the banks of the Seine in the midst of the French people I have loved so well.
Yes. And now, after paragraph 47, insert. I demand that a post-mortem should be made after my death. I think the billiard room is the best place for the post-mortem. They can make use of the table. There's plenty of room and it's light in there.
Sir, you talk as though your career lay 300 years behind you. How can we tell what will happen? You're better today than you were yesterday.
No man can escape his fate, Montalon. It's written in the stars that I am to die here. Well, perhaps it's just as well. In America, I should have been assassinated. It's a free country, or worse still, I might have been forgotten. No. This martyrdom may save my dynasty. Have those books arrived yet?
Yes, I brought them with me, sir. I think you'll be pleased. The Hannibal was amongst them.
Oh, we've been crying for that book for the last 6 months. Have you heard about the comet, Montalon?
Yes, sir, but they say it wasn't a comet. It was a meteor.
Who said that?
Well, the Admiral, sir, and the people at the observatory.
Oh, well, we shall have to die without a comet.
Your Majesty.
Montalon, put my feet up. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I'm tired. I've always despised my bed, yet now I would not exchange it for a throne. Sit down, Montalon.
Thank you, sir.
What time is it?
6:10, sir.
Have you got that book on the wars of Hannibal?
Right here, sir.
War is a simple art, you know, Montalon. Like everything beautiful. I used to argue with myself for hours concerning the plan of a battle, magnifying every incident, every danger. When I appeared the most calm, I was vibrating with the greatest excitement, like a girl about to have a baby. Taking it all in all, what a ballad my life has been. Montalon, read to me from the Hannibal.
The wars of Hannibal occupy a page in history that has no counterpart in antiquity. Hannibal was educated by his father in the art of war, a father to whom hatred of the Romans was a sacred tradition.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of St. Helena, starring Dennis King. And here once more is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
I think this is a brilliant and fascinating play, and I wish we had more like it, more biographies on the Broadway stage today. The gaps are too long between an Abraham Lincoln, a Pasteur, a Victoria Regina, and a magnificent Yankee. Our thanks to Dennis King and his fellow players for bringing St. Helena to us. Next week, our best play will be Tennessee Williams's Summer and Smoke, a drama with an interesting history. It was a comparative failure on Broadway, and later an enormous success in an arena theater in Greenwich Village, thanks largely to the playing of an unknown young actress, Geraldine Page. Miss Page will be with us in Summer and Smoke next week. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
St. Helena was transcribed and adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Heard in the cast were Alexander Scourby as Montelon, Horace Bram as Bertrand, Philip Bourneuf as Gourgaud, Guy Spall as Las Casas, Ralph Bell as Dr. Antomarchi, Lester Fletcher as the Abbé, Guy Rep as Cipriani, June Field as Countess Montelon, John Stanley as Sir Hudson Lowe, Ronald Long as Sir George Coburn, Ivor Francis as Captain Nichols, and Edwin Jerome as Dr. O'Mara. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Fred Collins.
Listen to The Theater Guild Sundays on NBC.
The greatest story ever told. Presented by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Today, we present Voyage to Rome, a drama based upon events set forth in the 27th chapter of the Acts of the Apostles. Events which are all part of the greatest life ever lived. City of Caesarea rises up from the coastline of the Holy Land and faces the Great Sea. This is the capital of Caesar in this part of the world and is in appearance almost as Rome itself. Here, all the notables of Judea and Galilee and Syria come to mingle with Roman nobility. And here to this city has come the Apostle Paul to teach the way of his Lord. But his teaching has brought him great danger. For he has been seized and imprisoned, and only the fact that he is a citizen of Rome has kept him from being tried by the authorities in Caesarea. So it has been decided that Paul shall be returned to Rome to stand trial there for his teaching. Now, on this day at the great wharf of Caesarea, a number of prisoners wait in chains to be placed aboard a vessel to start the long, difficult journey to Rome.
Prisoners, you will stand in a straight line while the honored Centurion Julius inspects you. At attention, I said.
They're ready, sir. Good, Tertius. I thought I could pick him out just by looking at him. Which one is he?
Which one? The one who claims special privilege because he is a citizen of Rome. Oh, that one. Here, sir. Well, no wonder I couldn't pick him out. Look at him. Dressed in such poor clothes. So you're the one, I am, sir. Paul of Tarsus, citizen of the Roman Empire. You do no credit to Rome, dressed like a poor man. And from what I hear you teach of a strange God. I teach of my Lord, Jesus of Nazareth. And for your teaching, you will pay with your life. You know that, don't you? I know only that I must teach. I must pass on to those whom I meet the truth, as I know it. Well, let me warn you now. There'll be no teaching on this voyage. My assignment is to take you to Rome, to deliver you to the authorities there. This I will do. But without trouble from you, do you understand? Centurion, you are an extremely anxious man. In some way you fear me, yet I have no hatred against you. How much better your life would be if you could trust and love your fellow man. That's the way it starts, sir. He always talks that way. Well, he won't start it with me. March the prisoners on board. Yes, sir. Prisoners! Now! As for you, noble Paul, you'd best watch your ways, do you understand? March! So, Tertius, you say he insisted on seeing me? Yes, sir. Well, Paul, only a single day has gone by and you come to register a complaint. Well, no complaint, worthy Centurion. Oh. There was only a single request that I'd have. I hear that at dawn this vessel arrives in Sidon, and there I have many friends. What of it? If you would grant me the liberty, I would like to visit them. For who knows that I will ever have the opportunity to see them again, the charge against me being so grave. A man with a grave charge against him might see fit to escape. Better to be a fugitive than dead, huh? I will not seek to escape. They never do. Please, sir, have you no compassion? I'm a soldier. I'm not trained to have compassion. I'm not paid to be merciful. I'm not a centurion because I practice leniency. I am what I am because those in command trust me to do my duty, and I will do it. A pity. A man so resolute as you could be of great service in a worthy cause. And what does that mean? Would that you were so strong in the cause of righteousness. What a pity that you have never heard the teaching of love which my Lord pronounced on the mount. I don't know what you're talking about. Shall I take him back to the hole, sir? No, not yet. I'd like to hear this teaching. There can be no harm in it. I was not there when he taught these words, but I've heard them many times since from his disciples. And in my mind, I've even heard the way they must have sounded as he said them. You have heard that it hath been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Yes, my friend, those are his words. The way of life he has pointed out to us. Would that all men followed those words. I see you do not believe them. I do not. Too bad. But now, to my request, may I have the freedom to visit my friend? I've told you. Now, wait, I think it might be arranged. Tertius, when the boat reaches Sidon, you will allow this man his freedom. Sir, do I hear right? Yes, Tertius. Now, prisoner, you'll return below decks. Yes, sir. And thank you. Sir, if you let him go for a day, you'll never see him again. And you know they regard him as a very important prisoner. I know that. He's not as free as he thinks. He'll be followed. Let him try to escape, and there'll be the provocation to kill him. He's a dangerous man. He really believes what he says. A piercing look in his eyes, even while he talks so gently. I don't like that either. Nor do I. And to have such a man with us for the many months it will take to make this journey, I don't like that prospect. So he will go free for the day. And you will follow him and take another soldier with you as a witness. You'll need strong proof against him, for he's a Roman citizen. Then at the first sign that he seeks to escape, you'll apprehend him and bring him back. Attempt to escape would justify executing him. Yes, we may be rid of him very soon. Well, Tertius, don't stand there mumbling. Speak up. What happened?
I don't know. I saw him one moment, and in the next moment he was gone.
Gone?
Oh, we had followed him closely. Had seen him go from house to house. People greeted him. He went inside. Always he came out. Always I followed him to the next place.
Yet you lost him. You let him get away.
I don't know how it happened. I don't.
But you do know what this will mean to me. Think of what will happen when we reach Rome. They'll ask for this special prisoner, and I'll not be able to produce him. Think of what will happen to me. I should have you ask for this.
Oh, please, sir, please. Let me go by my throat.
As you were. Yes, sir. Yes. Come in.
You're surprised to see me, sir? You should not be. I gave you my word.
But still you had the chance to escape.
But that would mean that I value my life more highly than yours. More highly than the mission on which I go. That is not so. I would not put you in jeopardy by escaping. Nor would I turn from the work which awaits me in Rome.
Work? A trial awaits you there. And even death.
Yes. But before that, I will have the opportunity to teach of my Lord to Caesar himself. I would not seek to save my life and lose that chance. So you see, it was not really necessary to send Tertius after me.
We'll return to the hold of the ship.
Yes, sir.
He knew that we followed him, that we lost him. And in spite of that, he returned. So he really believed what his Lord teaches. He even risked his life to save us, his enemies. But surely we would both have been sentenced to death for allowing him to escape. He's the strangest man I ever met. And if this is returned, we can set sail again. Give the order to the captain of the vessel. Yes, sir. Captain, it is not my duty to instruct you in the sailing of the vessel. It is yours. You're both owner and captain.
Oh, yet as centurion in command, you have soldiers and prisoners aboard this vessel. You're responsible for their safety. So I thought it best to consult you before we start the longest and possibly the most dangerous part of the voyage.
From Crete here to the coast of Rome, there's no chance to sail along sheltered coastline.
No, sir.
Yet you believe we can make the journey in comparative safety.
I think so.
And I'm willing to abide by your decision.
Sir, I do not wish to interrupt.
You've already interrupted. What is it?
The prisoner, Paul.
We've had no trouble from him since we left Sidon. What's happened now?
He insists that he must speak to you.
Once we have set sail, I will have time to talk to him.
But he claims he cannot wait. He must see you at once, before we lift anchor.
Indeed. Bring him up here. He will have his chance to see me, but he'll regret it. Bring him to me at once.
Yes, sir.
That man, there'll never be an end of trouble with him.
Yes, I've noticed him. He's a man with a religious air. For hours he will sit silently praying within himself, and around him there seems always to be an aura of some kind. The way the other prisoners respect him. The way... There he is.
Well, Paul, you've insisted on seeing me. You've even insisted on having us put off the lifting of the anchor till we have talked. Doesn't it suit your pleasure to sail at this time?
Sir, I feel sure that the sail now is to cause danger and difficulty. Captain? The man doesn't know what he's talking about. I have a strong premonition. There will be storms and tempests. The ship will be in danger, and all of us will be risking our lives. Nonsense, Captain. I beg you to put off the sailing. I tell you, I have a strong feeling about this. I have my cargo and my profits to think of. The ship cannot lie idle here in Crete. I say we sail. And yet, Captain... Be still. Yes, sir. Who are you to proclaim yourself an expert over the winds and the tides? If the captain says it is safe to sail, we will do so. And another word out of you will bring you great punishment. I have done my part by warning you. I can do no more. Tertius, take him below. Yes, sir. Come along. Captain, we will sail. Then I will devise some punishment to fit this prisoner. Takes it upon himself to instruct us in our duty. So, Paul, you have taken it upon yourself to be responsible for the lives of all of us. You would instruct us in our duty. I meant only to do good. Did you? Sir, why do you treat me as your enemy when I would only be your friend? Well, I said to help you, not to hurt you. You know I don't trust you. That's because you've lived a lifetime among people who hate and distrust others. If only you would listen to the words of my master, if only... I've not called you to my cabin to discuss such things with you, but only to warn you. You risk your life by seeking to tell me or the captain of this vessel how things should be run. To give you a taste of how things will be unless you change your ways. I've decided that you will be beaten. If you have set your mind to it, I will not try to change it. For I believe that in spite of all this, you're a good man at heart. And once you know the truth, you will change. If it will make you feel better to beat me, do so. See here, I want no tricks out of you. You have said I am to be beaten. I am ready. Come in. Sir, I've been sent to tell you. There's trouble. The prisoners. They've revolted? No, sir. This word is from the captain. We're heading into a storm, a very bad storm. Everyone must stand by. We will need every able-bodied man. A bad storm? Yes, sir. And I will go above and join the captain. And we'll see how things really look. And this one, what do you want done with him? I would want him returned to the hold where the other prisoners are. Thank you, sir. I will not forget this kindness. It is not kindness. There's no time for anything now but thinking of the danger we are in. Captain, is there anything we can do? Nothing more than we've done already. I've had all the sails gathered in. We can only put ourselves at the mercy of the storm and the wind and ride with it, hoping that the storm will be over soon. But you said that yesterday. This storm will never end if one can judge by looking at the sky. It must come to an end sometime. We will come to an end before this storm does. Do something, Captain. Do something. Hold fast! With every wave, more water seeps into the hold. Already our decks are almost level with the sea itself. I know. I've been watching. There is a point at which the vessel becomes so heavy that we must lighten it. We may have arrived at that point now. What can you do? I will give the order. And I will need the help of your prisoners to carry it out. Whatever you command, they will do. Give the order. All hands! Make ready to hurl the cargo over the side. All hands! Still it rages. And now the danger is even worse than before. What is there left to do, Captain? Nothing. The cargo is over the side. We have hurled all the spare tackle over the side. There's nothing left to do. And therein lies the danger. The crew knows how badly off we are. They know there is nothing left to do. From now on, we can expect the worst. Mutiny. Even outright killing. I have my band of soldiers. You need not fear. They will be of little use now, for they're as much afraid as my sailors. They'll be as desperate and as dangerous. Yes, you might as well be ready for panic.
At any moment now. And to think that all this could have been averted. We could not know there would be such a storm. He warned us. You mean the prisoner, Paul? Yes, he warned us. We would not listen. Now his worst prophecy is coming true. It can't pass. Well, the trouble is beginning, I fear. Look there, forward on the deck. The sailors come toward us in a band. This is what I feared. I will try to quiet them. Men, do not do anything rash or hasty. For together we have a chance. Together we may yet come out of this.
Together we'll die. You got us into this, and we mean to make you pay for it.
Sailors, take heed. I warn you now. The Roman soldiers aboard this vessel, if you lift a hand against your captain or me, we'll all be killed.
You hear that? We'll all be killed. Well, that's no trick now. We die anyway. Come on, men.
Centurion, they do mean to kill us. See, they have weapons.
Stand back, I warn you.
Stand back.
Your warnings won't save you now.
My friends! My friends! Listen to me.
My Paul.
My friends, don't do anything now that you will regret. For if you think that you're all to die, you are mistaken. I give you my word that not a man will be lost. Turn back. Let there be no violence.
Wait, men. How can you be so sure that we will all survive?
There stood by me this night the angel of God, whose I am, and whom I serve, saying, Fear not, Paul. You must be brought before Caesar. And lo, God hath given you all them that fail with you. Therefore, my friends, do not be afraid, for I believe God that it shall be even as it was told me.
Did you hear that?
Yes, but I don't believe him.
The question is, will the men believe him?
Listen up. How do we know that you tell us the truth? Yes, I don't know.
Before we set sail, I foretold that there would be a great storm, and there was. Now I tell you, we will all be saved. It is the word of the God whom I serve. If I told you the truth before, believe that this is the truth now. It is the truth. He did foretell the storm. If you would be saved, believe him now. Believe him.
What do you say, men? Do we believe him?
Well, we'll wait a little while and see. But not even his God will be able to save him if he's lied to it.
I wouldn't have believed it, sir. Nor I, Christy. The storm has come. The men have come.
But we're a long way from being safe, Centurion.
Why do you say that, Captain?
Our rudder washed away, no tackle left with which to work. We drift aimlessly.
Sooner or later, we must reach land.
Must we?
You think we won't make it?
I haven't said we wouldn't, but don't expect too much. Our fate is in the laps of the gods.
Paul says we are in the hands of his God. A powerful God.
Don't expect too much, that's all I have to say. There, Captain. You see? Yes, land is one thing, reaching toward another. This may be a treacherous coastline. Let me have a look.
Well, is it a familiar view?
I'm afraid it is.
Afraid? Why?
If this is the place I think, then there is a great whirlpool close by. Two seas run together near here. We are not yet safely out of this. Stand by, and we will soon see.
I told you, Centurion, I warned you. We're in the midst of it now.
Is there nothing we can do? If we are lucky, we may drift through to calmer water, but if not, we will crash on the rocks. In any event, we had best get all hands on deck. All hands on deck. Release all prisoners. Every man stand by. We're aground on the rock. Men, you will not serve any purpose by becoming panicky now. Hold fast. Every man will be saved if it is possible. Captain, what do we do now? The vessel is pinned here on this rock. He will be pounded to pieces by the swirling water. Yet we are close enough to land. Those who can swim can probably make it. Then I will give the order. We will abandon the ship, and each man will strike out for himself. But, sir, we have a duty to perform first. What duty? The prisoners. We cannot let them escape, and they surely will if we let them abandon the ship. So we might. Then we go back to Rome and admit that. You know what is expected of us. We have no choice. We must kill them. Kill them? Well, what is it, sir? You seem squeamish. As though you've never killed a prisoner before. Come, give the order and have it done with. There's little time, precious. There will be no order. You can't let them escape. You wouldn't dare. Think of the consequences. This could mean execution for you, sir. I know that, but the prisoners will not be harmed. Why? Give me one good reason. That man. I could not lift a hand against him. But not only did he warn us against the storm, but he saved our lives. So he could prophesy that the storm would pass. And each thing happened as he said. Only his God has powers beyond any we know of. I could not shed the blood of that man. This man, Paul, whom you hate, whom you are going to punish? Still, I wish I'd never seen the man. I hope I shall never see him again. You've heard my decision. The prisoners will be saved. If you're afraid to touch that one man, why let all the others go free? Because I have decided it will be that way. Yes, all the prisoners will be saved. Well, it's your decision and your life. I know that. Hear me. All you men, soldiers, sailors, prisoners, hear this. All prisoners will be unshackled. Then you go over the side. Each man who can swim will strike out for the shore. Men who cannot swim will take broken timbers from the vessel and try to float into shore. Each man is on his own. Good luck. Well, Centurion, you'd better take off your armor to make yourself light enough to stay afloat. As for me, I go over the side now. Farewell. Farewell, Captain. Sir, may I help you? Hey, Paul, you're still here. I thought I'd be rid of you once I gave the order to abandon the vessel. Let the others go first. I can wait. Now perhaps I can help you to unbuckle your armor. There's not too much time. The vessel will sink very soon. I can do this by myself. Then may I at least thank you. You've saved many innocent lives this day, but at risk to your own. I've done what I thought best in my judgment. That is the most heartening thing of all, my friend. What do you mean by that? You're no longer a centurion, but a man with a free soul and free judgment of his own. You are not the man you were on the day we first met. Something fine and wonderful has happened to you. Nothing has happened to me. You do not know what it is as yet. But one day you will know. You have encountered him, and you will never be the same as you were. No, for his spirit has touched you, and you have learned to love your fellow men. I knew that you would. I knew it. You knew it, yes. As I knew all those other things would happen. So now, friend, into the water before this vessel cracks in two. And remember, we will meet again one day in his service. Yes, we will meet again. I know it.
This program was brought to you by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Next week on the same network at this time, we will present I Am in the Midst of Them, a teaching from the 18th chapter of the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived. On February 26th, the second of a new series of religious programs entitled His Way, His Word, will be brought to you on television over another network by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. We invite you to see it. Check your local newspaper for the time of His Way, His Word on February 26th.
Theater 5 presents Mr. Jackson Beck in Jailbreak.
You still dawdling out here, honey?
No. Morning, Sarah.
You better hurry on down to that courthouse, honey. You're spending too much time bird watching to win friends as a fighting sheriff.
Yeah, it's real pretty and cool and peaceful here early mornings.
But you're nearly 2 hours late now, honey.
Courthouse will be hot and ugly, especially with the murder trial closing out. Ugly as sin.
County election coming up. It'll be ugly, too. You don't start minding your business, this big sheriff man of mine's going to lose his badge. Honey, looks especially bad, you being absent with that trial going.
Yeah. Truth is, I'm not so eager to hear sentence passed on that salesman.
Honey, he's sure to be found guilty, isn't he? Well, honey, isn't he?
In all the years I've been sheriff in this county, I never knew a man to be found innocent during a hot spell. Everybody gets mean here in August.
Tom, honey, what's worrying you so much?
Looks like I'm in deep, deep trouble.
Why? What trouble, honey?
I guess you know what trouble. Everybody's dead certain that salesman's going to get the first degree.
Well, didn't he kill a man?
But that's not the point, Sarah. You know it isn't. His guilt doesn't matter one way or another to me, except... Well, don't you remember? It'll mean another execution. I know it. I can smell it coming.
He's from another part of the country. He don't even belong here. And this salesman, he comes in here and kills one of our neighbors. He ought to pay, hadn't he?
Sarah, it's me. Me I'm talking about. They're going to want that salesman hung.
But if he's guilty...
But it's me, Sarah. Don't pretend you don't remember the law in this county. It's me, the sheriff, that has to hang that salesman.
No, Tom. Don't get yourself all worked up. Just don't think about it.
You, of all people. My wife. You know how bad it was for me that other time. How bad.
Tom, wait. I don't feel so good, Tom.
Neither do I.
I'm getting one of my splitting headaches, Tom. I'm just going blind with it. Now, you send Doc Murphy out here right away, as soon as you get into town. Send him out here to see me with that new prescription.
All right, Sarah. All right.
And don't you worry yourself sick. Maybe they let that salesman off easy.
Maybe. Let us hope and pray they do. Let us hope and pray.
Frank Morris, our blue ribbon juries found you guilty of murder in the first degree. For our past sentence, got anything else you want to say to this court?
What I've been saying, Your Honor, I didn't set out to hurt, let alone kill anybody. Just arguing in that bar, I had a few too many, got to fighting. And this guy is dead. The thing is, I had nothing against him. I didn't know him, never even seen him before. I just got to fighting. It was an accident. So what I mean is, Your Honor, it seems you ought to consider that and not make it first degree.
You didn't know your victim, but all of us here in Lakeville knew him. We knew him well. He was our good neighbor here for 40 years. Still would be if you hadn't driven into our town and murdered him. That's right. Anything else you want to say?
I guess I might as well save my breath.
Yeah, what for? You won't be needing it, Frank.
Order! Well, you're right, Mr. Morris. Too hot for lengthy speeches. Won't make any myself either. Jury says first degree. Wouldn't be proper for me to extend mercy when the jury hasn't recommended any. Therefore, it's my solemn duty to hand you over to the administrations of the county sheriff's office until such time, the exact day not yet decided, as you shall be hanged by the neck until dead.
Well, here you are, Frank. Accommodation's a little better here in the city jail. Roomier and cooler, too. This courthouse is old, from before the Civil War. These walls are thick and cool.
The bed's better, too, not so lumpy. Now, listen, he said I was going to hang. He said that. Now, Sheriff, you got to help me.
I want to help you, Frank. I'll do what I can.
I know that. You treated me right.
You got any friends up north you can call in, Frank?
Not that could do me any good, no.
What about money, Frank? You need a good lawyer.
Look, I haven't been making out selling that junk. What I did, my wife took. She's been bleeding me white. I figured it'd do better if I get a few new sales routes opened up down here, but my luck's never been so bad.
Well, Frank, I don't want to see you hang.
I know that. You're a decent guy. I appreciate the way you've treated me, Sheriff.
I'm not going to see you hang, Frank, if I can help it.
Tom, you come and eat your supper.
I'm not hungry, Sarah.
You stop moping about that no-good salesman. You'll make yourself sick.
He's got no friends or relatives or money. He doesn't know anybody. He's got no more chance than a blind pup getting drowned in a rain barrel.
Just put it out of your mind for now, honey.
Sarah, Lord Almighty, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Don't you know what a terrible thing this is for me? Don't you have any idea at all?
Of course I do, Tom. But we gotta face facts.
Facts? Fact is that before you know it, it'll be time. I'm supposed to have that trap built all up again. I gotta buy rope, figure things out. The fact is, I gotta take that man out and put a rope around his neck and Sarah, you don't know. You don't have no idea what it was like that other time. I'm not a hangman.
But you're the sheriff.
But I don't have to take a man out and kill him. I don't have to break a man's neck just because I get paid to do it.
You do have to, if you want to be sheriff.
Is that all you think about, all you care about?
If you don't hang that salesman, someone else will. Someone else will be the sheriff.
Sarah, please, listen.
You listen. Election's coming up soon, and if you can't do your job, you'll be out of office and you know it. You don't hang this no-good salesman, and everybody's going to laugh. Not a one will vote for you, but they'll all laugh.
That's how it is. So that's how it is. Only thing you think about or care about is my being sheriff?
I'm not going to waste time caring or thinking about it. You're the sheriff, Tom Bender, and that's what you're going to stay.
salesman's really acting up, Sheriff. He's throwing a regular fit back there.
Well, Deputy, what if you knew you'd be taken out in just 2 more days and hung?
Well, all the time I've been deputy, I never seen a boy act up like this salesman. All I did was weigh him.
Weigh him?
Well, I've been studying up on hanging. It's complicated. I mean, you got to figure the weight of the guy and then figure out the length of the rope, the drop, according to how heavy the prisoner is. Like, let's see, if you got a heavy guy, you have a shorter drop. A lightweight guy, a longer drop. This is cause
Spare
the weight...
me the details, Deputy.
Well, anyway, I told that salesman you'd be real careful and to do a good, clean, quick job of it. That's when he started throwing catfits.
You better have a look back there. Sure are excited and worked up, aren't you?
Well, it's not likely I'll be in on another hanging.
Get away from here, Sheriff. Go away and don't come in here. I don't want to see you or your kind.
Now, Frank, hold on a minute.
Now, you stay away from me, you Judas creep. You're going to help me? You're going to be my friend all the time it's you? You going to hang me?
Well, that's how it is in this county, Frank. It's too poor to hire a professional hangman. Sheriff's supposed to take care of that little chore.
You and that Judd creep back here weighing me out like a Christmas turkey. Got to have just the right length of rope, he says, so the sheriff can do a quick, clean job. Now get out of here. Get out!
You hung one before, Sheriff, and had a little trouble.
There was some trouble, Judd. Even professionals don't always do it neat.
Well, that's why I've been doing a lot of figuring. I found this library book on hanging. It got this chart in it. Now, it says just what length of rope to use for every pound
You go on and study, Deputy. I'll be moseying along home.
Yeah, but, Sheriff, this is important. You get the drop just right, you won't have the trouble like last time. I mean, he won't just hang there kicking it. We now commend thee to a better world of forgiveness and mercy.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Some kind of mistake.
Oh, my. My. He's still kicking. He's trying to climb back up the rope. What'll I do? Help me, what can I do?
Get down there and grab hold of his legs. Pull on him hard. That's right, add your weight to his and keep holding. Pull harder.
Oh, no. Let me out. Oh.
Tom. You're all right. Now, there now. You're all right now, Tom. Now, just having another one of your bad old dreams.
Sarah, I can't do it. I won't do it. I won't hang that salesman, you hear? I'm going to resign.
Oh, no, you're not. You're up for re-election, and you got to win.
I'm getting out. I never wanted to be a sheriff anyway. I won't hang another one.
Oh, yes, you will, Tom. If you don't, I'll tell everything I know about you to some politicians who'll be glad to hear all I know. And I know plenty. I know about the bribes and the payoffs. I can name dates and names and places, mister.
But I needed more money on account of you. That's why I did those things. You running up debts, wanting more. I had to do it. Now you do that to me?
Just try me. Just try me, mister. You want me shamed and laughed at? You want to destroy my life, all I've worked for? Then I'll ruin you, sure. I sure will. I'll send you to prison for 20 years.
Come to weigh me out again, Sheriff? I lost a few pounds.
I'm going to help you, Frank, like I said. Take these, hide them under your mattress.
What is this?
Hacksaw blades, 6 of them.
I can use these... You mean I can get out?
What the devil do you think they're for?
The bars up there?
That's right. The only bars you can get through before daylight.
Well, I don't know what to say. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? I mean, for me, you take a big risk like this for me. Why? Why?
Because I hung one man already. One too many. It was a few years ago, but I'll live it over again just about every night. It was bad. So bad I can't tell you how bad. But I can tell you I won't hang another. I won't hang you, Frank.
Why'd you do it the other time?
I was young. I didn't know anything could be that bad. I did it for a woman. My wife. I was just married, and if I didn't do it, I wouldn't be sheriff. And she wanted me to be sheriff, wanted it more than anything in the world. All she cared about was the prestige, being important, being a sheriff's wife. So I did it. But I won't do it anymore. Not for her, not for anybody.
Well, thanks. That's all I can say. Thanks.
I never wanted to be sheriff, Frank. I'd have quit years ago if my wife hadn't held me to it. You see, this isn't my country up here nor my people. It's Sarah's country. So I had to stay here and be a sheriff. But what I always wanted was a boat. A boat hauling deck cargo over there in the Gulf. It's all I ever wanted, Frank. Maybe it isn't too late.
No, maybe not, but it seems pretty late to me. I better get to work on those bars.
Plenty of time, Frank. Wait till it's good and dark.
Those look like sort of thick bars.
Well, like I said, Frank, this old courthouse was built before the Civil War. Those bars are made out of old-fashioned iron, soft, very soft iron. Those blades will eat through it in 90 to nothing. You saw these two through just at the bottom, that's all. Wiggle them a little and they'll drop right out of that upper frame. That plaster's soft as wet sand inside. Then you just drop out and down into those weeds and hightail it to freedom.
Yeah, I'll be glad to get out, but I won't have a chance. I don't have clothes or money. They'll run me down like a dog.
That's all worked out, Frank. You'll get clean away. I'll see to that, all right. Now, listen. You make one mistake, we'll both be in the soup. Now, when you drop out of the window, you'll be facing Elm Street. Now, follow it south to a bridge over Hamilton's Creek. Cross the bridge. Go 100 yards, you'll find my pickup truck on the left side of the road in a grove of willows. Keys will be in it. Drive it straight south 3 miles.
3 miles.
Big white house setting back from the road, and the mailbox out front will have my name on it, Sheriff Tom Bender. You drive on in.
Your house?
Why, sure. You'll hide out there a while till the chase cools off. I'll get you some clothes, a little traveling money, and later I'll have a way of getting you over the state line. The last place anybody around here will look for you will be in the sheriff's house.
Oh, that's right, but what about your wife?
She won't even know you're there, Frank. Not where I'll put you.
Well, okay, maybe my luck's turning.
Just don't get lost or mess up anything. Or they'll have Abe's coon dogs on you before daylight. Now, let's have those directions back now.
All right. Well, I go down Elm to the dirt road, and then turn south and keep going down. Sheriff, it's me, Frank.
Come in, Frank. Glad you made it. Have any trouble?
No.
Didn't run into anyone? Nobody saw
No,
you?
clear all the way, except some pigs got in the road.
Don't move any further, Frank. Just stand right there.
Where do I hide, huh?
Just stand right there, Frank.
What's the gun for?
Don't try anything, Frank.
What is this? What are you doing? Who are you calling? Who is that? That woman? What's she doing lying there?
She's dead, Frank. I killed her, Frank, a few minutes ago. I finally did it. I got rid of her in time to have a few good years of my own.
Killed her?
Yeah. That's Sarah, who wanted to be the sheriff's wife. Hello. State Trooper's office? This is Sheriff Bender over at Lakeville. The wild man murderer broke jail here during the night, and they've had the coon dogs out after him. I just got back to my house. I'm calling from there now. Morris was here waiting for me. He must have known how to find my place and figured to use my wife as a hostage to make his escape. That's right. She put up a fight and he killed her. Yeah, that's right. He killed my wife. But I got him here, got him covered. You better head right straight over here, Lieutenant, and pick him up. He's dangerous to hold on to for long. All right. Hurry it up.
Like I said, you're a Judas creep.
I don't have to hang you, Frank. I'm free now. I'm going to the Gulf and get that boat. Oh, I can feel that breeze coming from way off, from the West Indies.
Double-crossing, lying Judas creep.
You're not out anything, Frank. You were going to get hung anyway.
Judge, I wish you'd come over to the jailhouse and talk to that Tom Bender for me.
Oh, what's wrong with Bender now, Judge?
Well, he's a pack of trouble, Judge. Acts like he's still the sheriff and me being his deputy, instead of me being the sheriff and him being my prisoner.
Tom troubles me, too, Judd. I almost wished he'd got away with killing Sarah after he planned it so carefully.
Well, he sure came close to getting away with it.
Yep. Setting it up to look like that escaped convict killed her was mighty clever. It was his bad luck that Sarah phoned Doc Murphy that night and made him bring her out a prescription. Doc showed up just in time to see Bender murder his wife. Seems like bad luck. Kind of a shame. Tom Bender was a good friend of mine.
Yeah, mine too. But now I gotta hang him.
Somebody's got to do it, Judd. You're the sheriff now. If you want to stay sheriff, you got to do the hanging.
I know I gotta do my duty, Judge, and I want to do a right good job. But to have a proper drop, I gotta know just how many pounds of prisoner I got for each foot of rope. And Tom, he just won't cooperate or nothing. He just won't let me weigh him out.
Theater 5 has presented Jailbreak, starring Mr. Jackson Beck. Written by Bryce Walton, directed by Warren Somerville. Featured in the cast, Margaret Hamilton, Bob Reddick, Jack Grimes, and Roger DeKoven. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
World's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first episode in its three-part dramatization of Charles Dickens' thrilling story of the French Revolution. A Tale of Two Cities. Another in its series of books that live the world's great novels.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of folly. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of doubt. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going straight the other way. It was the year of our Lord, 1775. And in November of this year of 1775, the surface of life went on as usual. So, as usual, the heavy mail coach with its steaming horses made its slow way from London to discharge a single passenger, an orderly, methodical man of business, one Jarvis Lorry from Tellson's Bank of London and Paris, at the Royal George Hotel at Dover.
Before I go to my room, let me say there will be a young lady asking for me, Mr. Jarvis Lorry. When she comes...
The young lady is here, sir.
Already? Well, bring her to me at once.
Yes, sir. I will request her to come, sir.
Now then, Lorry... Business. Remember, it is business. But 18 years. Buried alive for 18 years. How am I to tell her?
Here is the young lady, sir.
You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Manette, I kiss your hand.
Pray sit down, sir.
And you, miss.
I received the letter from the bank. It is most kind of you to protect me on my journey to Paris.
A pleasure, Miss Manette.
Can you explain? The letter said something had been discovered about my poor father's property.
It's property, yes.
He had been dead so long. What is it about?
It's rather difficult to begin.
Mr. Lorry, Are you quite a stranger to me?
Am I not?
I don't know. I fancied... But go on.
Well, then, Miss Bennett, I should like to tell you the story of one of our customers.
A story?
Yes, about a doctor. He was from Beauvais.
My father was a doctor from Beauvais.
This doctor, I knew him in Paris. He was well known there. He dealt with my bank, with Chesterton.
When was this?
Well, let me see now. 20 years ago. The doctor had a wife, an English lady.
Mr. Lorry, I know you now. It was you who brought me to England after my mother died. I'm sure it was you.
Yes. It was I, Miss Bennett.
Then this must be my father's story.
Until now, they are the same. But now, miss, if your father had not died, if he had been spirited away, put in prison...
What are you telling me?
If this man had had a child...
A daughter?
A daughter. And if the doctor's wife had determined to spare her child any pain, had raised her in the belief that her father was dead...
The truth. I pray you, sir, the truth.
This is what your mother did. She tried to find him. She tried endlessly until her heart broke. But she left you to grow up beautiful and happy. She spared you the pain.
And now, the letter. What does it mean?
Miss Bennett, your father has been found.
Found? My father is alive?
He is alive. That is why we are going to Paris.
Alive? My father.
Please, Miss Bennett.
I have been free. I have been happy. And he...
You will make him happy now. You will bring him back to life and love and comfort.
I have been free all these years. Why did he not haunt me? His ghost. Mr. Lorry, I am going to see his ghost. It will be his ghost, not my father.
Paris, where reign a king with a large jaw and a queen with a fair face. Paris, where one of the towers of Notre Dame looks down on the grand hotel of a Monseigneur, the preparation of whose morning chocolate requires the aid of 4 strong men, in addition to the cook. And where the other tower of Notre Dame looks toward the quarter of Saint Antoine, in the streets of which the spilling of a barrel of wine is enough to bring the human rats out of every corner. Saint Antoine, like all of France, has its own Monseigneurs. Cold, dirt, sickness, and want. All of them nobles of great power who abide fittingly in the narrow, stinking streets. On the corner of one stands a wine shop, whose proprietor holds nightly converse with his friends, while his wife, like all the women of Saint Antoine, sits with her knitting, keeping her fingers busy, that the stomach may be less sensible of its want of work, until the appearance of 2 newcomers causes the shop to empty quickly, and the proprietor shortly to leave also with his visitors.
Here are the stairs. Begin slowly. The climb is long.
Is the doctor alone, Monsieur Defarge?
Alone. God help him, who should be with him?
Is he always alone?
Of necessity, Monsieur Lorry. When they brought him to me, they warned me at my peril to be discreet.
We are most grateful to you.
I was his servant through many years, mademoiselle. If I can serve him still...
Is he greatly changed?
Changed? In the name of the devil, what do you expect?
Perhaps he will have to stay a while until he gets stronger.
He cannot. He must be gotten out of France at once. His life depends on it.
Is it much farther?
Only at the top of this flight.
You have a key, monsieur. The door is locked?
Aye, it is necessary.
But why?
Why? Because he was locked up so long he'd tear himself to pieces if his door were left open.
Is it possible?
Many things are possible. Many things are done every day under that sky there. Long live the devil.
Is it you, Jacques?
It is I, Jacques.
Who are these 3 men?
Leave us, good boys. We have business here.
Aye, Jacques. We have seen him. They were looking through the keyhole. You make a show of Monsieur Manette.
To a chosen few.
Is that well?
I think it is well. I show him to men of my name. Men named Jacques. His sight will do them good. Wait a moment.
Why do you do that?
This, too, is necessary. You in there.
Why does he shout at him?
Hush, my dear. Come in. Come in.
I am afraid.
Come forward, mademoiselle.
Yes.
There is nothing to fear.
What is he doing?
What is that work? He's making shoes. All day from dawn to black dark, he's making shoes. You are still at work, I see.
Yes, I am working.
Are you going to finish that pair of shoes today?
I suppose so.
Oh, my father.
Hush, my dear.
You have a visitor.
What did you say?
Show Monsieur the shoe you are working at. May I take it? Tell Monsieur what kind of shoe it is.
It is a lady's shoe. It is a lady's walking shoe.
Tell Monsieur your name.
Give me my shoe.
What is your name, shoemaker?
My name?
Yes. Tell me your name.
My name. Number 105 North Tower. 105 North Tower. 105 North Tower.
Thus is a man buried alive for 18 years, dug out and recalled to life. Slowly, with loving tenderness in the years that follow, did Lucie nurse her father back to health and refire the full vigor of his prison-dimmed mind. At the end of 5 years came a day that he will afterwards remember. A certain day in a courtroom.
Dr. Manette, you've heard the testimony against the prisoner, Charles Darnay?
I have.
You have heard Mr. John Barstead, the witness for the Crown, testify that the said Charles Darnay is a traitor to England by reason of certain documents he has delivered into the hands of the French government?
Yes.
You have heard your daughter, Miss Lucy Manette, testify that 5 years ago she met the accused aboard a packet ship which was bringing you from France.
My daughter testified most unhappily, as her tears must have proved. It is not our wish to oust Mr. Darnay.
The court is not concerned with the manner of her testimony. Will you look upon the prisoner? You ever seen him before?
Once. He called at my lodgings in London 3 years ago.
You cannot identify him as your fellow passenger aboard the packet?
I cannot, sir.
Is there any special reason why you cannot?
There is.
You underwent a long imprisonment without trial in your native France, did you not, Dr. Manette?
A very long imprisonment.
On the occasion of your being aboard the packet 5 years ago, you were newly released?
They tell me so.
You do not remember?
I remember nothing. From sometime during my confinement until I found myself living in London with my dear daughter, my mind is a blank.
That will do, Dr. Manette. I wish to recall the Crown's estimable witness, Mr. John Barstead.
John Barstead? John Barstead? Yes, sir?
Mr. Barstead, you have declared that the servant of the prisoner discovered these traitorous documents in the prisoner's possession 5 years ago and reported them to you.
He did his duty like I did mine.
You are a courageous man. Now, you also declare that you saw the prisoner, Charles Darnay, take the mail coach for Dover shortly thereafter.
I did.
I only wish to impress your testimony on the court. Thank you, Mr. Barstead. You may stand down.
Hold on a minute there.
Huh? Who is this man?
I am an associate of the counsel for the defense. Sidney Cotton, at your service. I wish to ask the witness if he is quite sure it was the prisoner he saw. Of course I'm sure. It was him and no other. Did you ever see anybody very like the prisoner? Not to be mistaken. I will take off my wig. Look well at me and then at the prisoner. Could you not mistake me for him?
Mr. Cotton, you are trying to confuse my witness.
He's confused already. I ask the court if what happens once may not happen twice. I ask the court if the witness would have been so confident had he seen me before. I ask the court whether it may not now try Sidney Cotton for treason as sensibly as Charles Darnay.
Well, we have brought you off with honor, Mr. Darnay, in spite of that lying Barstead. I am most grateful, Mr. Lorry. As for you, Monsieur Carton, I owe you my life.
A great debt to owe for a small accident.
Can you forgive me, Mr. Darnay?
Indeed, Miss Manette. I am sure your testimony did me more good than harm.
Well, we must not stand here in the night fog. As a physician, will you not order us to our homes, Dr. Manette?
What did you say?
Mr. Lorry thinks we should go home, Father.
You look at me very strangely, Doctor. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing, Mr. Darnay. I thought for a moment that I knew your face, but it is nothing.
Come away, Father.
Yes, my dear. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Carter. Mr. Darnay.
Good
Once
night.
again,
Good
my
night.
congratulations.
Must be a strange night to you, Mr. Darnay, standing alone here in the street with your double.
I hardly seem to belong to this world at all.
I don't wonder. It's not so long since you were on your way to another. You sound faint.
I think I am.
Then why don't you dine? My arm, my friend. I'll show you to the best bottle of wine in Fleet Street. Are you back in the world yet, Mr. Darnay?
I think so.
As for me, I only want to forget I belong to it. There's no good in it for me except this wine. Here, let me pour for you.
Thank you.
Call a health, Mr. Darnay. Give your toast.
What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. I'll swear it is.
Miss Manette, then.
Miss Manette, then. That's a fair young lady to be pitied by and have weep for you. Worth risking your life for, eh?
You remind me, I have not thanked you enough for giving me back my life.
I want no thanks. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Darnay.
Willingly?
Do you think I like you particularly?
You act as if you do, but I don't think you do.
And I don't think I do. I'm beginning to respect your understanding.
Nevertheless, I hope I may call the reckoning and part kindly with you.
You may. And if you call the whole reckoning, order me another pint of this wine.
I will.
A last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking.
You know I've been drinking.
I know it then.
Then you shall know why. I'm a disappointed drudge, sir. A great liar gone wrong. The jackal at the lion's feast. I care for no man, and no man cares for me.
You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. But don't think too much of your own sober face. You don't know what it may come to.
I thank you for the advice, Monsieur Cotton. Good night.
Good night. More wine there. Good night, sober man. Do I like you? Confound you, Cotton. Why should you like a man who resembles you? Much there is in you to like. Like a man who shows you what might have been. Change places with him, and you'd have been looked at by those blue eyes as he was. Have it out in plain words, Cotton. You hate the fellow.
It's like living out in the country, this house. Is it not, Mr. Darnay?
So, the magical corner of London, Mr. Loy. The more magical because the good doctor and Miss Manette live here.
I find it so, too.
They should return soon.
Have you seen the whole house?
Yes. Mr. Lorry, perhaps you can give me the answer to a question.
I would try.
In the doctor's bedroom, I have seen a shoemaker's bench and a tray of tools. Why does he keep them there?
I wonder, too. Miss Lucy tells me that she hears him sometimes in the night walking up and down like a man in a cell. But he never speaks.
This looks like serious business for such a quiet day.
Oh, come in, Mr. Cotton.
I am in.
Cotton?
You are a mirror that sticks like a shadow, Mr. Darnay. I do not see a man all my life. Then, during 4 months, I see no one else.
I think I hear Miss Manette and the doctor.
They may be quite far off still. This corner picks up all the echoes from 3 streets around.
I've noticed it, too. Sometimes there seem to be 1,000 footsteps here, and no one comes.
They are here, nonetheless.
Lucy, I was sure we would have
Here
to
they are.
Come in, eh?
Mr. Carton,
Lucy?
my dear
Doctor?
friend,
Gentlemen.
sit down. We shall have tea at once.
Ah, you've come home in good time, Doctor. We shall have a storm, I think. No storms come into this house, Mr. Lorry. My Lucy keeps them out.
Where have you been walking?
We have been out looking at some of the old buildings along Temple Bar.
Here is the storm we were promised.
Yes, in big drops. It comes slowly.
It comes surely.
The people are hurrying home in every street.
Multitude of footsteps and not a soul to be seen.
A multitude and yet a solitude.
Sometimes I have sat here and listened and thought those footsteps were all the people who are coming into our lives by and by.
There is a great crowd coming, if that is so.
Are they coming to all of us, or only to you?
It is only a fancy, Mr. Darnay, but I have thought into my life and my father.
I take them into mine.
Have a care, Mr. Carton. Speak not so warmly of the mob.
I accept them. I ask no questions. It is a great crowd, and I see them by the lightning. And I hear them. Come one, come all. Come fierce, and come furious.
The footsteps come, fierce and furious. And in the quarter of Saint Antoine, they herald another visitor, one who wants no part of a mob. Saint Antoine should be honored, but the honor is lost upon it. It runs away and pulls its children, when it can, from under the visitors' chariot wheels.
What's that? What is the matter? Why do we stop?
An accident, Monseigneur. The coachman has got down.
Well, get him up again. What has gone wrong out there?
Oh, no, Monsieur le Marquis. It is a child. The horse trod upon it.
That man, why does he make that abominable noise? Is it his child?
Excuse me, Monsieur le Marquis. It is a pity, yes.
My child. Mon pauvre enfant, monsieur. Killed. He's dead.
It is extraordinary to me that you people cannot take care of yourselves and your children. One or the other of you is forever in the way. How do I know what you have done to my horses? There is a gold piece. Enough of this noise.
He's dead.
Be afraid, man, my friend. It is better so. He has died in a moment without pain. He could not have lived an hour as happily.
Ah, you are a philosopher, you there. How do they call you?
They call me Defarge.
Of what trade?
Monsieur le Marquis, vendor of wine.
Ah, there is gold for you too, vendor of wine. Pick it up and spend it as you will. The horses there, are they all right?
Oui, Monseigneur.
Drive on.
There is your money, dog.
Hold. Hold the horses. Who threw that coin? Where is that man? You there, woman. You with the knitting. You stood near him. Ah, you dogs. I would ride over every one of you and exterminate you from the earth. Drive on there. To the chateau. My nephew, Monsieur Charles. Is he arrived from England?
He is within, Monsieur le Marquis.
Good evening, Charles. Or shall I say Monsieur Darnay? That is your name now, eh?
Good evening, sir.
I would have been here to receive you. There was an inconvenience in the village.
Not a great one, I trust.
Not as great as I'm sure you do trust, my dear nephew. As we drew up to the posting house gate, I noticed the people staring at my coach. There was one, a mender of roads. He told a strange tale of a man who had been clinging to a chain beneath the coach and who dropped off at the top of the hill and disappeared.
Clinging to a chain?
It is likely the road mender invented the tale to get gold. These lying dogs.
You will not search for the man then?
To what purpose? You have been a long time coming, Charles.
But I am back now for my old purpose, though it may carry me to death.
Oh, that is not necessary, Charles. Not to death.
But you would not pull me back from the brink. I am sure your diplomacy will stop at no means to prevent me from attaining my purpose.
Please recall that I told you so long ago.
I recall it.
Oh, thank you. What was that?
Where?
Outside the blinds. Open them.
I see nothing.
Well, then.
You were thinking of the man under the coat?
I was thinking of nothing. You were saying...
I was saying that it is a good thing for me that you have no longer the king's ear and could not have me thrown into prison.
It is not a good thing, Charles. These gentle aids to the honor of families are too difficult to obtain now. It used not to be so. Once we could assert our station properly.
We've asserted our station enough to make Evremont the most detested name in France.
Let us hope it is so. It is a compliment.
We have done wrong, sir. We are reaping the fruits of wrong.
We?
Our family. Our honorable family. We've injured every human creature who stood between us and our pleasure.
And why not, my friend? In your father's time...
It is your time, too. Nothing can separate you.
Death has done that.
And has left me trying to undo some of the wrongs of the day.
You dishonor the dead.
My father, not my mother. With her last word, she begged me to have mercy, to redress. And now I spend my life seeking power and assistance in vain.
You will seek them forever in vain if you seek them from me. You would do better to be rational and accept your destiny. But you are lost, I see, Monsieur Charles.
This property and France are lost to me. I renounce them.
This property is not yours to renounce. Not yet.
But when it is, I shall abandon it. It is a wilderness of misery and ruin. There is a curse on this land.
You prefer England, for example?
Yes, England. Where I bring no disgrace to the family, nor it to me.
England is very attractive to you, seeing how badly you have prospered there.
I can thank you for my prospering there. I know who paid Bassad to accuse me. But England is my refuge.
And the refuge of many. You know another Frenchman who has found refuge there? A doctor.
Yes.
With a daughter?
Yes.
Yes. So commences the new philosophy. Oh, you must be fatigued, Monsieur Danet. I will have your chamber lighted. Good repose.
Night and the quiet are upon everything. Upon the marquis, within the gauze curtains that enfold his bed. Upon the carved stone faces that stare from under the eaves of the chateau. Upon the fountain dropping unseen and unheard. Upon the people of the village, asleep and dreaming of ease and banquets. Upon Saint Antoine far away. Upon all France. And when the night has passed and the routine of life is astir again, all things are as usual. All things? Then what news is it that the birds carry over the fields, so that the mender of roads on the sultry morning runs down the hill knee-high in dust? What news that the tocsin rings above the carved stone faces that show no surprise?
Monsieur Charles! Monsieur Charles!
Yes? What is it, man? Speak.
Quickly, Monsieur Charles. Come quickly. Monseigneur! Monseigneur!
I
found him so, monsieur.
A knife through his heart. So, uncle, stone faces have a new companion. What is that paper on the knife? Drive him fast to his tomb. This from a man called Jacques.
The footsteps have come into the chamber. The footsteps carrying the knife into lives as yet untouched by its bite.
A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the second episode of A Tale of Two Cities. And don't forget that your local public library can be the source of great entertainment. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. A Tale of Two Cities is adapted for radio by Clarice A. Ross. The music was composed by Dick Shores, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Geraldine Kay is featured as Lucy, and Jonathan Hole as Sidney Cotton. The narration is by Sherman Marks. Charles Darnay is played by Ken Nordine, Dr. Manette by Maurice Copeland, Jarvis Laurie by Jess Pugh, Defarge by Ken Griffin, the Marquis by Sid Breeze, the lawyer by George Kluge, and Barsad by Ted Liss. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novel. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second episode in its four-part dramatization of Charles Dickens' powerful story of innocent lives, pitted against the forces of fury. A Tale of Two Cities, another in its series of books that live, the world's great novel.
After 18 years' imprisonment in the Bastille, Dr. Alexandre Manette has been rescued and taken to England by his daughter Lucy and their old friend Jarvis Laurie. The charm of their quiet life is shared by Charles Darnay, a young Frenchman, and Sidney Cotton, a brilliant but dissipated lawyer. Between Darnay and Cotton there is an uncanny physical resemblance. But meanwhile, across the Channel, the fury of a chained people gathers strength, and the first to bow to it is the Marquis Saint-Evremont, of the family of which Charles Darnay is a member, but which he has renounced forever. A year has passed since the mysterious death by stabbing of the Marquis and the return of Charles Darnay from France. A year in which he has prospered and been happy, keeping ever in his heart and before his eyes the image of one dear face. But of his love for Lucy Manette, he has spoken no word until, on a summer day, he seeks out her father in the quiet house in Soho.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Darnay. Thank you. Miss Manette is well? Quite well. She is out shopping with our good Miss Broad. I'm glad she's away, Doctor. I wanted to talk to you about Lucy. I've known your daughter for a year and a half, sir. I've held her in the deepest respect. It is painful for me to hear her spoken of in that tone. A tone of great love and admiration, Doctor. I believe you. Shall I go on, sir? Yes, go on. You know what I'm going to say. If there is any love in the world, I love your daughter. Have you spoken to Lucy? No. Nor written? Never. I know what she means to you. I've waited as long as I could. I thank you for that. I know that to bring my love between you is almost a sacrilege, but I do love her. I know. Do not think I have any idea of taking her away from you. I, too, am an exile from France, driven from home by my despair at the oppression of the people. I only ask to share your life and your name. You speak well, Charles Darnay. Tell me, do you think my daughter loves you? I do not know.
Nor do I. And you want to go to her now with my knowledge?
That, and one promise.
What promise do you want?
Only that you will make her understand what I've told you. That I never want to come between you.
I believe you. I give the promise.
Thank you, sir. There's one thing more. I think you ought to know my name.
Your name?
I've seen you looking at me strangely sometimes, as though you knew who I really was. I want you to know now.
Stop. Do not say any more.
But I want no secrets from you.
No more, I say.
Very well, sir. But there is a reason why I'm in England. You should know it.
And there is a reason why I'm in England. I do not want to hear yours. If you marry Lucy, you shall tell me after the marriage, not before, Chaldane. I warn you, not before.
Thus, one heart which dares to hope, and so goes properly about its delicate mission. But there is another which does not hope and can afford to be more direct.
I fear you are not well, Mr. Carlton. May I get you some tea?
The life I lead, Miss Manette, is not conducive to good health.
Then why not change that life?
It's too late for that. I shall never be any better than I am.
Is there nothing I can do to help you?
Nothing. Forgive me, Miss Manette, but will you hear what I want to say to you?
If it will do you any good, dear friend, it would make me very glad.
God bless you for your sweet compassion. Don't be afraid to hear me. I'm like one who died too young. All my life might have been.
Oh, no, Mr. Carlton. I'm sure the best part of it might still be.
If it had been possible, Miss Manette, that you could have returned the love of a drunken, wasted scoundrel.
Please, you do yourself wrong.
I know you can have no tenderness for me. I'm thankful that you don't love me. I could only have pulled you down to disgrace with me. I'm thankful that it cannot be. Can you understand that?
If you forgive me, but if you love me, have I no power for good with you at all?
None whatever. Let me say what I've come to say. You would have reclaimed me if anything could. You were the last beautiful dream of my misdirected soul.
And is there nothing left of that dream?
Nothing. I can live the rest of my poor life remembering that the last outpouring of my heart was to you, and that you could still find pity for me. God bless you. I'm not worth those tears. But will you believe one more thing?
I will, Mr. Carlton.
Hold this in your mind sometime. Remember it for whatever it is worth. I shall never refer to this again. But I want you to know that for you, for anyone dear to you, I would do anything. Remember it, Miss Manette. There is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you.
Thus life in Soho continues with some few differences. And in Paris, in the wine shop of Monsieur Defarge, Quarter Saint-Antoine, matters also are not quite as usual. For 3 days there has been early drinking and late drinking, and the wine, which is thin at the best of times, must now be sour as well. For the faces of the drinkers are dark over the measure, but through it all, the proprietor's good wife, Madame Defarge, presides with her knitting, implacable. Not so her husband, who, as the shop empties late on a hot night, shakes his head as though to clear away the foulness which is over all.
The air is heavy tonight.
21, 22, 23. Someone did not pay. Oh, you are fatigued. They are only the usual orders.
I am tired.
You were upstairs a long time with a tree named Jacques. How goes the matter?
Long live the devil. You saw him who came in this morning?
The mender of roads who lives near the Chateau de Fremont?
Oui.
Well?
He came to tell us about Gaspard.
He knew Gaspard?
We saw him a year ago, when Gaspard's child was killed under Evremont's carriage, and he avenged it with a knife in Evremont's heart.
But Gaspard's real name was not known. He was just called Jacques, as always.
Oui. But the police knew his description, so they looked for a man, not a name. They got him.
For a whole year. The pity of it.
Spare him your pity. He has no more use for it.
Dead?
And lucky. The only home.
How say you then?
I say to be registered for destruction. The chateau and all be ready.
It shall be done.
Our comrades had some doubts about your manner of keeping the register of those who are doomed in your knitting. I told them not to fear.
My friends, they are my own stitches, my own symbols. They are plain as the sun to me and to no one else. They shall remain so.
You have done well. You at least.
Well, you are depressed. There is no reason.
But, my dear...
But, my dear, you are faint of heart tonight, my dear.
Well, it is a long time.
And when has it not been a long time? It is a rule.
It does not take long to strike a man with lightning.
But how long does it take to make the lightning? Tell me.
A long time, I suppose.
Aye. But when it is ready, it strikes. And everything goes to pieces before it. Meantime, it is preparing. That is your consolation.
I would as sure as you are.
I tell thee it is on the road and coming. Look at the lives we know. Look at their faces. A bark and such things lost. It will come. You saw Jacques of the police today. What did he tell thee?
There are more spies commissioned for Saint Antoine.
Who are they?
Only one that he knows for sure.
Well, I shall register him. His name?
Barsad. He is English.
So much the better. Christian name?
Joan.
Jean Barsad.
Oui.
Good. His appearance, is it known?
Age about 40, height 5'9", black hair, dark eyes, nose inclined to the left cheek.
Better than a portrait. He shall be registered tomorrow.
We may not have to wait so long.
How say you?
Look down the street under the lamp there.
It is our man, by my soul. He's coming here. Away with you, Defarge. Leave him to me.
I'll stay near.
I'm in my knitting. There. Let him stay long enough, and I will have him down. I'll be off with you.
Have a care, Terry.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening, monsieur.
A little glass of cognac, if you please, madam.
At once, monsieur.
You knit with great skill, madam.
I am accustomed to it.
Pretty pattern, too.
You think so?
Retardedly.
Here is your wine.
You have a husband, madam?
I have.
Business is bad?
Very bad. The people are so poor.
The unfortunate people. So oppressed, too, as you say.
As you say.
Of course. This business of Gaspard's execution, what a pity.
My faith, if a man must use a knife, let him pay for it.
But there's much sympathy for him in the neighborhood, is there not?
Is there?
Surely you must know that...
Good evening, monsieur.
Oh, good evening, Jacques.
You deceive yourself, monsieur. My name is not Jacques. I am Ernest Defarge.
It's all the same. Well, I was just saying to madam, they tell me there's much sympathy in Saint Antoine for poor Gaspard.
I know nothing of it. You seem to know this quartier better than I do.
I'm so interested in the poor people. And by the by, Monsieur Defarge, I know your name of old.
Indeed?
You were Dr. Manette's old servant. You had charge of him when he was released, didn't you?
Why,
Such is the fact, certainly.
His daughter came here, and knitted for Monsieur. How's he called? Laurie of Telson's Bank?
Such is the fact.
Well, I've known them in England. You hear from them now?
Not anymore. They have taken their road and we ours.
quite so. Well, Miss Manette is to be married.
She was pretty enough to have married long ago.
Well, she is marrying now, and to a Frenchman, one Charles Darnay.
Darnay?
Well, that's not his real name. Oddly enough, he's a nephew of the very Marquis Saint-Evremond for whom poor Gaspard was hung so high.
What do you say, the nephew?
It is time to close the shop. You have finished your wine, monsieur?
Assuredly. I bid you good night, madam, monsieur. I look forward to seeing you again.
You gave too much away. Why did you show surprise?
Could I help it? Can it be true? What he has said of Mademoiselle Manette?
Since he said it, it is probably false. But it may be true.
If it is.
If it is?
And if it does come, well, we live to see it triumph.
What then, my friend?
I hope for her sake, destiny will keep her husband out of France.
His destiny will take him where he is to go. That is all I know.
But is it not strange? Her father has been so dear to us. And now you are setting down her husband's name in your netting.
His and that infernal dog's who just left here. Stranger things will happen when it does come. They are both here, and they are here for their merits. That is enough. This marriage, Defarge, it is no concern of mine.
Oh, come now, Mr. Lorry. Once is enough to kiss the bride.
Not such a lovely bride as this.
Oh, you are too flattering, dear Mr. Lorry.
Nonsense. Lord bless me, weddings make a man think of all he has lost. To think there might have been a Mrs. Lorry.
Oh.
My friend, you were a bachelor in your cradle.
Well, if so, I was very unhandsomely dealt with.
Very
Come now, what is keeping the doctor and your husband?
Oh, they have been in Father's study for half an hour. I don't know what they can be talking about. It's time for us to go.
Oh, a little good advice to young bridegrooms, most likely.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Well, here they come at last. Our honeymoon couple will miss their ship, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, it is time.
Father, are you all right? You're sure you will be all right if I go?
Of course, my darling. Laurie is right. You must leave now. You feel delayed.
It's only for a few weeks, dear.
Off with you now, or we'll all be weeping like women.
Guard our treasure well, Charles.
Never fear, Mr. Laurie. Come, Lucy.
Oh, Father.
Enough, my dear. Take her, Charles. She's yours.
Come, my darling.
Yes, Charles. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, dear friend.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye, Charles.
Well, I think our Lucy will be a very happy woman, old friend. That's a fine young man.
What did you say?
I say Charles is a fine young man.
Yes. Yes, a fine man.
You look as though you could do with a drink, Doctor. Shall we three go and dine somewhere?
Oh, an excellent plan.
You must excuse me. I think I'm a little tired. I'd better stay here.
Some tea, then. Shall I ring for it?
No, nothing. Do not trouble yourself. I go into my room and lie down. I shall be better presently.
I don't like this, Mr. Cotton. Have you ever seen a man so pale?
Not such a good idea of mine, that dining out. I only meant it to get his mind off of...
Off of what?
That's what I can't say. What think you?
A fellow creature's mind is too deep a mystery for me, Mr. Carton. I'm a man of business.
Listen.
That's hammering. Quickly, Carton. Already we are too late. Dr. Manette. Doctor.
What is this?
His old prison days. They are back on him. The shoemaking. Dr. Manette. Look at me.
Let me be. This shoe, it should have been finished long ago.
Dear friend, you must stop this. Look at me. Do you know me?
This shoe, I must work.
But this is not your occupation. Do you know who you are? Think, my friend.
I, number 105, North Tower.
A few days of this mysterious return to suffering, and then the good doctor recovered, and the years wove happiness around the lives of the family in the corner of London, in the friendly, echoing streets, in the house where there is sunlight. The storm clouds lower slowly. The gathering of the lightning consumes 7 more years. 7 years. And then on a morning in July, Saint Antoine becomes a vast, dusty mass of scarecrows, heaving to and fro, of steel blades, muskets, and bayonets, of bloody fingers, unable to find another weapon, and setting themselves to force the very bricks from the walls. In the movement and the raging, one can perceive a center, a vortex, at a certain corner where stands a wine shop, and where Defarge labors with the strength of a man gone mad.
Shock 3, keep near to me. Shock 1 and 2, separate. Lead as many patriots as you can. Where is my wife?
Here you see me.
Where do you go?
I go with you, and my women follow. Yes, we can kill as well as men when the place is taken.
Come then, patriots and friends, we are ready. To the Bastille!
Deep ditches, double drawbridge, massive stone walls, 8 great towers, cannon, muskets, fire and smoke, blazing torches, hard work and bravery, and the terrible sound of the living sea. 4 fierce hours, and still the stone walls, the drawbridge, the great towers, and then...
Look! The white flag! The surrender!
And Defarge of the wine shop is swept over the lower drawbridge, past the stone walls, in among the fallen towers.
You there, guard.
Have pity, citizen.
You want your miserable life?
Kill the fool!
Patience, Shock 3. You, show me the North Tower, quick.
I will faithfully. But there is no one there.
What is the meaning of 105 North Tower?
The meaning, monsieur?
Does it mean a captive or a cell? Or do you mean I shall strike you dead?
Oh, kill him, I say!
Monsieur, it is a cell.
Show it to me and be quick, or your next breath is your last.
This is the place, 105 North Tower.
I cannot see a step into this hole.
Here you. Pass that torch along the walls so I can see them.
Oh, oui, monsieur.
What do you find?
Look here, Jacques.
Letters. A.M.
Alexandre, Monte. It must be. We must search this place. Give me your crowbar, Jacques.
What are you going to do?
The stool and the table. I'm going to smash them to... Rip open that bed and hunt through the straw, Jacques. Hold a light higher for him, you.
Try the chimney.
I'm about to.
Not in the bed.
Now then, the hearth. Closer with the light there. I've a mind to make a chimney sweep out of you on this spot. Oh, here, what's this?
Find anything?
Here, in this crevice. I'll just keep this writing. Nothing in the wood and nothing in the straw, Jacques?
Nothing.
Then set the torch to them. Quickly there.
Oui, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur. Oui, monsieur, la Bastille. You will burn. Let it burn high. And let all France burn with it.
The torch is lighted and the flame sweeps.
Here is this villain, the governor of the Bastille. What shall be done with him?
Hang him up for a lamp!
And so Saint Antoine has a new kind of lamp, a swinging sentinel to light its vengeance.
Listen, everyone. There is news.
What news, my husband?
Does everyone recall old Foulon, who told us if we were hungry, we might eat grass? He is among us.
But he is dead.
Not dead. They have found him alive. I have seen him. Shall he fear us?
And so an old sinner dies, choked by the grass he bespake so highly. 3 years pass in which the flames of France climb high in their fury. And in London, in August of the year 1792, Tellson and Company's bank is a place much changed. In the 150 years of its existence, it had prided itself on its quiet, its stuffiness, its manner of doing things in the slowest possible way. But in this year, when Monseigneur, lately of the nobility of France, Monseigneur multiplied hundreds of times, finds himself no longer comfortable at home, when he and his money are scattered far and wide, he must have a gathering place, and his headquarters in London is Tellson's Bank. Monseigneur fills the rooms of Tellson's, overflows its doors, and crowds around the shoulders of Mr. Jarvis Lorry, to his enormous inconvenience.
In my 50 years with this bank, Mr. Darnay, I've never seen such a deal of custom as this.
The French nobility have a fondness for Tellson's, Mr. Lorry. This is where their money used to be.
It quite fatigues me, all this hurry. Only half an hour left until closing, and I have so much to finish up.
About this journey of yours, Mr. Lorry, again, I must suggest...
That I am too old for it, eh?
Travel is so uncertain. Paris may not even be safe for
you. No one will interfere with an old man like me, Mr. Darnay. I know Tellson's business in Paris better than anyone. It's necessary that I go.
I wish I were going myself.
And you, a Frenchman born, wishing you were going to France at this time?
Well, I'm not going, and you are.
And I must. All of our books and papers over there are in danger. It's impossible to get anything out of Paris past the barriers. These things must be seen to.
And you really go tonight?
Within the hour.
Well, I admire your youthfulness.
Pardon, Monsieur Lorry.
Yes, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Have you found the man to whom that letter is addressed?
Not yet, monsieur.
Inform me if you do. I should be interested to see him.
I've referred it to everyone here. No one knows the gentleman.
What letter, Mr. Lorry?
I have it here on my desk. Here it is. Very urgent. To Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis Saint-Evremont of France. To the care of Chesterton and Company, bankers, London.
I know the fellow.
Do you indeed, monsieur? Your pleasure, I'm sure.
Will you take the letter, Charles? You know where to deliver it?
I do.
Please explain that it came here, and we had no idea where to forward it.
I will do so. You start for Paris from here?
From here.
I will return to see you off.
Very kind of you, Charles.
Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis, for my long and faithful service as steward to your family, I, Gabelle, am now in danger of my life.
So, Monsieur Lorry has found someone to deliver the letter, eh? Who is the man to whom it is addressed?
Oh, the nephew of the polished Marquis who was murdered.
No?
Happy to say I never knew the renegade.
They tell me that my crime is treason against the people, since I acted against them for you, an immigrant. I have explained to no avail that I have acted in their favor, not against them, according to your commands. They only say I have acted for an immigrant, and where is that immigrant?
And so the clever nephew abandoned his post some years ago.
Oh, infected with the new doctrines, I gather.
He opposed the Marquis, abandoned the estates, and left them to the Russians.
Ah, most gracious monsieur, where is that immigrant? I cry in my sleep here in this prison. Where is he? And there is no answer. For the love of heaven, for the honor of your noble name, I pray you to come to my release. My fault is only that I have been true to you. Oh, Monsieur the Marquis, I pray you, be true to me.
Well, Charles, I'm ready to go.
Mr. Lorry, can't I persuade you?
No more of that, my dear boy. Give my love to Lucy and the little girl. Take precious care of them until I come back.
I'll try.
Have you delivered that letter I gave you?
I have. Will you take back an answer?
Yes, if it is not dangerous.
Not at all, though it is to a prisoner in the Abbey.
What is his name?
Gabelle.
And what is the message to the unfortunate Gabelle in prison?
Simply this. He has received the letter. He will come.
And drawn by the unseen force, Charles Darnay, unknown to anyone, left all that was dear on earth behind him and sailed away where the tides and the winds set strongly into the flames.
A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the third episode of A Tale of Two Cities. And remember that there is a world of information and entertainment to be found in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. A Tale of Two Cities is adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. The music was composed by Dick Shores, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Geraldine Kay is featured as Lucy, and Jonathan Hole as Sidney Carton. The narration is by Sherman Marks. Charles Darnay is played by Ken Nordine, Dr. Manette by Maurice Copeland, Defarge by Ken Griffin, Madame Defarge by Renee Rodier, Jarvis Laurie by Jess Pugh, and John Barsad by Ted Litz. Others were Donald Gallagher and Bob Smith. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC.
Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novels. The NBC University of the Air presents the third episode in its four-part dramatization of Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities, another in its series of books that live the world's great novel.
In the third year of the Revolution in France, the year 1792, Charles Darnay, last descendant of the family of Saint-Evremond, so hated by the French Republic, has left his quiet home in England, his wife and their child, and set out for Paris, hoping to save a friend who is in danger and all unknowing of the peril in which he is placing his own life. The traveler fared but slowly on his way from England towards Paris in the autumn of the year 1792. For every town gate and village taxing house had its band of citizen patriots ready with muskets to stop all comers and goers, inspect their papers, send them on or stop them as their fancy deemed best for the good of the new republic of liberty, equality, fraternity, or death. Charles Darnay had not gone far when he realized that for him there was no turning back along that road until he should have been declared a good citizen at Paris. And he admitted to himself that had he known of the difficulties, he might not have made the journey. Still, he had no fear of danger, even when at Beauvais he was forcibly provided with an escort of 2 patriots. And as the 3 rode on to Paris, he realized the seriousness of his situation only when they were stopped at the barriers of the city.
Hold there, citizen. Not so quickly. Where are the papers of this prisoner?
If you please, citizen.
Well?
I am no prisoner, but a free traveler. These men are my escort.
Where are the papers of this prisoner?
I have them, citizen. Voila. In my cap. Here they are.
Let me see. What? Charles Darnay. You are Charles Darnay?
That is my name.
You will dismount from your horse and come with me.
Citizen, it is imperative.
You will dismount from your horse and come with me. You 2 men may return to your village. Vive la République!
Vive la République!
Can you not see that my papers are in order?
Follow me into the guard room.
whom have we here, Citizen Defarge?
Marquis de Saint-Evremond, calling himself Charles Darnay.
This is Evremond?
This is the man.
So, your age, Evremond?
37.
Married, Evremond?
Yes.
Where married?
In England.
Without doubt. Where is your wife, Evremond?
In England.
Without doubt. You are consigned, Evremond, to the prison of La Force.
Prison? In the name of heaven, under what law? For what offense?
We have new laws since you were here, Evremond, and new offenses.
But I have a right.
Emigrants have no rights, Evremond. Citizen Defarge, you will see to this matter.
I will see to it, citizen. Come with me, Evremond.
Vive la République.
La République. This way.
But this is impossible.
Enough. Tell me one thing. Is it you who married the daughter of Dr. Manette, once a prisoner in the Bastille?
Yes. But how did you...
My name is Defarge.
Oh.
I keep a wine shop in the Quartier de Saint-Antoine. You have heard of me?
Defarge. Yes. My wife came to your house many years ago to find her father.
In the name of the shop, female called La Guillotine. Why did you come to France?
I hardly know now. I am lost here. Will you help me?
No.
Tell me one thing. When I am in prison, shall I be able to communicate with anyone?
You will see.
But I am not to be buried there.
What then? Other people have been buried in worse prisons before now.
But never by me, Citizen Defarge. Please, it is important to me that one thing be done. There is a Mr. Lorry here in Paris with Kelton's bank. I only want him to know that I am in prison. Will you do that for me?
I will do nothing for you, Evremond. My duty is to my country and the people. I am the sworn servant of them against you. No, I will do nothing for you. Voici, the prison of La Force.
What is this, citizen? You have not brought me another prisoner.
The emigrant Evremond.
What the devil? How many more of them?
I leave him in your charge. Here are his papers. Take them and be quiet. Farewell, Evremond.
Papers, prisoners. Ah! In secret, too. As if there weren't enough.
What is that? In secret?
You will see. Come with me, emigrant. In here, Evremond, with the rest of the nobility.
See, my friend, a new companion in misfortune. I welcome you, good sir, to La Force.
Thank you, monsieur.
The Vicomte de Sèvres, at your command. May your calamity be a short one. It would be impertinence elsewhere, but may we ask your name and condition?
Charles, Marquis de Saint-Evremond.
Oh, again, welcome. But tell me, I hope you are not to be kept in secret.
I have heard them say so.
We regret it. But sometimes it is not lasted long. I grieve to inform all of you, in secret.
Come along, Evremond. No more of this.
Our good wishes, monsieur.
Farewell, monsieur.
This is your cell.
It means alone, then? In secret? Why am I to be alone?
How do I know?
I can buy pen and paper?
Such are not my orders. You can buy your food and nothing more. Get in. Get in!
paces by 4.5. 5 paces by 4.5. He may choose, the doctor. He may choose. He may choose. 5 paces by 4.5. Oh, Lucy. Lucy.
Mr. Jarvis Lorry, having come to Paris to do his duty as he saw it in the service of Tellson's Bank, found the violence which was so accepted there almost more than he could endure. He therefore stayed close to the bank, which occupied one wing of a building formerly the town palace of a great noble, whose servants had surrendered it eagerly to the uses of the Republic to absolve themselves from the sin of having drawn his high wages. Mr. Lorry even kept his lodgings in one of the bank's rooms, and the patriotic character of the rest of the building gave him a kind of security there. Still, when the nights fell, and he sat listening to the unearthly noises of the city, he would shiver and keep his blinds tightly closed and start whenever the great bell sounded at the gate. And it was thus his two visitors found him.
Yes? Who's there? Lorry. Thank heaven you are here.
Annette. Lucy, what are you doing here? What's happened?
Oh, my dear friend. It is my husband. It is Charles.
Charles? What of Charles? I left him safe in London.
He is here.
Here? In Paris?
He left London without telling me. Sent me a letter after he was gone. We came as quickly as we could.
Is anything wrong?
Mr. Lorry, he is in prison.
Great heavens.
They arrested him at the barrier.
How did you find this out?
It was father.
I was a Bastille prisoner, Lorry. Remember? It is a kind of charm now.
We were stopped a long time. Poor little Lucy. She was so frightened.
You haven't brought the child.
She is here. And Miss Pross, too. Pross would not stay behind. We had to bring them.
But that was madness.
Mr. Lorry, have you heard anything? Do you think he is safe?
About Charles, I know nothing.
Well, you say that as if you...
You must be calm, my dear. Nothing can be done tonight. I don't know what can be done.
I know, my friend. There is not a patriot in France who does not love me for my old pain.
You think you can help me?
I'm sure of it. My name got us past the barrier. My name will free Charles.
What is that sound?
It is coming from the courtyard.
They are back again. Every hour they're back. Lucy, come away from the window. Don't look out. Don't.
I will. I must know. Father!
My dear, what is it? Lorry, what are they doing?
Oh,
the crowd and that grindstone.
Well, you have seen it now. They come to sharpen the knife.
Knife?
They are murdering the prisoners.
Oh, Charles.
Doctor.
Oh, no.
You're sure of what you say. If you really have some power, go down there. Have them take you to the prison. Which prison is it?
La Force.
La Force? Hurry, Manette, hurry.
Yes, I will go at once. Keep Lucy here. Keep her safe.
Lucy, my dear, come away from the window.
No, I must look. If anything happens to Father...
Courage, my dear. There he is. They are at the center of the crowd.
They are listening to him.
Help for his children. Help for everyone. Vive Madame, you must be a prisoner.
They'll take him to the prison. There may be some hope. May heaven speed your father on his errand.
No news yet, Pross?
No one has come, Lady Bird.
Oh, Father has been gone so long. A whole day and night. Pross, what is Charles?
Now, Lady Bird, the doctor will keep him safe. I'd like to get my hands on some of those murdering patriots. I'd show them what an Englishwoman can do.
We must stay here, in our lodgings. We must do as Mr. Lorry told us.
I'm staying. I'm only saying what I'd like.
Pross, is little Lucy asleep?
Ah, that she is, the little darling.
Mr. Lorry, dear friend, at last, is there any news?
I have heard from your father.
Yes?
He thinks it best to stay at La Force a little longer, but Charles is safe.
Oh, thank heaven. Is there
Has he been able to send me any word?
There is a note. Monsieur Defarge brings it. He's gone to find his wife. They will be here directly.
Monsieur Defarge?
Remember, he was your father's old friend. It was a great favor that this note was allowed at all. Hush. I hear them coming.
Oh, stay by me, Prof.
I'll stay, Lady Bird, though I don't know a word of this French jabbering.
Here is my wife.
Good citizen. Citizeness, you have word from my husband?
It is so.
Here is the note. We have seen it.
Yes. Dearest, courage, my father. Our child, it is true. He is safe. Oh, you were so kind to bring it. Let me kiss your hand, citizen.
Keep away.
But
My dear, Madame Defarge has come to see you so that she may protect you.
Protect me?
Yes. There are frequent uprisings in the streets. Madame Defarge wishes to be able to identify you so that she may keep you from harm. I state the case, Citizen Defarge.
It is so.
Pros, you had better bring the child here. Let the madame see her also.
I'll bring her, but let that bold face put a hand on. What says the ugly one?
Only that she will get the child. She has been with Dr. Manette in England for many years, and she knows no French.
So, come then, my pretty. Only for a moment. Is that his child?
Yes, madame. This is our poor prisoner's little daughter.
It is enough, my husband. I have seen them. We may go.
Citizeness, wait.
Well?
You will be good to my poor husband. You will help me to see him if you can.
Your husband is not my business here. It is your father's daughter who is my business here.
For my sake, then, be merciful. We are more afraid of you than anyone.
What was it your husband said in that little letter? Did he not say something about influence?
He said my father had much influence around him.
Surely it will release your husband. Let it do so.
But I beg you, do not use your power against my husband. Use it to help me. As a wife and mother, I beg you.
The wives and mothers we have been used to see since we were as little as this child have not been greatly considered, eh, Defarge?
No.
We have known their husbands and fathers laid in prison and kept from them long enough. All our lives we have seen wives and mothers and their children suffer poverty and oppression and neglect, eh?
We have seen nothing else.
We have borne this a long time. Judge you then. It is not likely that the trouble of one wife and mother could be much to us now.
And so in that strange world, more of the dead than of the living, there passed a year and 3 months. A year and 3 months in which, through all France, there was no pity, no peace, no pause in the relentless terror, in which one hideous figure grew as familiar as though it had come into being with the foundations of the world, the figure of the sharp female called La Guillotine. But through the darkness of that time, Dr. Manette moved coolly, confidently, ministering to the hospitals and the prisons, a new strength in him born of his old suffering, sustaining his belief that one day his power and influence would deliver the husband of his child. And through it all, Lucie carried on her household and cared for her daughter and kept her grief within herself. Except sometimes during the 2 hours of every day when she stood in a certain alleyway below the walls of the prison of La Force, where she could be seen by but could not see her husband. The alley was all vacant wall and emptiness, but for the hovel of a wood sawyer, who kept himself busy and apparently noticed her but rarely.
Walking here again, citizeness?
You see me, citizen?
Yes. Forever walking. Forever looking up at those brave walls of the fortress, eh?
You mistake, citizen. May one not walk?
Oh, indeed, indeed. It is not my business. You have a child with you sometimes. She is not here today?
No.
And the little citizeness walks too and looks up. Well, many can look in, many can go in, but few can come out, except to take the jolly ride in the little cart. Oh, she is a brave barber, our little Saint-Guillotine. It is so?
Yes, brave.
Yes, but she is not my business. My work is my business. My saw. I call it my little guillotine. Watch here. And off comes his head.
Oh, no.
This is the firewood guillotine. See here again. And off her head comes. And all the family. Oh, yes. A brave barber. She will shave them all as quick as firewood. And vive la République.
This for a year and 3 months, while every night the list was read out at the prison, and those names said their farewells, and went the next day to their trials, and from thence to take their places in the tumbrils, bringing the sharp lady her daily ration. But at the end of that time...
Lucy, I have news.
What news, Father?
I have received information. Charles is summoned for tomorrow.
For tomorrow?
He has not yet received the notice, but I am sure of it.
Oh.
Are you afraid?
Yes.
My poor child, you must trust in me.
Oh, Father, I do.
There is no time to lose. But I am well prepared. There is much to do.
Father, if they should condemn him...
They will not. He will be back with you in a few hours, Lucy. I will make sure of everything. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing.
Charles Vraiment, called down there. The public prosecutor will read the accusation.
Charles Vraiment, called Darnay, is accused by the Republic as an immigrant, a friend to England, and an enemy of the people. His life is declared forfeit to the Republic, the people's decree having banished all immigrants on pain of death.
Will you plead guilty, Vraiment?
So please the court, not guilty. Did you not live for many years in England, Vraiment? I did. Then why are you not an immigrant? Because I left of my own free will, to live by my own industry instead of by the industry of the people. But you married in England? I married a French woman. Her name and family? Lucy Manette, only daughter of the good physician, Dr. Manette.
Truly, the doctor is a good man.
But why did you not return to France before you did? I had no means of earning a living here. I returned only to save a friend, an old servant who was in danger. Is that criminal in the eyes of the Republic? No! Where is that man? As the court knows, I was unable to rescue him. But there was a letter from him among my papers. I trust it is in the court's possession. It will prove what I have said.
That will do, Vraiment. Call the witness, Alexandre Manette, physician. Vive le docteur! Vive le docteur!
Poor Capel. If he had lived, Doctor, I came to save him and he could save me today.
I have seen to it that his letter is on the president's bench. Now, it is my turn.
Dr. Manette, you have known the accused for many years.
He was my first friend in England. He has always been devoted to my daughter and myself.
What do you know of his friendship with the enemy English government?
Friendship? He was tried for his life in England as its foe.
Truly, this Vraiment is not our enemy.
It cannot be our enemy. You are sure of this fact, Doctor?
Monsieur Laurie of Telson's Bank is here in the court. He will stand by me. He, too, was witness at the trial.
Enough, citizen president.
Let the votes be counted.
What is your vote, then, citizen?
Live Evremont! Freedom for Evremont!
Live Evremont! Freedom for Evremont! Freedom for Evremont!
Charles, I can hardly believe you're really here.
It's true, my darling, nonetheless.
Oh, so long. Such a terrible long time.
And for me, when I had no one. But it is over now.
Yes. Yes, it is over.
Thanks be to God.
I have thanked him, Father. I've thanked him on my knees as I prayed to him all the while.
And you, Doctor, no other man on earth could have done what you did for me.
For you, Charles, and for my child. She brought me back to life. If I had failed to save you for her, I would have been a poor creature indeed.
And now, Father, may we not go home soon?
I fear not, dearest.
If we could get back to England, all of us, out of this terrible city.
Not yet, my child. It would not be safe for Charles to try to leave.
Your father is right, Lucy. When we leave, it must not look like a flight.
No, it would be very unsafe. We must stay here yet a while.
But it is not safe here, either. I know it.
Safe as anyone can be in Paris? After all, I was set free today. I am a good citizen now.
Yes, Lucy, you saw how the people carried him home on their shoulders.
There is no reason for them to change their mind.
Perhaps not. And yet I am afraid.
Lucy, dear, you have been so brave.
I know, Father. But it is just that I have him back now. And yet there are so many, as innocent as he, who die every day.
Dearest, try not to think of it. Let us pretend we are at our own fireside in London.
No, I cannot, Charles. There were no tumbrils rolling in London.
Keep your courage up, dear heart. We shall be away before long.
What was that?
I heard nothing.
Oh, nor I. Oh, what a state you are in, my dear. You are startled by nothing at all.
I thought I heard strange feet on the stairs.
Well, if you did, you only hear Pross coming back from her marketing. She has been...
Father! Hide Charles!
Lucy,
Save him!
My child, I have saved him. What weakness is this? Let me go to the door. Who are you, citizen? What do you want?
The citizen Evremont, called Darnay.
Who seeks him?
We seek him. I know you, Evremont. I saw you before the tribunal this morning.
Well, I am Evremont.
You are again the prisoner of the Republic.
Charles!
What is this?
Why am I a prisoner again?
It is enough that you return straight to the conciergerie. You are summoned for tomorrow.
Citizen, you have said that you know him. Do you know me?
We all know you, Citizen Doctor.
Then tell me, how does this happen?
He has been denounced to the section of Saint-Antoine. Saint-Antoine accuses him.
For what?
Citizen Doctor, you must be honored to make sacrifices to the Republic. Evremont, we are pressed.
Very well, I am coming.
One word. Who denounces him?
It is against the rule to tell. But he is denounced most gravely by the citizen and citizeness Defarge.
So they have done this?
And by one other.
What other? I demand an answer.
Then you shall have your answer, Dr. Manette. Tomorrow.
A man may have his foot even past the door-sill of freedom, but Saint-Antoine has waited a long time.
A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the final episode of A Tale of Two Cities. And remember, there is a world of information and entertainment to be found in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27.
A Tale of Two Cities is adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. The music was composed by Dick Shores, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Geraldine Kay is featured as Lucy, Maurice Copeland as Dr. Manette, and Ken Nordine as Charles Darnay. Jarvis Laurie is played by Just Hugh, Defarge by Ken Griffin, and Madame Defarge by Renee Rodier. The narration by Sherman Marks. Others were Hope Summers, Boris Aplon, Charles Mountain, Cliff Norton, and Les Spears. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. A man may have his foot past the doorstep of freedom, but the 100 years following the French Revolution have shown us that freedom cannot be preserved by singing the Marseillaise or the Star-Spangled Banner. Survival of our rights and freedoms requires that each of us carry out to his fullest ability his duties as a citizen. Freedom is everybody's business. This is NBC.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novels. The NBC University of the Air presents the fourth and final episode in its dramatization of Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities, another in its series of books that live the world's great novels.
Charles Darnay, imprisoned by the Republic for a year and 3 months after his return to France, was finally released after trial because of the influence and popularity of his father-in-law, Dr. Manette. But within a few hours, he has been arrested again to be held for trial the next day, denounced by people of the quarter of Saint-Antoine in Paris. While Darnay, a free man for so short a time, counts the hours behind the gray walls of the conciergerie, while his wife Lucie and her father pray helplessly through the endless night, a new arrival on the scene sits with Mr. Jarvis Laurie in that gentleman's rooms above Tellson's Bank, laying certain plans which may or may not be of use.
I'm glad to see you here, Mr. Carton, but I still can't understand what you're doing in Paris.
As I told you, Mr. Laurie, there was little to keep me in London. I came to be useful.
Heaven grant you may be. Poor Charles. It is a cruel thing.
Perhaps Dr. Manette will be able to help him again tomorrow as he did today. The trial is tomorrow, isn't it?
I believe so.
They're bragging in the streets that the little barber shaved off the heads of 63 today.
Yes.
No man's life is worth the purchase. I don't know if we can depend on the doctor for tomorrow.
What then?
I'm not sure, Mr. Laurie. I roamed the streets for a while this evening before I came to you. I happened on an old acquaintance.
Someone who can help us?
Not much. But if things go badly for Charles, he'll arrange for me to see Charles once.
But that will not save him.
I don't say it will.
And there is nothing to be done. Nothing. Aunt Lucy.
Lucy. Mr. Laurie, how does she look?
Unhappy and very beautiful.
Yes. Very beautiful. Yours is a long life to look back on, Mr. Laurie.
78 years.
If you could say in your heart tonight, I have earned the love and respect of no one. I have done nothing good to be remembered by. Your 78 years would lie heavy on you, would they not?
I think they would, Mr. Carton. But why should you think of this? You're young.
Yes, I'm young. But my kind of youth doesn't lead to age. Enough of me. Where's my coat?
Where are you going, Mr. Carton?
Who knows? I shall be at the court in the morning. And may it be a happier day than this.
Behind the lighted windows of Paris, people are going to rest. The streets are quiet, and in them a tired and restless man walks to the beat of ancient words remembered dimly.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
Prosecutor will read the accusation. Charles Evermond, called Darnay, is indicted as a suspicious and denounced enemy of the Republic, an aristocrat and member of a family of tyrants. By whom is the accused denounced? By three voices. Ernest Defarge, wine vendor of Saint Antoine. By Thérèse Defarge, his wife. By Alexandre Monte, physician.
This is a fraud. The accused is the husband of my daughter. Where is the man who says I did not him?
Your duty is to the Republic, Citizen Manette. Be silent and hear what follows. I call the witness, Ernest Defarge.
Ernest Defarge! Ernest Defarge!
Citizen Defarge, you will tell the court what you know of the past history of the citizen Dr. Manette.
I was his servant long ago. I was only a boy when he was in prison. He was released in my care after 18 years. Out of his mind and half dead.
You did good service at the taking of the Bastille, citizen.
I believe so.
My husband was the best patriot there. Everyone knows it.
Citizen Defarge, inform the tribunal what you did that day in the Bastille.
I knew that the doctor had been kept in a cell numbered 105, North Tower. I examined that cell. I found a written paper hidden behind a stone in the chimney. Here is the paper. It is in the writing of Dr. Manette.
The public prosecutor will read the paper.
I, Alexandre Manette, unfortunate physician, write this in my cell in the Bastille during the last month of the year 1767. I write under every difficulty, hoping that some
hand may find it when I and my sorrows are dust. In the third week of December, in the year 1757, I was walking by the Seine on a cloudy night when a carriage passed me and stopped just ahead. By the time I came up with it, two men wrapped in cloaks had gotten out.
You are Dr. Manette?
I am?
We have been to your residence and were told that you might be walking this way. Will you please enter the carriage?
May I know who does the honor to seek me? And what is the nature of the case?
Your clients are people of condition. You will know the nature of the case when you see it. Will you enter the carriage?
They were armed. I was not. I could do nothing but comply. We passed the North Barrier and came out on the country road and stopped at a solitary house where I perceived the men to be twin brothers. I was taken to an upper chamber where I found a beautiful young girl tossing and shrieking in the high fever of the brain.
My brother, my husband, my father, my brother.
How long has this lasted?
Since this hour last night.
She has a husband, a father, and a brother?
She has a brother.
You are not her brother?
No, monsieur.
I gave the girl a sedative and sat down by the side of the bed with the two brothers watching me. After perhaps half an hour, I was informed that there was another patient. One of the brothers led me back to a back room, a kind of loft, and I found there a young peasant boy dying of a wound. Monsieur, how has this been done?
Crazy young dog. He forced my brother to draw on him. He fell by my brother's sword, like a gentleman.
Doctor?
Yes, my boy?
They are very proud, these nobles. They plunder us, beat us, kill us. But we have a little pride left, too. Have you seen her?
Yes.
My sister? She was a good girl, Doctor. She was betrothed to a good man, too. A tenant of his. This man here. We were all tenants of his. She married, and in a few weeks, that man's brother saw her. He asked that she be lent to him. What do our marriages mean to them? They tried to persuade her husband to use his influence, to make her willing. Shall I tell you how? They harnessed him to a cart and drove him. They kept him in the swamps all night to quiet the frogs. It is among the rights of the nobles. But he was not persuaded. They took him out of his harness one day, and he died in her arms.
Nothing could have held life in the boy but his determination to tell all his wrong. He held back death with his clenched right hand, which covered his wound.
They took my sister away, and my father's heart burst. There was no one left but my younger sister. I took her away, far away, where they'll never find her. And then I came here. I found him, brother. Lift me up, Doctor.
Yes, my boy.
Lift me up. Where is he?
He is not here.
But you are here, Marquis. You are here. In the days when these things are to be answered for, I summon you and yours to the last of your bad race to answer for them. I mark you with a cross of blood.
His finger was raised for an instant, and then I laid him down, dead, and returned to my other patient, the girl. I repeated the medicines I had given her, and sat waiting there a day and a night, but I had no hope for her. Sometimes the Marquis would come into the room.
Is she dead?
Not yet, but she will die.
Doctor, when I found my brother in difficulty with these hands, I recommended you. You are a young man with your fortune to make. You know, of course, that these things are to be seen and not spoken of. Do you honor me with your attention, Doctor?
In my profession, monsieur, the communications of patients are always held in confidence. My patient lingered for a week. I could not learn her name. She only shook her head on the pillow and kept her secret. At last, she died. The two brothers offered me money, which I refused, and I was taken back to my home. Wishing to relieve my mind, with little hope that the matter would ever be heard of, I determined to write a letter to the minister, telling him what I had seen. I delivered my letter to the minister, and that night a man rang at my gate. An urgent case in the Rue Saint-Honoré. He had a coach in waiting, and it brought me here to this prison, to my grave. If it had pleased God to put it in the hearts of those two brothers, or these frightful years, to bring me any news of my dear wife,
or my little Lucy, I might have thought that he had not quite abandoned them. But it is not so. And them and their descendants, to the last of their race, I, Alexandre Manette, in my unbearable agony, denounce to the times when these things shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and to earth.
Hear me, citizens!
The Citizeness Defarge would see.
I will tell the tribunal my secret. What I have hidden all these years. I was not born among the fishermen of the seashore, as my husband believed. I was carried there by my brother. I am that younger sister of that boy who was killed by every morning. That boy was my brother. That girl was my sister. Those dead are my dead. The summons to answer for those things descends to me. Answer summons for me, citizens. Answer!
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Lorry. Dr. Burnett's not back yet, Carton. No sign of him. What can he be doing until midnight?
He had many people to go to. This absence is better than bad news.
I fear the news will be bad no matter what he does.
Burnett, at last. Were you able to...
Where is it? I must have it. Where is it? Where is it? My workbench. My shoes. What have they done with my work? What have they done?
Small wonder he's lost his mind again after today.
That's the last chance gone. And not much of a chance at that.
We'd better take him to Lucy.
Yes, we'll have to. But first, I want you to promise me something, Mr. Lorry.
What is it?
You're not to ask any questions. Just listen. And promise to do as I say.
Say on.
The pigs.
Let me look in the doctor's coat.
What have you done with them?
Oh, yes. Here it is, thank God.
What is it?
They're not here.
Just a moment. Here. Take this certificate of mine. It's my pass to leave the city.
Sidney Carton, Englishman.
Keep it for me until tomorrow. Now, take this paper of Dr. Manette's. It's another pass for him and his daughter and her child, you see?
Yes.
Put it away with mine and your own. It's good until it's recalled. But it may be recalled at any moment.
They're not in danger.
They're in great danger. Madame Defarge is going to denounce them, too.
What? How do you know?
I went to the wine shop after the trial today. I pretended not to know any French. They didn't bother to keep still in front of me. I heard the words from Madame's own lips.
Heaven save them.
You will save them, Mr. Lorry.
But how?
I'm going to tell you. You have money. You can buy the quickest means of travel. Have your coach and horses ready to start at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
It shall be done.
Go to Lucy tonight. Tell her everything depends on her leaving Paris with you at the exact hour. Have the coach here in the courtyard. The moment I get there, take me in and drive away.
I'm to wait for you under all circumstances.
You have my certificate, remember? Keep my place in this field and then for England. Promise me that nothing will make you change this course.
Nothing, Carton.
Remember it tomorrow. Change or delay for any reason, and everything is lost.
I shall not forget. I hope to do my part faithfully.
And I hope to do mine, Mr. Lorry. And now, goodbye.
And through those halls of death, Sidney Carton walked with an old acquaintance.
Darnay is in a cell alone, I hope, Mr. Barsad.
Don't use that name. You want me head to roll off?
Better yours than many that will, Mr. Barsad. But you're right. I have need of you.
This business is risky enough as it is. I don't know why I agreed to it.
You had no choice, as you'll remember. Your head would roll for certain were I to tell the Republic that you were once a paid spy of the English government.
Enough of that, will you? I'm doing my part, ain't I? Here's the cell. Go in alone. Now remember, time is short.
Yes.
Who's there? I can't see.
Quiet, Darnay. It's I, Sidney Carton.
Carton? The last man on earth? You're not a prisoner.
No, I have influence with one of the turnkeys. He brought me here. I bring a request from your wife.
What is it?
You have no time to ask me what it means. You must only do as I say. Take off your boots.
My boots?
Yes, your boots.
Take them off and put mine on. Hurry. Now, the cravat. Come along.
There's no escape from this place. You will only die with me.
But I asked you to escape. Take my coat and give me yours.
This is madness.
Do I ask you to pass the door? Now, shake your hair out, as mine is.
Cotton, others have tried. It has always failed. I implore you.
There are pen and paper on the table. Is your hand steady enough to write?
It was when you came in.
Quick, then. Write as I dictate. Hurry, my friend.
All right,
If you will remember.
If you will remember.
The words that passed between us long ago. You will understand this when you see it. You do remember them, I know. It is not in your nature to forget. I am... Why are you stopping? Have you written to forget?
Yes. Is that a weapon in your hand?
Well, no, I'm not armed.
What is that in your hand? That cross?
You shall know in a moment. Right on. I am thankful that the time has come when I can prove them. That I do so is no subject for regret or grief.
What vapor is that?
Vapor?
Something that crossed my face.
Nothing. Take up the pen and finish. Hurry! Write! If I had done otherwise than I now do, I should but have had so much the more to answer for. Have you got that?
Yes, Cotton. I can write no more. My head... Cotton.
Quiet now, will you?
Let go.
So. You out there. Enter. Come quickly. You put him out for sure. Now look at the two of us. Do you think you're taking any risk?
There's no risk.
Now get help and take me to the coach.
Take you?
Him, man. Him I've exchanged with. Call help quickly.
We will then. Help here. Come lend a hand. You won't betray me?
Haven't I sworn vows enough? Take him to the courtyard of Tellson's. Put him in the carriage and tell Mr. Lorry to remember his promise. That's all.
The ball is coming.
Oh, now. What has happened to this one?
His friend every morning has drawn a prize in the lottery of Saint-Guillotine. So it affects him.
Is that like a good patriot?
The good patriot needs fresh air. Let's get him out.
Well, here you go, citizen.
The time is short, every morning. The hour is 3.
I know it well. Be careful of my friend and leave me.
Your carriages will be ready in a moment.
Citizen Vraiment?
Yes?
I am a poor spinster. I was with you in the prison of La Force.
Oh? Oh, yes, I forget what you were accused of.
Plot. Is it likely? Oh, a plot with a little thing like me. I have done nothing, citizen.
I know.
I am not afraid to die. If only the Republic would profit by my death, but how can that be?
I don't know, my dear.
If I ride with you, Citizen Vraiment, will you let me hold your hand?
Of course.
Thank you. It will give me courage. You... Oh, why, you are not...
Hush.
You are dying for him.
Hush. Yes.
You will let me hold your hand, brave stranger.
Yes, my poor sister, to the last.
In the streets, there is the sound of the rolling tumbrils, and every rumbling turn of the wheels is another second gone, another foot closer to death. Through the throngs of the populace who have come to watch death do his work. And in the front row of the throng, in the seat she always occupies, Madame Defarge's knitting is waiting for her. But Madame Defarge is elsewhere employed. She stands in rooms but lately emptied in flight by certain enemies of the Republic whom she is preparing to denounce. She stands facing a woman as stern as she, and though neither can understand the other's speech, Each can see clearly enough into the other's heart.
The wife of Evrimond, where is she?
You shall not get the better of me, madame. I am an Englishwoman.
You are the one called Pross. You are only a servant. My business is not with you.
I'll keep you standing there a while. Depend on it.
It will do her no good to hide. Go tell her that I wish to see her. At once, do you hear?
The longer I keep you here, the farther away my ladybird is getting. I'll not leave a hair on your head if you lay finger on me.
You poor wretch. What are you worth? Citizen Doctor! Wife of Evrimond, child of Evrimond. Anyone but this miserable fool. Answer the Citizeness Defarge.
Call as loud as you will, madame. Call away.
Let me look in that room behind you.
Keep back.
If they're gone, they can be brought back.
As long as I can keep you here.
I'll tear you to pieces. But I'll have you from that door.
Heaven give me strength. Give me...
Oh, you devilish fool.
I'm stronger than you. Bless heaven. I can hold you.
Gun here. If I get the gun, I will one of us die. I will one of us.
And the smoke cleared and passed out on the air in the stillness with the soul of the furious Madame Defarge, who lay lifeless on the ground.
She not here when I've kept a chair and a knitting.
Stand here with your back to it. Don't walk.
It is only because of you that I am calm. I felt heaven's pinch with me.
Oh, you to me. Keep your eyes on me, dear child.
I shall know nothing. If only they will be quick.
They will be quick. Don't be afraid.
You one question. It troubles me.
Tell me what it is.
I have a cousin whom I love dearly. She lives in this country. She knows nothing at all of this.
It is better so.
What I have been thinking. If the Republic does good for the poor, if they are not hungry anymore, she may live a long time.
What then, gentle sister?
Do you think it will be long while I wait for her in heaven?
It cannot be. There is no time there, and no trouble.
You scoundrel. I'm so ignorant. Is it time? No.
It is time.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest I go to than I have ever known.
A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to a special Christmas presentation of the radio play A Child is Born by Stephen Vincent Benet. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. A Tale of Two Cities was adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross The music was composed by Dick Shores, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Jonathan Hall was featured as Sidney Carton. The role of Dr. Manette was played by Maurice Copeland. Charles Darnay by Ken Nordine. Defarge by Ken Griffin. Madame Defarge by René Rodier. Pross by Hope Summers. Laurie by Jess Pugh. The Marquis by Sid Breeze. The Peasant Boy by Charles Mountain. The Seamstress by Martha McCain. Barsad by Ted Liss. The Peasant Girl by Geraldine Kay. The President of the Court by Boris Eplon. And the narration by Sherman Marks. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent station. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Family Theater presents Robert Ryan and Hans Conried. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with your Family Theater, brings you Hans Conried as Sidney Carton in Charles Dickens' classic, The Tale of Two Cities. To introduce the drama, your host and narrator, Robert Ryan.
Thank you, Gene Baker. Herewith, we bring you the tragic yet triumphant story of a man, Sidney Carton. A man of golden promise who'd wasted every opportunity. This was Sidney Carton. He hated life, its people, and himself. So he drank to forget, to numb the dull pangs of remorse. His disheveled, tipsy figure was a source of mystery in London legal circles. To all appearances, he was an errand boy and flunky for the Honorable Stryver, a rising young barrister. But the truth was, he was Stryver's mind, the brilliant legal strategist who engineered Stryver's quick success. It was in 1780 that a young Frenchman, Charles Darnay, went on trial at the Old Bailey. The charge was treason, transmitting military information to the American rebel George Washington. The completely innocent Darnay retained Stryver's counsel, who, as always, appeared before the bar accompanied by his apparent flunky, Sidney Carton. Throughout the opening morning, Carton seemed far more interested in the movements of a fly upon the ceiling than in anything taking place in court. Even when court recessed, he remained indifferent.
Sidney?
The Honorable Stryver?
Let's follow the crowd out and have lunch. Drink a glass to the pretty witness.
Who's pretty?
The picturesque old doctor's daughter, Lucy Manette.
She pretty?
A man alive, she had the whole court goggle-eyed. I have a mind to marry her myself.
She's in love with Darnay. He with her. Well, not that they know it yet. But they'll be married.
I deny she'll marry the prisoner.
Poor fellow. There he sits. Alone, forgotten, frightened.
The prisoner?
Why don't you go over and cheer him up?
I'll go out and comfort the young lady. Meet you at the bar.
Right, Stryver. Mr. Darnay.
Yes?
I'm Sidney Carton, Stryver's jackal. That is, I'm useful to him. In return, he gives me lodgings and other considerations.
Indeed, sir.
Tell me, Mr. Darnay, that's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for. How does it feel? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy? Shall I find out how she fares and tell you?
Could you
Could you tell her I am deeply sorry to have caused her agitation? Could you tell her so for me?
Yes, I could. I will, if you ask it.
I do ask it. You're very kind. I
I'm never kind. She'll be on the bench outside. I'll let you know.
Oh, yes. I feel much better, Mr. Lorry. Go have your lunch. Please do.
Miss Burnett, I'm Sidney Carton, friend of Stryver's.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Carton? This is Mr. Lorry, an old friend of our family.
We have met before.
Unfortunate that we should meet again.
Lucy, I shall return in time to escort you to the trial when it resumes.
Won't you sit down beside me, Mr. Carton?
No, thank you. Miss Burnett, the prisoner, Darnay, feels responsible for your distress. Perhaps you have a reassuring message I might take him. Would you say it were a pity if they sentence him to die?
Yes. Well, that would be wrong. It would be awful.
You would weep for him?
Yes. I would weep.
Shall I inform the prisoner of your womanly sentiments?
Could you?
Yes, I could. I will, if you ask it.
I ask it.
I'll convey your message to the prisoner.
Mr. Carton, thank you for your kindness.
No kindness was intended.
Mr. Stryver, you will continue the cross-examination of the witness Barsad.
Yes, my lord. Now, John Barsad.
Now what?
Mr. Barsad, the Crown has built its edifice of accusations upon your positive identification of the prisoner.
The fellow on the Dover coach was him, there.
It was night. The stranger's face was sunk deep in his muffler.
Yes.
When the coach stopped, he vanished in the ink-black darkness.
That's right.
Mr. Barsad, would you admit the possibility that the face in the Dover coach was someone who looked something like the prisoner?
It was the prisoner, no mistake.
Mr. Barsad, would you feel so positive if I showed you other faces resembling in a remarkable or less degree the prisoner's?
I doubt if there's another face like his in all of England.
Yeah. My lord, will you ask my good friend, Mr. Carton, to stand up?
Stand up, Mr. Carton.
Very well, my lord.
No, my lord, I must ask that Mr. Carton stand beside the prisoner.
Make way. Make way.
Thank you, Mr. Carton. And now, John Barsad, please to fix your gaze on Mr. Carton. You see anything remarkable?
Well, if you ask me, I'd say the gentleman has had a spot too much of port.
Not too much, Mr. Barsad, but the day is yet young.
Mr. Carton, you have ridden on the Dover coach at times?
How many times I would not care to say.
Mr. Carton, if you will please take off your wig and gown.
Oh, gladly. Beastly things, insufferably hot. There.
Yes, you see, you are astonished. My lord half rises from his seat. But wait. Now, Sidney Carton, if it be within your histrionic powers, assume the prisoner's habitual grave and noble mien.
Behold, a worm. And now, a butterfly.
Aye, my lord. Aye, his veritable counterpart. My lord, gentlemen, and you, John Barsad, let all eyes confirm the truth, so obvious. Gentlemen of the jury, it would seem the Crown has built its case upon a cornerstone of quicksand. John Barsad, for all your vaunted patriotism, you remain what you've always been, a liar, criminal, paid perjurer, and spy. I rest.
When the jury brought in its verdict of acquittal, Carton led the still bewildered young man to a tavern, where he saw to it that the best was placed on the table before the young man.
True. Tell me, Mr. Darnay, now that you have eaten, do you feel that you belong to this terrestrial mortal scheme again?
I do indeed. I'm still in a daze, but I'm certain that I live.
It must be an immense satisfaction.
As for me, my desire is to forget that I belong to it, to the world, to life.
Oh, come now, sir.
No, life has no good in it for me, except wine like this. So we are not much alike in that particular. Indeed, I begin to think we are not much alike in any particular, you and I. You seem at a loss as how to answer me. Well, propose a health, a toast, then.
What health? What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. I swear it's there, sir.
Miss Manette.
Miss Manette there. Well, she was mightily pleased to have your message when I gave it her.
Was she?
Not that she showed she was pleased, but I suppose she was.
Oh. I wish to thank you for the kindness you've shown Miss Manette and me.
Mr. Darnay, do you think I particularly like you?
Well, really, Mr. Carton, I've not asked myself the question.
Ask it now.
Well, you have behaved as if you liked me. But I don't think you do.
And I don't think I do. I begin to have a very good opinion of your understanding, sir. Oh, going.
I prefer to part before there is ill blood on either side.
A last word, Mr. Darnay. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think? You know I've been drinking.
Since I must say so, I know it.
Then you shall likewise know why. I am a disappointed drudge, sir. I care for no man on earth, and no man on earth cares for me.
Much to be regretted. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnay. Maybe not. Don't let your sober face elate you. You don't know what you may come to. Good night.
When he arrived at his dingy room, this strange being took up a candle, walked uncertainly to a glass that hung against the wall, and surveyed himself minutely in it.
Confound you, Carton. What a mess you've made of things. Change places with Darnay. Would her blue eyes have wept for you? He's all you might have been. She is all you might have had. Carton, let's have it out in plain words. You hate them for it. Oh, pray keep on with your sewing, Miss Manette.
Then sit here by me at the table, Mr. Carton.
Thank you.
It's been so long since we've seen you.
It's been good of you to tolerate me. I mean the way I've dropped in uninvited over the past year, like a morose and moody spectre staring glumly at the wall.
Father says you talk quite brilliantly, when you choose to talk.
Really? Dr. Manette's health improves?
Yes. He seems more himself again. And your health, Mr. Carton?
The life I lead is not conducive to health.
Forgive me for saying so. But isn't it a pity to lead that kind of life?
God knows it's a shame. A shame.
Then why not change it, Mr. Carton?
I'm too late for that. By the way, Mr. Darnay told me of his good fortune. You'll both be very happy. You deserve to be. God bless you both.
Thank you, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Carton?
I find it difficult to tell you.
Please say it, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette, I've wanted you to know that you've been the last dream of my soul. The sight of you in this home have stirred old shadows which I thought were dead. Old voices have come back again. You have inspired me with a determination to begin anew, to fight my way back to decency.
And you can, Mr. Carton. I've always felt you could. You must. You resign yourself to death, Mr. Carton. Resign yourself to life for once. But you won't even try.
So, having made you miserable, I'll go now. Goodbye. Miss Manette.
What? Mr. Carton?
Remember this. While I still live, there is a man who'd give his life for you. And give his life for anyone you love.
"11 years pass. Then Charles Darnay returns to France to help a friend. Without telling his wife, Lucy, Charles foolishly plunges into the reign of terror of the French Revolution. The Paris mob recognizes him as the aristocrat, the Marquis Saint-Evremond, his rightful title. He is tried and sentenced to the guillotine. Then, on the day before the execution, an odd meeting takes place at a wine shop by the Seine. An Englishman elbows through the knots of blood-smeared revolutionaries and sits down at a small table. Sits opposite a man who wears the red cap of the Republicans. The man looks up suspiciously. He turns pale.
Good evening, Citizen Bassard.
It's not my name.
It was your name, John Bassard.
Not so loud.
Why not?
Well, I'm known by a different name in this shop.
These are dangerous times to have two names. These are dangerous times to serve two masters.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're a spy for the British government. At the same time, you're a spy for the new French Republic, the Paris mob. I mean, you spy for one against the other and collect at both ends.
Well, someone has to do the spying.
If these French Republicans, the mob, found out about your double dealings, it would be the guillotine for you, John Bassard.
Who are you?
You know me.
You look like Evremond called Darnay. But he's tight in his cell.
Think back 12 years to a trial at the Old Bailey.
Trial at the Old... Carton!
Yes, Carton.
How'd you find me?
I've been watching the prison where they have Darnay. You go in and out at will. I've picked up other scraps of information.
Such as?
Your old friend Roger Cly is turnkey at the prison.
Cly's dead. I saw him buried.
We found only rocks in his coffin. Do I seem to hold the winning cards, John Bassard?
What do you want?
I may wish to talk to Darnay in his cell.
If you think you can help him to escape, you're mad. There's no escape. His head will roll tomorrow afternoon at 2:00. There's nothing to prevent it.
Escape? Well, I didn't say that. I said that I may wish to talk to him. Can you arrange it? It would be safer for you to say yes.
Are you threatening me?
Oh, I didn't say so. But I am.
Very well. I'll get you in to see this Evremond Darnay, but don't wait too long.
You know the Paris branch of Tellson's Bank?
Yes.
Old Jarvis Loring is winding up the bank's affairs. He's living in a rear room at the bank. There's a rear door. Knock 4 times at 10:00.
I'll be there.
Yes, I'm sure you will, John Bassard.
So I live here at the bank. It's safer. You'll find the brandy on that table, Mr. Carton.
Mr. Lorry, I see you do remember me.
Poor Charles, poor Lucy. You've been in Paris for some time. Lucy hasn't mentioned seeing you.
Mrs. Darnay hasn't seen me. I don't mean that she shall.
What's this you said? You can arrange to have a final talk with Charles. That won't save him.
Here are my passport and credentials. You may need them, sir.
Aye, what for?
Now, I beg of you not to ask for explanations, but follow these directions to the letter.
What are they?
Have a coach and horses in the courtyard on the stroke of midnight. Have Lucy Darnay in that coach, and her father, her child. Be in the coach yourself. And the instant I get into the coach, drive off. Drive for Calais. Then ship to England. Safety. The instant my place in the coach is filled, drive off.
But Carton, in the name of heaven...
For Lucy's sake. For those she loves. Forget it is the wretch named Sidney Carton who requests this, sir. But do it for their sakes. Your promise, sir.
Oh, this sounds like utter madness.
Your solemn promise.
Oh, very well, very well. I promise.
Thank you, sir. Well, now, shall we sit and talk a moment? Until the villain Barsad knocks, huh?
Sit by your bottle. I'll sit here.
Yours, sir, is a long life to look back upon.
I'll soon be 80.
Useful all your life. Many people will miss you when you go, sir.
No, I'm a grumpy old bachelor. There's nobody who will weep for me.
Wouldn't she weep for you?
Lucy? Yes, thank God, I think she would. I didn't mean quite what I said.
It is a thing to thank God for.
Surely.
I have won no human creature's love, nor respect. Tell me, sir, does your childhood seem far off?
20 years ago it did. But now as I draw closer and closer to the end, my memories seem to travel nearer and nearer to the beginning.
Old faces coming back.
Yes.
Perhaps your pretty mother's. A host of childhood memories.
Yes.
And you find comfort in them.
Yes.
Yes, I know the feeling.
You are much too young to know such feelings. The end of life is still a faraway horizon for you.
Possibly. Such memories used to fill me with a terrible remorse. But of late, I too find much comfort in them. Perhaps it is that now...
How's that?
I'll let him in. Good evening, Mr. Barsad. So good of you to remember our appointment.
Yes, isn't it?
Well?
I've seen Clyde. The way is greased. I'll get you into the prison if you want it.
I want it.
Let's hurry then.
Oh, Mr. Lorry?
Yes, Carlton?
I've decided to call upon Mr. Darnay at the prison.
Good luck. Another drink before you go?
No. No, thank you, Mr. Lorry. It is even likely I shall never have another drink.
I think I understand you, Mr. Carlton.
In that case, you will understand about the coach.
Yes. A place in the coach will be reserved for you. I will pray the place be filled.
Go in, work fast. I'll wait outside.
Carton. Darnay, do as I say. No questions. Take off your coat and put on mine.
Why?
Shake out your hair, like mine. Hurry, man.
No, they'll only kill you, too. No, Carton, I won't let... What's that?
This?
That vapor. All right. I will...
Lie down.
No, Carton. No, I won't let you.
Now, the drug will give you a sound sleep, my friend. God willing, you'll wake up in England. Barsad.
Yes. Are you ready?
You carry him, like you carried me in. Tell them the Englishman Carton has fainted with grief for his doomed friend. And then to the bank, to Jarvis Lorry's.
In the black prison of the Conciergerie, the doomed of the day had been gathered in a large room to await the death cards. As Sidney Carton stood by the wall in the dim corner, a man stopped in passing to embrace him. It thrilled him with the great dread of discovery, but the man went on. A moment later, a young woman with a slight, girlish form and widely opened, patient eyes came over to him.
Citizen Evrémonde, you don't remember me?
Oh, yes. We meet again.
I'm the seamstress who was with you at the other prison.
Of course.
If we ride together, will you let me hold your hand?
Oh, yes, child. I pray that we may ride together.
I'm not afraid. Just lonely.
Along the Paris streets, the death carts rumble, hollow and harsh. 6 tumbrils carry the day's red wine to Madame la Guillotine. They plow a crooked furrow among the mob that lines the streets. Ridges of faces are thrown to this side and to that. robed executioners work swiftly. As a head drops in the basket, it is held aloft and the mob screams out to count. The second death cart empties and rolls on. The third comes up and stops. Discharges those to die.
Little sister, shall I carry you?
I'm strong with your strength. I'm the next to climb the steps.
The guillotine is swift and merciful.
Brave, generous friend.
A sweet, gentle child. We two, so strangely met upon the dark highway, now going home together to our rest.
This is the moment.
My turn is next.
Kiss me. Goodbye.
I am the resurrection and the life, said the Lord. He who believes in me, even if he die, shall live. It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
This is Robert Ryan again. Do you know what it takes to make a house a home? Well, windows and doors and rooms. But something else, too. There must be happiness. And happiness is something that cannot be built with saw and hammer and nails. I'll tell you a way to bring happiness to your home. Invite God in. Invite Him in through prayer. Daily family prayer. If God is in your home, there's peace there, too. And happiness and love and unity. Discover for yourselves what millions of others have learned. The family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Hans Conried as Sidney Carton in A Tale of Two Cities, with Robert Ryan as host and narrator. Others in our cast were William Conrad, Ken Peters, Willard Waterman, Hy Averback, Francis X. Bushman, Jay Novello, Virginia Gregg, and Barbara Whiting. Charles Dickens' great classic was adapted by Dick Creedon, with music composed and conducted by Henry Mancini. It was directed for Family Theater by Jaime Del Valle. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Gene Baker inviting you to join us next week when your Family Theater will present Fred Allen and Dennis Day in William the Terrified. Join us, won't you? For adventure and romance, listen to The Count of Monte Cristo, heard on most of these stations on Tuesday evenings. Family Theater is released in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and is broadcast to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Leader Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ronald Colman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton in Les Miserables. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In many homes, the holiday season is the time for reading aloud on some favorite classic. And so for tonight's play, we have chosen Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, an unforgettable story of man's inhumanity to man. To star in the role of Jean Valjean, we are honored to have that splendid actor, Ronald Colman. And from the original cast of this impressive 20th Century Fox picture, two wonderful stars, Deborah Paget and Robert Newton. Now, Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
I did not know Valjean during the earlier years of his life. But from what he since has told me and what I have been able to piece together, it is clear that this narrative had its start on that tragic day when he was brought into court, charged with theft.
Before we proceed, will the accused explain the presence of his family in the court?
They're the children of a friend, monsieur. Their mother gave me shelter while I looked for work.
Go on, go on.
It's just when I saw them standing there looking at the loaves of bread that they were starving, monsieur.
Oh, then you admit to the debt?
I had no money. I took the loaf.
The sentence is 10 years at the oars.
10 years? 10 years? You don't understand, monsieur.
Hello, prisoner. Bring in the next case.
10 years for stealing a loaf of bread. 10 years on a prison ship. So did French justice turn a man into something half animal. The endless cruelties dulled his mind, filled it with hate and fear. But the day came when the iron collar was removed from his neck, and the chains were cut from his ankles.
Well, Valjean, it appears we are rid of you. Here's your paper. Sign it.
Paper?
You've been released. Sign the paper.
It's regulations, Valjean.
Surely you've learned much of regulations. Lieutenant Javert is celebrated for his knowledge of regulations, eh, Javert?
Valjean, you have been assigned to the Orient district. You are to proceed there immediately and report to police headquarters. And thereafter, report once a month. Yes, Lieutenant. Failure to do so means you will be taken and sent back for life. Give him his money, Rimbaud.
Here, 33 francs.
No, 11 francs more.
33 francs.
Pay him the rest of his money.
What you do on the ship is your business, Javert. But here on land, I am in charge.
Pay him. Thank you. Thank you. Stand to attention when you address a police officer. Now get out. As for you...
Me, Lieutenant?
One more offense and I'll report you to your captain.
Oh, forgive me, Lieutenant. Oh, and allow me to express my grief. I read in your ship's report that an old man died at the oars. The lieutenant's father, was he not?
Listen to me. My father was a fool, like every other criminal. He thought the laws were made for someone else. And if, as you say, you knew of him, then you know that I was born across the street, over there in the women's prison. I was raised by the law, and I know something of it.
No offense, Javert, no offense.
The law is hard, but it's wise and it's just. And there can be no compromise with it. Not for my father, not for Valjean, not for you, and not for me.
Jean Valjean set out for Orleans, bearded, ragged, haunted by the nightmare of the prison ship. His meager funds were useless. He was a criminal. He could buy neither food nor lodgings. Driven from town to town, the time came when Valjean could go no farther.
Please, I beg you.
Won't you shut the door? The rain's beating in.
Let me stay a few moments, then I'll go.
Warmer there by the fire, my son.
12 leagues I've walked today. They set dogs on me. I ask for food, they'll not give me any. I say I can pay, they turn me out.
Madame Magloire.
The door, yes, I know.
No, just have another place for supper, please.
Well, you don't understand. I'm a released convict. The galleys.
We should be happy if you will join us for supper, monsieur.
I can pay. I have money.
No money. I am a priest.
A priest? Oh, so you'll give me food and not take my money. I'll eat in the yard.
Would you prefer that?
But this is your home.
It is church property, monsieur. It belongs to the people. Our meal is but a slight one, but you will make us happy by eating it with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's still storming, Valjean. Surely you'll change your mind and stay the night.
But you are a fool.
Am I?
I told you before I spent 10 years in the galleys for stealing.
What did you steal?
Bread. A loaf of bread.
A loaf of bread.
You give me food, a bed, and tonight when you sleep I could strangle you and be off with your treasures.
Treasures, monsieur?
In the room where we ate. Candlesticks, silver, heavy silver plates.
Yes, they're silver. Valuable too, no doubt. They were given to me by the sisters of the convent of the Child Mary.
I saw where the woman hid them, and I am a thief. Here, read this. The yellow paper. Released convict, dangerous man.
It was only fear that made them do it, Valjean. But do not forget that even in the most evil of men, there is some good. Look for it, my son, and you'll find it. Sleep well, Valjean. God bless you.
In the morning, Jean Valjean was gone, and gone too were the bishop's silver plates. It was the housekeeper who discovered the loss.
I told you, I warned you. Oh, that unspeakable creature, it's a wonder who's alive. And you stand here and tell me that...
I stand here, madame, to tell you that someone's at the door. Now, please try to calm yourself. Come in.
The police and him.
Good morning, Your Eminence, madame.
Is something wrong, Corporal?
This man, he had these hidden in his rags, Your Eminence. Your silver plates, I recognize them anywhere.
Oh, praise heaven. Count them at once.
Madame, please. Monsieur Valjean, you are a stupid man. You took the plates when I told you those candlesticks would bring far more money. You won't go far if you're that forgetful.
You can be sure he won't go anywhere.
But I gave them to him, didn't he tell you?
But, Your Eminence, obviously...
I am a bishop of the church. Do you doubt me? You gave him these plates? I most certainly did. And now you have our permission to withdraw.
Forgive me. I didn't know.
You're letting me go? And this time, take the plates and the candlesticks. Use them wisely, Valjean, so that you may never have to go to the galleys again. No. I should thank you. It is the giver, my son, who receives the benefit of the gift. It is he whose soul is gratified because he's done something generous that sets him above his fellow men. Do you understand that?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Valjean, I would like you to pray with me.
I'm not a religious man.
Few of us are. Come, my son. We will try.
When he left the bishop's house, Jean Valjean, for the first time in 10 years, looked and felt like a human being. His rags and his beard were gone. And he set out again on the road to Orleans. 2 days later, he reached the town of Morvan, and there he went to the shop of a silversmith.
You are right, monsieur. These are very fine plates. I can offer you 420 francs. Satisfactory?
Yes, satisfactory.
And now the candlesticks, if I may weigh them, monsieur?
No, I've changed my mind. I've decided not to sell the candlesticks.
But I'm sure I can give you even more than... horses, a runaway, and a child in the carriage. Stay out of the street, monsieur. They'll run you down. Monsieur.
Valjean stopped the runaway, and the child was unharmed. Valjean returned to the shop of the silversmith, and there he was followed by an elderly gentleman whose gratitude was boundless.
Monsieur, you saved his life, throwing yourself at those horses. That was my grandson, monsieur.
You can thank me by leaving me alone and by telling those people out there to go about their business.
You must allow me to do something in return.
No, I have business with this shopkeeper. And then I must leave. I have to be in Orleans tomorrow, and already...
Orleans? But I'm returning there myself within the hour. You are from Orleans, monsieur?
Oh, I was on my way there to look for work.
Then I
could ask for nothing better. I am not without influence there. You have a trade, monsieur? A trade? Monsieur, what if you're looking for work?
Monsieur Monte owns a factory here, the pottery factory.
Well, as a matter of fact, I came here to arrange its sale. It's nothing to the one I own in Orleans. Perhaps pottery would interest you. Come, I'll show you through this little place.
The money for the plates, monsieur. I will get it for you.
The money, yes. If I were not a loyal citizen of Orleans, I would stay away. It is a vile and dirty place, monsieur. A town like this would suit you far better. Still, I must go to Orleans. Well, I'll show you my shop here. You can look around while I settle some matters in the office.
Your money, monsieur. You have not changed your mind about the candlestick.
No, they are not for sale. Come, monsieur, come.
I was foreman of the factory. I was both puzzled and annoyed with the stranger who came in and asked so many questions and disturbed the workers. You wish something, monsieur?
No, only to look.
Then perhaps you're interested in buying.
No.
But you formed an opinion of our little factory.
This product is poor.
Well, now that you've expressed an opinion, perhaps you'll go on your way.
Let go of my arm, monsieur.
When you're outside, gladly.
Now.
Either you come peacefully or No, I see you do have a good right hand, monsieur.
Stronger than yours.
Well, I believe you.
Tell me something. These pieces the men are making, why is it that one piece is thick and another thin? And one is well glazed and another not?
It is always so.
The product has always been this bad?
Well, it always could be better, monsieur.
So why not let each man do what he's best at? The best potter turns, the best glazier glaze.
No. Our artisans have always been... Oh, perhaps you're right. Now, if you were a man of means, I'd suggest that you buy this place and try your ideas.
Monsieur, if we're to reach Orleans tonight, we must start. Monsieur, not long ago you advised me to remain in this little town.
But you said you were
You
going
also said you wanted to help me. Perhaps you can.
Well, believe me, I should like nothing better.
Then there's a business matter I should like to discuss with you.
Monte sold the little pottery factory for next to nothing. Sold it to the stranger who said his name was Madeline. Some weeks later, far away in Marseille, Lieutenant Javert received a letter from the police of Orleans. The criminal, Jean Valjean, had disappeared.
We'll continue with Act Two of Les Miserables in a few moments. Right now, Libby Collins with the Lux Movie News.
All the excitement of Paris nightlife in the time of the famous portrait painter Toulouse-Lautrec comes to us in this picture, Ken. It's United Artists' Technicolor film, Moulin Rouge.
It was filmed right in Paris, wasn't it, Libby?
Yes, with José Ferrer portraying the artist and the new French star, Colette Marchand, as the model he loves. And adding plenty of spice, there's Zsa Gabor, leading a chorus of dancers in a can-can routine.
Oh, that should be a sensational number.
Well, wait till you see it. The girls in the traditional fluffy petticoats and black stockings, and Zsa Gabor in that red and white costume of the Trek poster. Producer John Huston capped the left bank in Moulin Rouge.
Lovely Zsa Gabor and lovely Colette Marchand. Ooh, that's the way to say glamour in French.
And how?
Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
6 years went by since Lieutenant Javert had ordered Valjean to Orleans, there to report to the police. But Valjean remained in the little town of Morvan. Here, under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, he has prospered greatly as the owner of the pottery works. And I, too, as his assistant.
Stop worrying, Robert. Financially, we're in excellent condition, so forget about the accounts overdue. Now, what else?
Your signature. The regular monthly draft to the convent of the Child Mary.
Oh, yes, of course.
Every month for 6 years.
Why? Someday I may tell you. Now, what's this? Very official-looking paper?
Well, the town council wants you to sign it. A petition to incorporate it as a city.
A city, eh? Coming up in the world.
Well, so it would seem. I helped to write it.
But it says they want to make me mayor. It's impossible.
Oh? Why?
Well, because I can't accept. Because I'm me, of all people.
Because of what you've done for us. There aren't 50 people in this town who don't depend on this factory one way or another for their existence. Why, 6 years ago, this town was a mudhole.
6 years. What do they know about me before that?
What difference does it make? They know who you are now.
Makes a difference to me.
Well, it doesn't to me.
How do you know what I was before?
Why should I care?
I'll show you why. This is something I've never shown anyone before. A yellow paper, Robert.
You don't have to show it to me.
You knew about this?
Do you remember when you first came to the factory? I didn't want you around, did I? I saw the mark of the iron collar still on your neck.
You've known all these years.
Yes, I've known and I've forgotten.
Yes, but don't you see what this says? Orleans. I never reported. Any day, any night, they can take me and send me back to life.
Which they haven't done. And who'd recognize you as the man who came here 6 years ago? I wouldn't even recognize you myself. Now, what about the petition?
I don't know. Tell the council that I'll consider it.
Some weeks later, Monsieur Madeleine became our mayor. We were now a city, and new officials were sent to us by the central government. Among them, an inspector of police. His name, Javert.
My papers, Monsieur Madeleine. Thank you. You do not wish to examine them, monsieur? Oh, I'm sure they're in perfect order, Inspector Javert. I come from Marseille, monsieur. I've been in police work there for many years. It is my life. I have pride in little else except in being a good officer. I'm afraid you'll find your assignment here most tedious, Inspector. We're a quiet little place. I've heard this, monsieur. Yet there is crime everywhere. And poverty, if one looks hard enough. I am sworn only to uphold the laws of France. I merely suggest that you do not look for evil where none exists. If I did that, monsieur, I should be guilty of personal immorality, and I would resign. Then we understand each other. I trust we shall work well together. I will bother you as little as possible. Thank you, monsieur.
No, Javert had not recognized him. Valjean had passed his most trying test. The months went by, and Javert, the model of efficiency, pursued his dull existence without complaint. And then one night, he arrested a woman. He took her to his office.
Monsieur, I swear to you, I was not to blame. You must believe me.
You were arguing with a man. You struck him.
I lost my temper. I'll ask his pardon. He knows I meant no harm. Oh, monsieur, please. I'm ill. I have lung fever. You can see that I'm ill.
They will care for you in prison.
No, please. Please, I have a child.
So?
She's kept for me at Boris, but I must pay for her. If I don't pay, they'll throw her on the streets. If I don't pay, she'll starve.
You, Sergeant, take her away.
No, you can't. You can't.
Inspector, please. Monsieur le Maire, my office is honored. I don't wish to interfere, Inspector, but this woman should not have been arrested. You've been misinformed, monsieur. She disturbed the peace. She violated the curfew law. And what do you plan to do with her? She will serve 6 months, monsieur.
6 months?
Inspector, the woman's obviously ill. Then I'll see that she is sent to the prison hospital. No, she will not go to prison. The man was drunk. I saw what happened. Had she been home where she belonged, the incident would not have occurred. This is a matter of law, monsieur. It is a matter of justice. They are one and the same, are they not? No, not always. I'm asking you to release the woman. As you wish, monsieur. Come, madame.
I will not go to prison.
No. And I'll see that you're cared for. And if you tell me where your child is, I'll try to bring her to you.
Bring her? Tell me.
As quickly as I can. Good night, Inspector. Good night, Monsieur le Maire.
He drove the woman to a hospital and left at once for Bourges. The child, Cosette, was in her early teens. And then there was a heartbreaking reunion. The mother hadn't seen her for years. Now she was dying. There was a caller at the hospital. Inspector Javert.
Be there in the corridor, monsieur. I felt it my duty to advise you that I have been ordered to Arras. Not permanently? No, just for a few days. A case of theft. A man was caught stealing apples. A very serious crime. There was a question of identity, monsieur. The police believe the prisoner was once in my charge in the galleys. If he is the same man, then he is also a parole violator.
And you are to establish his identity?
The trustee has recognized him as the man who once pulled an oar beside him. A thief named Jean Valjean.
Captain, you think the prisoner is this man?
I don't know, monsieur. But we've been looking for Valjean for almost 7 years.
You think you could recognize him after all this time?
Names and faces are my profession. If it's the man, I'll know him.
Yes, I won't detain you any longer, Inspector.
Thank you. I'll report as soon as I return.
That same night, Jean Valjean also journeyed to Arras. When the trial opened, he sat unnoticed in back of the courtroom. The prisoner was demented, a wretched vagabond who seemed almost to enjoy his sudden importance.
I will ask you once again. Tell the court who you are.
But I have told you I am Jean Monsieur. I eat apples.
You still deny that you are Jean Valjean? That you served 10 years in the galleys? The prisoner will answer the questions. Are you Jean Valjean?
No. Jean Monsieur. Why do they call me Jean Valjean when I am Jean Monsieur?
Monsieur, I should like to call Inspector Javert to the stand. Granted. Monsieur le Président.
I am Javert. But I request that my testimony be delayed until the other witnesses have re-examined the accused. This man may spend the rest of his life in the galleys, and as a police officer, I feel I might influence the viewpoint of these other witnesses.
I commend you, Inspector.
Excuse?
Then may I recall the prison trustee, Jacques Brevet?
Stand up, Brevet. We'll examine the accused again.
I will, but I waste your time. He is Jean Valjean who sat beside me in the gallery.
And the other convicts?
Charflou and Chesterton. Stand up.
I knew him well. His name is Jean Valjean. This one I would know in the dark. Valjean.
No one believes me. No one. It is a game.
Mr. Court, please. By what right do you interrupt? Who are you? Inspector Javert will tell you who I am.
Well, forgive me if I'm startled, monsieur. That man is the mayor of Mauvais, Monsieur Madeleine.
The mayor of Mauvais? Monsieur, I must again ask why you interrupt.
Because the court must release the accused. He has told the truth.
I am Jean Valjean. And these men,
Brevet, Charflou, Cochepaille, look at me.
He is crazy. He is not Valjean.
ask Charflou to bare his right shoulder. There's a burn on the shoulder where he tried to efface his number. And you, Brevet, you used to wear a gold earring. It's no longer there, but the ear is still pierced. And you, Cochepaille, this poor wretch here could join you in the galleys for life.
He's already an idiot. What difference would it make?
He's a human being, and he's innocent. Tell the court who I am.
If this is what you want, then you are Jean Valjean. All right?
Monsieur, I think no further proof is needed. As there is no warrant for me, I shall return to Monte. I'll await the disposition of the court at my home.
Monsieur le Président, this is fantastic. I demand that Monsieur Madeleine be examined as to his sanity.
There is no need. I am not insane. The galleys make the convict, monsieur, and the name and the position of Monsieur Madeleine had their beginnings in thievery, the theft of some silver from an old man. I cannot rail against fate. When I think what I might have done to this poor wretch, I know that I'm to be envied rather than pitied. Does the court excuse me, monsieur?
You will hear next from Inspector Javert at your home.